sharing guy. I'm an equal opportunity. Mr. Clerk, are we ready?
Good morning, Ms. Mayor. Yes, we are.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to have you here as we celebrate the Tuesday, September 26, 2023 City Hall Commission meeting. At 5 o'clock today, we'll also have our second and final budget hearing, which I welcome everyone to please join us. I want to thank everyone for joining us here today. There's always an opportunity, an immense amount of opportunity for public comment. You can either present your comments at the 1 hour public comment section, which is in the C section of the agenda. We welcome all comments during that section. And then you can also join us throughout the agenda to speak publicly about whatever item you'd like, which is available here, from ordinances, resolutions, managers' discussion items, city attorney's discussion items, city clerk. There's a litany of opportunity to be heard, not only once, but twice, 3 times, as many times as you'd like. So we'd like to say thank you to everyone who's here today on Zoom and who's joining us in person to enjoy this commission meeting. I'd like to get started with our invocation. So this morning we have the great privilege, as always, to have Pastor Jeff Sullivan from the Granada Church, who's here with us today. Good morning, welcome back. It's always great to have you here.
It's always an honor to be here, and I'm very thankful. And I did want to begin with an appreciation to the commission, the mayor, and everyone here for your hard work, your dedication to the city and to the people. I know it's a difficult position. And so I bless and encourage you in that. In fact, the prayer will be words from God himself in Thessalonians in the New Testament. And so we'll let him guide our prayer in this way. Let's pray together. It says, brothers and sisters, to acknowledge those who work hard among you, who care for you in the Lord and who admonish you. Hold them in the highest regard in love because of their work. Live in peace with each other. And we urge you, brothers and sisters, warn those who are idle and disruptive. Encourage the disheartened. Help the weak. Be patient with everyone. Make sure that nobody pays back wrong for wrong, but always strive to do what is good for each other and for everyone else. Rejoice always, pray continually, and give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. We send your best to the congregation. We always are blessed to have you here. We look forward to you joining us once again.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance, Commissioner Fernandez, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Not my job.
No. Mr. Clerk? Yeah. Okay, no. Mr. Clerk, I think you told me that I have, as per my notes here, A2 has been pulled for October 10th. Okay. It was?
Yes, we're going to put it in October.
Okay, perfect. That's my understanding, is that it's been moved.
Right.
I was looking forward to seeing the commission.
Yeah, she's just not available until
Perfect. Then
October.
we'll defer A2 along with at the request of Commissioner Castro, F2, F7, and F10 will also be deferred for the next commission meeting. Moving on, I'd like to move on to item A3, which is an item that I put on the agenda. And I'd ask for Nicholas Cabrera and his lovely family. Oh, I see Commissioner Cabrera is here also. Please join us at the podium. So before I let the family give the proper respects, because I think nobody knows a Gallego better than the family. I want to say thank you. Thank you for sharing your grandfather with me on multiple occasions. He was always a gentleman. He was always an individual who had incredible stories, not only about the past in Cuba and his many accomplishments, and he always spoke very proudly of his son and his grandson. When I had the opportunity to catch up with him on multiple occasions, when I ran into him, he was always very courteous, always very respectful, and always took the time to, impart a little bit of wisdom with individuals here in the community, including myself. So I wanted to say thank you for sharing him with us and allowing us to really learn from his experiences and to really grow with him throughout the years and really enjoy him, because some of the stories that he said were amazing stories. He was a Renaissance man. He was an accomplished individual on many different fronts, and it was a true privilege to know him. So, Commissioner, thank you for being here with us. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day, and please take it away.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well this morning and getting ready to do the city's business. Thank you for those kind words about my father. I think the greatest thing about him in government is he saw local government through my eyes and always wanted me to translate what went on in these chambers, which kind of became a ritual between us for those 12 years that I had the opportunity to sit where you sit today. But he always got a kick out of having your cell number. So I just had to say that. But thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for stopping by the services. Commissioner Menendez and Commissioner Anderson, thank you for your wishes. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Coral Gables Police Department, because I don't know how many of you knew this, but my father was a motorman in Cuba's National Police Department during 2 constitutional governments. And he always wanted to have a send-off by motormen. So we had 6 of them out there, and even though they only had to go 3,000 yards from the funeral home to the cemetery, the motormen behaved beautifully, and so did the honor guard, who guarded him during the services. But I was too emotionally affected that day, and I really couldn't talk about my dad, but he was quite the jokester. And he loved telling stories, as the mayor has pointed out. He loved telling funny stories. And one of the funniest stories that he told me a couple of dozen times was a childhood story of his that I'd like to share with you. I have to tell it in English because you don't have closed caption here, right? No? Okay, I tried to do it, but it didn't work. Anyway, so my dad, as a young man, was an avid moviegoer on the weekends. And he always used to love to sit in the balcony. And he loved one particular character in these movies, which there were probably half a dozen. It was Johnny Weissmuller as Tarzan. And in this particular Sunday afternoon, my dad was just so immersed in the film. And the film is about Tarzan fighting the evil natives and lions and what have you. And that particular scene that my dad was watching, he was walking down a cliff, but right behind them, right behind Tarzan was some native warriors who were about to push him down from the cliff off the mountain. And my dad got so immersed in all of this that in the middle of that scene, as the warriors were about to push him, he got up out of his chair and said, "Tarzan, be careful, they're behind you." Well, needless to say, the theater fell apart. And so it doesn't translate as well in English, but you can imagine me telling you this in Spanish. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you and the public that are watching and listening, because that's the kind of guy my dad was. He was always immersed into something, whether it was Tarzan or car racing or being a mechanic. He adored his wife, our mother. They spent 63 years together. So he was just a special dude, and we all miss him very much. And I'd like to give my son an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Well, you know I like to speak, so it's okay. Members of the commission, thank you very much for this recognition today. Typically, I wear a pin to every commission meeting or every city event, and that pin is usually the key to the city. But today, I decided to change that up. And instead, I'm wearing a pin that is actually my grandfather's racing club here in the United States of America. And this pin in particular has his racing number on it, which is the number 40. And it's a very special number to our family. It's a very special number to him. And it was painted on the side of his, what was it, a green?
Green 56 Chevy Bel Air two-door coupe with a fuchsia colored top.
And that was his race car in Cuba. And it's on the record. We've seen it in a multitude of books where he raced alongside the likes of Fangio, which is an internationally known race car driver in the 50s and 60s. And if many of you had the opportunity to visit his home, which I know, Kirky, you had the chance, and the mayor, you might have had the chance as well, you may have seen a replica of this green car. But the reason I tell this is because my grandfather was a legendary professional race car driver in Cuba. And that's how he was known here in the United States. El Gallego Campeón, to my dad as Pops, to my sister and I as Kiki. We don't really know where Kiki came from, but that was his nickname for us and for him. So that's why I wear this pin today in recognition of him. And again, thank you all very much for giving us the opportunity to say a few words in his honor this morning.
Nicholas, if I may, Commissioner, we all have stories very similar, like you just expressed, of our grandparents. Your grandfather was a legend. Excuse me, your father, I
My
apologize.
grandfather was too, though.
That's true.
But your father was a legend, and his legacy will be remembered. And it's something that, again, I was sharing with my two daughters this morning about the person that we were going to be honoring today. A person who lived an incredible life, a person who led the way, showed you the importance of leadership, showed you the importance of engaging in the community. And at the end of the day, we look at your son, and we could see the path that was blazed by your father, and we could see your son moving in that same direction in one form or another. So I just want to congratulate you. I know it's a resolution of condolences, but I like to make these moments celebratory. We're remembering somebody. We're talking about a person who left an incredible legacy and his fingerprints throughout this community in so many different forms. El Gallego was a legend and will always be remembered. So I'd like to just read very quickly the resolution that we have here so people can know a little bit more about your father. Rafael El Gallego Cabrera has been called to eternal life at the age of 95, resting with his beloved wife, Adelina Cabrera, the father he adored, el mayor general y jefe del Ejército de Cuba, Ruperto Cabrera, all his brothers, sisters, and many friends. And whereas throughout his life, El Gallego worked as a motor police officer with Cuba's National Police Department. Unfortunately, after sustaining serious injuries from a motor accident, he went into professional race car driving and become pre-communist Cuba's most prolific driver, winning the country's all-around auto racing championship 3 years in a row. And whereas after being exiled to the United States, El Gallego worked in what he knew best, auto mechanics. He would go on to own and manage a Texaco service station on the corner of Ponce de Leon Boulevard and Southwest 8th Street in Coral Gables for over 23 years, all while raising his family in the city beautiful. And whereas upon the closure of the Texaco service station, he started a new auto repair business on the corner of 11th Street and Southwest 32nd Avenue. And although he retired at the age of 70, his auto repair business still operates today and continues to be family owned. And whereas on the glorious occasion of his 90th birthday, Police Chief Ed Hudak recognized El Gallego as an honorary Coral Gables police chief, wearing his chief's badge with great pride until the very end. And now, therefore, be resolved by the Commission of City of Coral Gables, Florida, that we extend our heartfelt sympathy to his bereaved family on the great loss of Rafael El Gallego Cabrera. a loving husband, father, grandfather, and brother.
Nice job.
Thank you for the opportunity to do this.
No, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit of our family's history, as Nicholas pointed out. By the way, everybody here knows her, but this is Mimi, my better half. So thank you all for having us over, making me put on a suit this morning, making me shave both my legs and my face.
Legs aren't visible.
If you're still riding bikes, the shaving.
Yeah, I'm not ready.
Are you riding with the SOB?
You know, I'm not writing at all because I just had a total knee.
No, that's right. When you're ready, let me know.
Okay. Very well.
Also, at the request of staff, A1 will be deferred. Moving on to A4. Chief?
I just want to let Chief Hudak know that one of my dad's wishes was for him to be buried with the honorary chief's badge. So it's with Dad. So if there's any other honorary chief out there claiming to be my father.
I got to get the badge back because we have a budget hearing this afternoon. I don't know if I can get a replacement, so I'm kidding. No, congratulations.
Chief,
Mr. Mayor,
good morning.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners, it's a pleasure. I'd like to come to the podium and bring up the podium Officer Devin Jaramillo. On Tuesday, July 17th, officers were dispatched to the 400 block of Fluvia Avenue in reference to stolen Amazon packages, something I think everyone in our community has been touched by over the last few years with the proliferation of people shopping from home. The victim provided video footage immediately, and our partnership with Ring cameras and others, where we're able to get a very good identification of what the subject was wearing. Officer Jaramillo, at 7:47, just a few minutes later, did identify the individual on a skateboard leaving the area, driving down Ponce de Leon Boulevard. Upon seeing the police car, the subject decided to try and outmaneuver Officer Jaramillo, and it didn't end very well for him. He actually came head-on to the building's parking lot, and Jaramillo was waiting for him there, where he detained him for further investigation. With the footage that he had, Officer Jaramillo knew that this was the thief. However, property that was on his person at the time did not match the residence that had just had a package stolen. After reading his rights and further investigation, he found that the subject stated that he had dropped the package somewhere along the line or in the area of Velarde. Other officers responded to the area and recovered that package. Further, through his investigative techniques in a very young age in police work, with 4 or 5 years, I think it is in total, he was able to find out that packages were also stolen from Riviera Drive and Ponce de Leon Boulevard by the same person. Sergeant Hector Diaz states in his nomination, ultimately hundreds of dollars in property were recovered, and the offender was charged with 3 counts of burglary from a curtilage, 3 counts of petty theft, and an alias capias warrant for possession with no bond for possession of a controlled substance. Due to Officer Jaramillo's keen observation and attention to details on this night, Coral Gables residents may sleep at ease knowing that their officers are on watch apprehending and arresting criminals. His action led to the arrest of the subject, who had committed several thefts and burglaries in Coral Gables. Officer Devin Jaramillo, because of his actions, is awarded the Officer of the Month for July 2023.
Good morning, sir.
I would just like to thank the city for this recognition, as well as Chief Hudak, as well as the other officers who assisted me there. I couldn't have done it alone. Thank you.
So before you get off the podium,
Yes, sir.
you and I had an opportunity to catch up this morning,
Yes, sir.
and I asked you a few questions about your time here in the city. You know, these are very difficult moments right now in our country, especially when you talk about police officers, and when you talk about hiring, and you talk about the job that you have to do. I want you to be aware, like I tell every single police officer that stands up here before you, this commission wholeheartedly backs the blue unequivocally.
Thank you.
We stand by your hard work. You work the night shift or you work the day shift?
Afternoons.
Afternoons. Okay. It's a true privilege to work here in the city, especially when you talk about the residents, the individuals who are visiting our community, the business community. It's a level of individual who appreciates your work. And I don't want there to ever be a moment, no matter how difficult your job gets, and I've talked to the chief about this, I don't know how many times, and along with the command staff behind you, no matter how difficult your day is, no matter what happens amongst your family, no matter what happens amongst your friends, no matter what happens in the day becomes more and more difficult, no matter what they're throwing at you, okay? Always remember that this commission, this manager, this chief, this city appreciates every time you get dressed and you step into your car and you come into the city of Coral Gables. Never forget that. That's not coming from me, that's coming from the city. We are blessed to have you here in the city, along with every single police officer. So I just want you to be aware of that, because no matter what happens outside, no matter what they say, at the end of the day, you guys are a godsend to this community. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's it. I don't do it. I just want to get through all this stuff. Before we move forward, Madam City Attorney, Commissioner Castro is not attending the meeting in person, but she will be attending via Zoom. Can you please advise us of the protocol as required?
Yes, Mayor. The Attorney General's office has opined that so long as there's a quorum in the room, remote participation is allowed, given that there is an extraordinary circumstance. I understand the Commissioner Castro has an illness, and the commission would need to vote to allow her to participate remotely by finding that there is an extraordinary circumstance.
I'll move it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Perfect. Now we get to move on to something that I've been looking forward to all day, where we have our state senator along with our state representative who have joined us here today. I'd ask you to please come up and join us. Before we get to the update, I always like to take this opportunity to say thank you for your hard work. We've been going up, since I've been mayor, we've been going up to Tallahassee 4 times last year and 4 times the year before. You guys always have your door open. Without an appointment, we come in, you guys make coffee, we sit down, we have a conversation. You guys have advocated for the city of Coral Gables, and there's always this misconception that the city of Coral Gables, being an affluent community, doesn't have needs. We have an extensive amount of individuals in this community, especially retirees, grandmothers, grandfathers, abuelos and abuelas, who are living off a pension or living off Social Security, and as inflation, insurance, and all the issues that we're tackling now keep going up, it is your ability to deliver on appropriations projects which have really stood out. Usually we've been getting $500 to $1 million. in the last 2 years has been over $4 million. I would love to say that this commission deserves the credit, but it's both of you. It's our other senator also who serves here in the city. It's your leadership. You guys have come through for big projects in historic, big projects in infrastructure, water quality, transportation. And we're refining a big list for this year. I just want you to be aware of that. We're coming with a big list.
Not surprised me.
We're coming with a big ask. We have the team that's been refining that, working on it. And I think you'll be very happy about this year's ask. And God willing that we have enough money this year to meet all the needs throughout the state of Florida. But I wanted to thank you again, and I can never stop saying thank you for your hard work, for your leadership, for always answering my call, for always putting up with me. I call you all the time, asking for guidance, asking for leadership on certain things, and to help me push things through right as we're getting to the end, even as we're getting close to that veto pen, when it becomes very, very nerve-wracking. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much.
And we appreciate you as well, Mayor Lago. I think that in the name for Senator Calatayud as well and myself, it is an honor for us to be able to serve the city beautiful and definitely continue to do this work, especially for our most vulnerable community. So I was already here recently to visit with all of you. I'd like to make some additional remarks towards the end, but I'd like to give way to my counterpart. Without Representative Lucera Cabrera, this would not be possible. It takes a village to do the work, and I'm always very honored and privileged to be able to work with her and be able to deliver. So I will hand the gavel over to her.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Commission, for having us here today. You guys are always unbelievable partners to work with and have been tremendous advocates in Tallahassee for our community up there and, down here, of course. I know Senator Garcia brought a check today to do a little presentation. We're highlighting a couple of the projects, but between both the Senate and the House this year, we were able to secure around $3 million, and that couldn't be done without all of the partners and everyone working together, and looking forward to seeing what you have for us this coming session. So
I agree.
Thank you. So, we do have a bunch of different things. I know you've already been working with our staff. Looking forward to this year's session. I had the pleasure of having dinner yesterday with our incoming speaker, and he spoke the world of both of you, saying how critical your leadership is for South Florida. And we have a really big opportunity. We have a big opportunity over the next few years to really take the reins and possibly address major projects that both of you have been at the forefront of. When you talk about infrastructure, you talk about water quality, you talk about the Bay, you talk about issues of insurance, you talk about issues of our most elderly community, which are taken advantage of on certain fronts. These are not new topics for you, both of you. You've been pushing forward on those issues, and those are issues that we see here in the city of Coral Gables. We have over 40 miles of waterways here in the city. 25% of our tax base comes from properties on the water. So let's not fool ourselves. If we don't have clean water, and if we don't have infrastructure that's appropriate, like, for example, what the Vice Mayor has been leading on in regards to septic to sewer conversion, we're going to have to make some very tough decisions here in the city. Very tough decisions. We alone cannot afford it. And I know that the state only has so much money. But with that being said, I want to close on something before I give you a small token of appreciation that we gave to the senator last time. I want to commend you for something that you don't get a lot of credit for, both of you. And I want you to please go back to the Senate President and the Speaker and anybody who will listen. We do a lot in this state with a little. Other states have state income taxes. They tax to the hilt, as you can hear, for a litany of different things. We're one of the least taxed states in the country. That's a testament to your ability to be incredibly fiscally conservative, meet our needs, and address issues here throughout the state, but never wavering on keeping our taxes low. And that is important to the success of our business community. 40% of our tax base comes from the Central Business District. We used to say it was 27, 30%, but after speaking with a manager and our finance team, it's actually 40%. Because when you include all the residential condos, everything in downtown, it's really 40%. And we have to continue to keep that tax base low throughout the state of Florida because it reverberates throughout Miami-Dade County and throughout the entire state. So I wanna commend you for never giving in on the possibility of raising taxes, because it's something that could happen in the state when you think about how low our tax millage rate is for a state in comparison to other states that we're competing with. You've left this playing field equal. It's a place where people are coming in droves to move to, because the Sunshine State, again, is the place to be. It's the place to open a business. And a lot of that has to do with the leadership that we have in Tallahassee on both sides of the aisle, not just on the Republican Party. So I want to commend you both for being staunch fiscal conservatives on that front. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please put this up. You've been asking me for a long time. Oh, now we got to check. Look at this. Wow. Wow. Here we go. Here we go. Just one of the many checks. One of the many checks. Thank you, Senators.
Mayor, if I can mention something prior to leaving. So you mentioned a couple of things that are very near and dear to us, and we're going to be working the next legislative session, which is homeowners insurance. So we're very well aware that Citizens is the company in particular in this area, in my district, District 36. I don't know if you are aware that over 300,000 letters have gone out from Citizens, sort of resetting the playing field. Please pay attention to your mail. Open it, answer it. Should you need I don't know if you should need a bridge with any type of contact with Citizens Insurance, please feel free to reach out to my office if there's something that you don't understand. In particular, I find that people, when they find themselves in a difficult situations, they lock down and they freeze versus being proactive. Please feel free to call me at my office. We'll have some coffee, we'll have a conversation, you bring your papers over, and we'll make sure that we can take care of the situation for you and find a resolution. I'd also like to be able to bring representatives from Citizens Insurance for a one-on-one sort of scenario. I think that would be ideal. And with regards to the homeowners associations as well, we find recently that there are a lot of abuses with regards to HOAs. And if that should be the issue as well, I would love to listen to your testimony. So with that said, thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Busara Cabrera, and we continue to serve.
Senator, my office is working with your office already to schedule that meeting here in City Hall so that we can invite both of our offices, and the commission can invite any residents to meet us here and have a conversation one-on-one. So they're working on that. And Mr. Clerk, will you do me a favor? Will you just follow up with our staffs and through the manager just to make sure that everybody's coordinating this for some time that is available, obviously, because session could potentially affect it. And I think it's important that you guys, your office, get involved also.
Yes, sir.
Alongside with the septic to sewer conversion,
Yeah.
we are also working closely with you on that.
That was one of the projects, by the way, that was funded through your leadership last year, $500,000 for septic to sewer conversion, a study, which is going to, again, be the roadmap to success to really address this issue that nobody wants to talk about it because it's underground. It's not a sexy conversation because you don't see it every day. You step out of your house and you forget about it. It only becomes an issue when it boils over, no pun intended. So.
Great. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item B1. approval of minutes.
I'll move it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Public comment section.
Mr. Mayor, we have a couple of speakers today.
Perfect.
First speaker is Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm very confused as usual. Why do we keep saying winter is coming? Winter is not coming. Winter is not coming. In reality, winter is not coming. Fall is here. I'm happy to announce that fall is here. Actually, free fall is here. Our city is in free fall mode. And what this is a bochorno. Bochorno. For those of you that do not know Spanish, you can ask the mayor what that means. That's one of his favorite words. And if he doesn't want to tell you, I'll tell you. It's a shame. We're going through shameful times in the city of Coral Gables. Very shameful times. I wanted to make sure that you all have a memory of today. So, would you give them out, or do you want me to give them out?
Be happy to.
Okay, please make sure that everybody gets their fall leaves, so they remember that September and October are not winter. Now, while this is being given, and before anybody complains, when attorneys come here, they have exhibits. Those are my exhibits today. I was impressed to hear the mayor this morning say that even though we have public comments, everybody can speak on anything that's here. But I asked, I went to Mr. Urquia, I turned in my card for F3. F3 is an item presented by the mayor, and he was asked. And even though everybody can talk about anything here, he said no. That was his item, so I was not going to be allowed. But guess what? There's time during public comments. It's very interesting how the mayor is proposing to spend money on a median on funds where we don't have money. And we're proposing not to have money to do any of the stuff that the people really want. So don't speak on two sides of your mouth, Mayor. If you say everybody can talk, then everybody should be able to talk in every item, regardless of who presents it. And have a wonderful fall.
Fernando Naranjo.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for hearing us this morning. My name is Fernando Naranjo. I'm the manager of Santa Maria Real Estate. We own property at 178 Giralda here in Coral Gables. Next to me is Mr. Fernando Llanes. He's the owner of 77 Sports Bar, which is a business on the street. And when we purchased this property, when I'm saying we purchased it, Santa Maria purchased this property in 2016, we did it with the intention of investing over $3 million in the restaurant and entertainment row of Coral Gables. That's why we invested and we acquired the property, with the intention that it was going to be different. It was part of an overlay district where that it was different. It was entertainment, it was restaurants, and that was the vision for the street. And through the pandemic, we suffered like every business. And, but we did everything in our hands to keep the businesses alive. Mr. Yanes, he struggled. He put all his savings in his business. And he's the owner, again, of 77 Sport Bar, which is currently the official club of Barcelona Football Club all over Miami-Dade County. And it is also the official club of La Liga from Spain. And it hosts all kinds of events for the Miami Dolphins and the Miami Heat, and it brings a lot of life to the street. And he has some TVs on the street that he's been having since he opened it, and those TVs are essential for his business, not only for the patrons that go there to watch all the other games that I was mentioning, but also for all the employees that he has in his business. Unfortunately, about 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, we received a ticket from code violation for something that they elect that it was a violation, but it wasn't informed before. And again, his business has been open for more than 5 years. We never had an issue with his business. And suddenly, about a month and a half ago, we received this citation that currently is generating $200 per day on fines, and that the property owners are really concerned with this because they want to follow all the rules from the city, but at the same time want to work with the business, because if we force him to take out the TVs, unfortunately, he's going to lose the business, he's going to lose all his savings, and all the employees on the street, and all the employees from his business also are going to be left out of work. So we met with the mayor during the public hours on Friday, one of the Fridays. He was very generous on his time, and he helped us to propose legislation that is being brought to you today. So we wanted to thank you for doing that. It is very important. That is one of the things that you have right now under discussion. So we appreciate, Mr. Mayor, your help, and wanted to give you a brief of what is going on, what is the situation that we're experiencing, and we really appreciate your help, not only with helping us with this legislation, but also with helping us with these fines that we don't think are fair. We want to follow the rules, but at the same time, if there is no adjustment, his business is going to have to close, and we really need your help. Thank you very much.
So very quickly, first off, thank you for being here. I didn't know you were going to be here today. The legislation presented today, if it gets the support of the commission, is a step in the right direction, in my opinion, especially in this area of Giralda. I think it's important. I think it's appropriate in this area of Giralda. That's number one. Number two, in regards to the fines, I don't control the fines. Neither does anybody in this commission. The manager who has control over all the employees here in the city will address that. I think it's appropriate. We always try to mitigate the fines as much as possible. The point is to try to be proactive, and push entities, individuals, or businesses that are in compliance to get their act together. But our goal is to not fine people. Our goal is to get people into compliance. And this was basically a whole legal hole that needed to be addressed, and that's what we're doing today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I want to commend you took a huge risk. As a business owner, I have a lot of value and respect for people who own their own businesses, people who are willing to take that leap of faith, especially in our community, and weather a storm like COVID. That was for business owners. We knew how hard it was to not miss a paycheck, to make sure that we didn't pay ourselves so that our employees could get paid. I know that that's something that you did, along with a lot of other business owners, to make sure that we could survive through those difficult times. And you made it. You made it through the other side. So our goal here today is to try to find common ground. It may not be 4 TVs, but maybe it'll be 2 TVs, and I think it will be. And that's what we're working on, because we need you not only to survive, but to thrive in the city of Coral Gables and continue to bring great sporting events to the city, continue to keep Giralda alive and moving in the right direction, because you're an anchor on that corner, which, again, it's a gateway to the entire street, and we want people to continue visiting that, maybe having a drink at your establishment or eating, and then going to the restaurant next door, and making it a focal point of our community. I also want to commend you on how clean you keep your facility. You're always trying to clean the floors, you're always cleaning your facade, you're always painting, you're always touching up. And I drove by there and I walked by there this past week, and I wanted to take time to tell you that, because a lot of individuals, they don't take the care that you do. And you're doing business in the city of Coral Gables, and you're the property owner. And you're the property owner, so I just want to say thank you for really working and continuing to maintain the appearance of your project and your facility and your building. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner.
We're looking forward to much success. Okay.
Next speaker, Ed Santa Maria.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Ed Santa Maria. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on something that's very, very important. First of all, I have no association to Santa Maria Real Estate. Just wanted to put that out there. And secondly, I want to apologize for not being able to get my polar bear fursuit out of storage for this event. But as a resident who was a former city employee involved in a handful of budget cycles, I must say that I do not support a millage rate reduction. I also oppose the rating of the reserves, as well as any reduction to the yearly pension contribution. But above all, I object to how politicized we have become as a city. I have never seen this level of politicization in our city. I implore you all, for the good of our community, let's not play games with our city's future. Let's base our votes on what is good for the city and not naked politics. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So we'll close the public hearing portion, the public comment portion of our agenda. I want to remind everybody that we have a 1 full hour opportunity to speak. 1 full hour. And if more people show up and speak, we'll listen to everyone. That's the reason why I instituted public comment a few years ago. And it's a great opportunity to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. Because it's very easy to say that we're not transparent and that we're not giving the opportunity to speak. But I just want to make sure that everybody understands this has been on the agenda and continues to be on the agenda. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Mr. Clerk.
Is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
I wanted to add for the Construction Regulation Board, Mr. Menendez, Mike Menendez in. I don't have my appointee in yet, and I understand they're having difficulty making quorum.
Okay. Vice Mayor, is he a Coral Gables resident?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I wanted to find out if you could advise me for the next commission meeting. Do we have any opportunities for appointing someone, maybe as a board as a whole, for the youth center, Parks and Recs board?
I believe we do, yes, sir. There might be a board as a whole appointment in there, but I'll let you know.
I'll be submitting somebody for consideration by the commission.
Okay.
Anybody else? I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the 10 a.m. time certain, I guess we'll start. Can we hear item 2.1? What was that? Do we have anything we need to discuss, a resolution on?
So 2.1 is a resolution of the Historic Preservation Board. It's my understanding that a representative of the board was going to be here to present the item.
Don't see anyone yet.
All right, we'll bring it back. Okay. We'll move on to public hearing items. E1.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 82 Vegetation of the City Code in order to clarify tree protection provisions and associated code enforcement actions and fines, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. There have been no changes since first reading, and this is a public hearing item.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
Maria Cruz?
This is related, so you want to bring it up?
Mr. Clerk, we'll also, since it's related, F9 will also be heard now. Thank you. That is sponsored by the Vice Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On, what is it? What number are we doing? E1. On E1, I am so glad that this is here because I had an opportunity this weekend to see some beautiful orchids on a tree, or trees, that were put there with nails, not thumbtacks, not rope, nails. They were nailed to the tree. And I had to basically push my way to say that is wrong. And there needs to be something happening here. And the last thing I heard, they're going to, let's see, the person has not been given a ticket yet because instead, I don't know, I'm very confused. The bottom line is we have trees in the city of Coral Gables that have nails, not one nail, not two nails, lots of nails to affix beautiful orchids on a little, and we're still deciding what we're going to do to the people that did that. That is wrong, is bad, and I don't know why we're waiting, because to me, just in case you're wondering, it has nothing to do with code enforcement because the trees were not cut or killed. Okay, it has to do with abusing a tree. Okay, so that's my comment on E1, and since you brought up E9, what was it, F9? Can I do it at the same time, or should I?
Mayor, may I read it F9 into the record?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
And then we can just consolidate public comment for both. F9 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to develop a best practices guide for code violations related to the city's tree protection provisions.
Okay. I think it was very appropriate that this was here because we were talking about protecting trees. Certainly, hammer and nails should not be used on trees. And if maybe we need to write it down very specific, no nails, so the people that are supposed to enforce know what it means. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Gus?
Morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, fellow commissioners, Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. So the first item is the ordinance. The ordinance, there have been no changes. If the commission would like to add the word nails, that's a very easy fix. We can definitely include that. If there's any other comments in regards to any of the changes, I'm here to make those changes.
As long as it's clear that it's nails in the trees, because we do put bracing on trees where the nails go into the bracing into another piece of wood, then that's fine. But it has to be actually into the tree. There's usually a wrapping that goes first, and then the braces are put on.
I can include the word nails, and I will create a minor carve-out specifically not for bracing of the tree.
Right, as long as it doesn't penetrate the trunk itself or the branches themselves.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Just a couple of points. I think it's important to protect our tree canopy. I think that is a priority that this commission and prior commissions have set up as a priority, and I think this is phenomenal. F9, I think, is a great step in the right direction. On E1, I do have one concern, and it was brought about by a couple of residents. If we are, I guess, explain the legislation to me. Are we giving people an option if they cannot replace their tree canopy to pay in order for the city to place a tree? Is that what we're doing?
So the process itself is not being modified. What is being modified is any sort of tree canopy mitigation, the increase from 1,500 to 2,500.
Okay.
Now F9 is a separate item.
Right. No, I'm on E1.
So let me explain this. Obviously, it's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll go more in depth with it. The reason why I brought this forward is because we've had issues in the past adjacent to my home on University where an individual cut down a beautiful tree on a Sunday. I witnessed it. I stopped it halfway through. I'm the one that called the code enforcement, even though the individual's a friend. an acquaintance of mine. We have certain trees in our community, like the black olives, which people get very furious over as a result of the sap that they release. But again, if we start cutting trees on swales and we don't go through the process, and we're not going to be cutting down trees, at least I won't, unless this commission has a different plan moving forward. I think that cutting down a tree because and I have a black olive adjacent to my house with a white wall that is constantly having to be cleaned 3 or 4 times a year. And I have to pay somebody to come and pressure clean it and then potentially paint it. But I'm not asking to cut down a 50-year-old tree because it provides shade. I think it's something that I have to tolerate. And we're trying to treat it. And I make sure that I clean my sidewalk 4 or 5 times a year along with that wall. So you just can't, number one, cut a tree without a permit, even if it's on your own property. And number two, you can't cut a city-owned tree. So the extent is to make sure that it costs a lot more money than $1,500 or $500 just to cut a tree down. And in the past, people would say, listen, I'll just pay the fine, I get rid of the tree, and then we replace it with a small little tiny tree which doesn't provide shade for 25 years. That to me is the reason why I brought forward this legislation, and I think it will hopefully provide dividends, and it will be a deterrent for people who are considering committing an act like this against the city, because the city owns the trees on the swale. The residents have to maintain them, and we do our part to maintain them and make sure that they're in proper order and they're clean. And if there's an issue like a lightning strike or a car hits one and it's dead, we'll remove it and we'll replace it with a tree that is potentially not a black olive, because I know we're trying to get away from that. So this is a deterrent. This is an opportunity to make the fine a little bit more hefty so that people reconsider attacking something that, number one, attacks our quality of life, and number two, attacks our property values. Because if you look at other cities that don't have a canopy like we do, there's a reason why their property values are not as high as ours. Our tree canopy plays a part in that. So.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think we definitely do need to protect the tree canopy. The other concern that was brought up was regarding properties in the North Gables. There are people who are being forced to move the septic tanks from the rear of their house to the front of their house because of the location of the new septic tanks and the drain field. They're also limited on their ability to replace whatever tree was on their front lawns, and they are mandated to move it to the front. Are we putting any exceptions for these situations, or are we just basically going to be putting those people in a hardship?
May I respond?
Of course.
I think perhaps we should have more of a full discussion on this item, because it will also play into, what areas get prioritized for septic to sewer. The North Gables is a fairly high area.
Right.
But there are, do we need to move the septic tanks now, with our projections of where we're going to, we'll know next year in September where we can start hitting first on septic to sewer, and then there's the choice of the tree. There's trees that don't impact sidewalks and septic tanks so much. So like a gumbo limbo, there's wonderful examples where they're not impacting, structures. So planting those now, by the time the septic to sewer conversion comes through there, they're not going to be impacting those septic tanks. And I've literally had conversations with some folks that, you can prolong the life of your septic tank by pumping it out regularly, because it's coming. It's not fall that's coming, but it is coming that we're going to be dealing with the septic tank conversion. And the more we can keep the costs down for the individual resident, the better, because it seems just like a waste of money to be doing these changes on septic tanks now when we know we're going to be, putting in a sewer system in relatively short order, at least our lifetimes, Right. So at least my lifetime. You've got a little longer to go. But, so that's my thought. I think we need a fuller discussion on this, and while I'm at it, I'm just going to touch upon the thinking behind E1 to establish a best practices guide, because it's not spelled out in the ordinance itself, what range the fines should be to try to provide guidance to the Code Enforcement Board. I know that our city attorney's office does a great job, but just like a lot of the code provisions that I've been kind of coming with and cleaning up, so there's a clearer information for code, clearer information for future city attorney's offices, future code enforcement board members, et cetera. I think we need a matrix, you know, a tree this amount of inches gets this kind of fine, this kind of damage to a tree gets that amount of fine. You put a nail in a tree, it gets this amount of fine, so that there's clear definition, you know, on it. I mean, there's trimming that hurts a tree, there's trimming that doesn't hurt a tree, but, you know, when it comes around the city trees, they really need to be saying, you know, city, please take care of your trees. So, you know, I have a couple that I've requested trimming on.
So I think that on that front, well, the purpose of my legislation is nothing to do, like the Vice Mayor, with the issue of septic to sewer conversion. I'm pretty well versed on septic to sewer conversion and what we're dealing with septic tanks. And as a matter of fact, septic tanks are getting smaller and more compact, as I sent a memo out to my colleagues, giving them a little bit of an explanation on new technology that's being used. We're talking about trees that are on the swale, trees that, again, people are cutting down without the proper permit because you know, a black olive is a nuisance. It doesn't give you the right to cut a tree, no matter what it is. If it's a black olive, if it's an oak, certain people tell me, you know, Vince, I have all these oaks in my front yard and they're just putting leaves everywhere. Those oaks are on the swale. They provide a canopy. They provide relief. They drop the heat island effect. And if everybody starts cutting the trees on their swale to get rid of the leaves, pretty soon we'll just be like any other city. We won't be a tree city, USA, 40 plus years. We've got to be thoughtful and methodical, and there's ways around things to do things. I'll give you an example. They're now doing the new, throughout my neighborhood, they're doing the water meters. And they're relocating the water meters. I had to basically remove all the landscaping in my backyard, along with the little house that I had built for my kids, to basically relocate the line that they're doing in behind my house. It's not me doing it, it's Miami-Dade County that's doing it. They're the ones pulling all the permits, they're the ones that are doing everything. But we were able to find a way that was less intrusive, still caused damage, but less intrusive than what they had proposed. So, again, this is about making sure that people are held accountable that cut down trees in our community. I think that it's a no-brainer. I think we're having way too much discussion over this. I think it's an opportunity to really address issues where somebody cuts a tree down and gets a $500 fine. That's a 50-year-old tree. To me, it goes against our principles and our values here in the city.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. May I suggest that instead of no nails, we say no penetrations?
Of course.
Because there could be nails, spikes, screws,
100%.
dowels, et cetera, so no penetrations.
I'm more than willing to make that amendment, to accept that amendment, excuse me.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with everything you're saying. The only thing is that I think I'd rather have a palm tree than no tree. There's a lot of lots that are smaller, and they might have a hardship in the North Gables. I foresee this being a problem in the North Gables since the lots are a lot smaller.
May I respond?
Absolutely.
What we're trying here to do is to stop people from cutting the tree down. We're not talking about the species we're going to be replacing them with. This is about having a deterrent from somebody cutting a tree down. We're not talking about not planting trees or planting palm trees or anything. We're talking about if there's an existing tree and you want to touch that tree for one reason or another, you have to come to the city and get a permit. If not, you will have a fine that you have to pay. The tree is on the swale. It's owned by the city. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about palm trees. We're not talking about replacing trees with palm trees or not replacing trees.
Yeah, I believe last time we were having a discussion, you said that if no more palm trees, and then it will go to a fund, a tree fund, right?
What I said was, I would like for developers who are coming here to the city to do certain projects to not install palm trees. We want shade trees. And if you go anywhere through the city, most of the trees on the swale, I venture to guess, are over 90%, more than 90%, probably 95% are trees that offer some sort of shade. I mean, maybe around the golf course, Vice Mayor, yeah, go ahead.
Let me just explain. Commissioner Castro, our landscape architect is very capable of selecting trees that fit in place of palm trees that provide some shade and beauty, and they exist in the North Gables. One example that you'll notice near, the Target now is the white tab. Little white flowers, attracts hummingbirds and bees, etc., and it's not a palm tree, and therefore doesn't create the seeds that the palm trees do that are a trip hazard, the palm fronds falling that are a trip hazard. So I think we should trust our landscape architect to make the proper selection for the trees.
Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So just for clarification, Commissioner Castro, so we're not increasing the mitigation of the actual canopy itself, meaning if you have 1,000 square feet of canopy that needs to be replaced, you still have 1,000 square feet of canopy to be replaced. We're not increasing that, we're not modifying that. If you are paying in lieu of, we are increasing that in order to encourage the placing and the planting of some sort of tree, and instead of just basically making a payment. We are reducing the size of a specimen tree from 24 to 18 inches for the purposes of possibly requiring more canopy mitigation. And the big item that I think we've all addressed is that palm trees can no longer be used as part of canopy mitigation.
Because there is no canopy. Because when you plant a palm tree, you're not going to produce a canopy, which again, in my opinion, endangers our community. And if you look at a community that has palm trees, like a lot of other cities, all the people tell me, we envy the foliage and the canopy in the city of Coral Gables. So if somebody can knock down a beautiful shade tree on University like they did adjacent to the hospital and plant a palm tree, you're exposing a whole area, 50 feet, 100 feet circumference, to the sun. And that happened on Ferdinand, where they cut down 2 massive trees that were sick. And now when you go drive by there, they were replaced with two, and Dina and I had this conversation like 2 years ago. They were replaced with 2 small trees, 2 toothpicks, when you compare them to the magnitude of these trees that were probably, what would you say, 75 years old, Dina, maybe even older? And the neighborhood feels the effects. So that's the intent of this legislation. It's to deter people from doing that. And if we have to go down that route for some reason or another, that we don't use palm trees to replace beautiful mature trees. We can relocate the tree. We can plant the tree maybe a few feet away so we get out of the way of a sewer line collection, a water main connection like I'm dealing with right now at my house. But I think that, again, protecting quality of life, protecting our values here in the city, and ensuring that we lower the heat island effect and we're as sustainable as possible. It's the intent of the legislation.
And Mr. Mayor, I guess the point that at least I was trying to make was I don't want to give an option where there is no replacement at all, where you can just pay the fine and not replace the tree. I would like to see some sort of replacement. I think the Vice Mayor said there are options out there. Maybe we can find a way to include in there that there has to be some sort of canopy replacement. It's not just a payment.
So there are zoning requirements on your property. You need to maintain a certain amount of trees. So that is not being adjusted here. That remains the same. But in some homes in, let's say, North Gables or throughout the city, have an overabundance of trees and far exceed that zoning requirement. So we're not modifying that zoning requirement. And that's the reason why we have the canopy mitigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to belabor this a little bit, but I'm going to give you a concrete example. My house has 3 oaks and about like 7 other trees in a swale, fruit trees in addition to that and so forth. And I chose to put in solar panels on my east side of my house, which is the backyard's like a bowling alley. I had palm trees back there, little de minimis things. Gave away most of them, but replacing those would have defeated the purpose of having the solar panels. I planted a tree somewhere else in the city. There was no way I could fit another tree on my lot. There just was no space. So there's an example for you, and I went through the survey, I gave the options to staff at that time, and we found a location for a nice oak, and it's going to be a nice big tree, much more than those palm trees ever would have been.
So I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I have a question before I apologize.
Sorry, you're slow today.
I was listening.
Okay.
The reason I was slow, there was a lot of talking, so that's why. The cost of replacing a palm tree versus another type of tree that provides greater canopy, I'm, thinking about the individual property owners' undue burden with this legislation. I agree, we need greater canopy. I think back in the day, compared to today, we have much more canopy in Coral Gables than we did 50 years ago. But I'm a little bit concerned, at least at this moment, on what it would be financially to property owners going with a different type of tree.
So, Mayor, can we just clarify, this is not replacing a palm tree with a palm tree, right? It would be, you cannot use palm trees to replace other canopy.
That's all I'm saying.
Is that?
That's what I've been trying. The problem is that we've let the train, trains left the station. So now this legislation is not even anywhere close to what my colleagues are talking about. So can we get back to the point of the legislation?
I mean, I'll have to, in terms of pricing, I'll have to defer to Green Space Management if they want to chime in on what the difference in cost is. So the tree mitigation that it currently stands are not small palm trees. Even your small palm tree, which only granted you 100 square feet of canopy mitigation, had to be a 6-foot clear trunk. So these are not small palm trees, and the large palms were 10 feet clear trunks. So they were substantial in size. So I'm not sure what the cost difference would be.
But the point of the legislation is, if you cut a tree down, like was cut in my neighborhood, without a permit, you cannot replace it with a palm tree. You can't. That's the whole point of the legislation. So I'm not saying that anybody can install palm trees in the city wherever they like, on their property, they can do that. But if you cut down a beautiful oak, beautiful black olive, something that is substantial, that has a canopy, that is really part of the community, you can't just replace it with a small, thin palm tree. And that was allowed before. We're just basically qualifying the fines and making sure that people understand that if you cut down a tree, you're going to have to replace it with a tree that Dean and her team will review to make sure it's up to the certain standards. Can we replace it with the same 50-year-old tree? It's an impossibility. The cost would be, how much would it, the cost could be $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 to replace a tree of that magnitude. Plus, we can't find them.
You can't find them.
We can't find them. So we have to replace it with a smaller, similar variety, which will provide shade in the future. We do not want to see our people cutting down trees on the swale like this happened, which is owned by the city, and replacing them with palm trees. Unless that's the will of the commission. It's not my will and what I want to do, because I think it would negatively affect our property values and our quality of life here. That is the intent of the legislation. There's nothing else out there. Am I correct with the intent of the legislation?
Yes, to encourage the tree canopy with shade trees. And just addressing issue with cost, I want to bring up that the Tree Trust Fund, we use that in our division. We use those funds to plant trees all over the city and public right-of-way wherever we find the need. The cost of construction has increased to find trees of any size, like the mayor's requesting we put larger trees where we can. It's very difficult. It's more costly. The cost of everything's gone up to hire the contractors to come in to plant the trees. So
Recently, we passed legislation regarding landscaping trucks and stuff like that, and we agreed to have a period of education, letting everyone know that the changes are coming. I don't know if my colleagues would be open to having that period of educating the public as to these changes prior to it taking effect. We did it with the landscaping trucks out of a courtesy, and I think that would be a good compromise.
Commissioner, if I may, as a sponsor of the legislation, this deals with trees on the swale that belong to the city that are cut down without a permit. This is not an issue where somebody's unaware of what's happening. This is happening on the weekends and at night. As Dina will tell you, people know exactly here in the city that you require a permit to do certain things. I sponsored the legislation years ago that does not allow for construction to happen on weekends in the exterior of a home. People know that when they come to pull a permit, because staff provides them with a letter that says, these are some of the requirements in regards to doing construction in our city. Everything from the dumpster companies that are approved, to the fact that that you can only do work during these certain hours, what permits do you need to get? All these kind of things are very clearly delineated when you come and pull a permit. In regards to the trees, I don't have an issue with what you're saying, but I have a concern. Are we giving people a window to continue doing this before we could fine them appropriately for actually cutting down a tree on the swale? For example, the one on University. The one on University cut down a huge tree, taking away a huge portion of tree canopy and shade from an area that needed it. I drive through that street every single day. And they planted a tiny little tree that will take, how long, Dina? I'm not a tree expert. How long do you think that tree will take to maybe get to 50% of the tree canopy?
If it's a live oak, I believe it's a live oak that you're talking about, 30, 40 years.
Okay. So why does that community have to pay the consequences? Because an individual did not want to have a black olive sap, staining their property or their sidewalk. I think the appropriate thing to do is come and have a conversation. Like, Dina, we deal with residents probably on a weekly basis where you and I have to speak to them and explain to them and go visit them and say, look, we can't cut this tree. Maybe what we'll do is we'll trim it back here. We'll try to push it away. Let's see if we can move the parking area. Let's treat it with the process that we have to treat it so that the larva, which is the real issue in regards to black olives, is minimized as much as possible. We try to find solutions, because when you cut that tree down, there's no solution when you replace it with a tiny little tree that's going to take 40 or 50 years to eventually provide a canopy. So this is a simple. I never thought that on second reading this would have so much back and forth on trying to protect our trees and increase fines to ensure that people abide by the rules. But again, if it's not the will of the commission, I completely understand that. We're not stopping anybody from planting palm trees in their house. We're not stopping anybody from, coming to Dina and say, hey, Dina, I'd like to cut this tree down for one reason or another because I have a septic tank that's in the way, I have a pool that's in the way, or I want to build a pool, or I want to build an addition, but I'm going to mitigate it in this fashion. But that's not really up for discussion today. What we're discussing is protecting the city's canopy, correct? Protecting the city's canopy, which belongs to everyone. Yes, Vice Mayor.
So the unintended consequence of doing something like that is people behave in response. They did it when a state statute passed because allowing trees to be removed, where you cut it down and you give the excuse later as to why you cut it down. You're going to give them a window of opportunity to get it done at a lower fine. And I see the same behavior in industry. Taxes are going up on something. Therefore, we take that window of opportunity to clear as much stuff that we can through customs at the lower excise tax rate or the lower duty rate before the law changes. The unintended consequences here could be dramatic. Everybody in Coral Gables knows you're not allowed to touch a city tree without asking the city. And we have 7 tree trimming trucks out there, 7 crews, as opposed to the 1 that the county has. We can cover it. Dina has been fantastic. I sent her pictures of dead trees or trees that are of concern, and she's on it right away. So let's not promote people to damage our city's trees by giving them a window of opportunity to do so and hurry up and get it done before the fines, are implemented. This has been a long time overdue. We've called for this before on our commission. Let's take the leadership position and get it done.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, perhaps a way to provide some notice is to approve the item and require that staff put out the information as to what has been, the action that has been taken by the commission and what the process is to apply for the permit on our e-news. That way, we are taking action and we're providing information so that residents are alerted tomorrow, because the e-news will go out tomorrow, as to the action taken by the commission today and what the process is for them to legally followed to take whatever steps they needed to.
Hoping that this would have passed, never count your chickens. Hoping that something this simple and beneficial for the city would pass with so much less discourse. I had already spoken to Martha and Dina about putting it out there like we do with garbage and like we do with a lot of different things. So that's already discussed. It's an afterthought in regards to continuing to do everything in our power as a city to educate the residents about upholding our standards. Is there any other further conversation or issues or concerns?
Last legal question, is this retroactive in terms of, I guess if someone did cut prior to this vote and they're in the process of replacing, does it impact them or future action? Because it's sort of, I don't think we should pass anything that's retroactive.
It's not retroactive.
So I think Assistant City Attorney was going to clarify a little bit of the intent of the legislation. Thank you.
So taking a step back, this particular ordinance has a couple of changes. There's 16 pages of the tree code that is here. There are small changes throughout. A lot of it is cleanup.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mention and reference to court of competent jurisdiction. We never take these items to court. And if we want to take the court, we don't have to write it on the code. We can still do that. So this is a lot of cleanup. We have increased the tree mitigation for the canopy. If you want to pay it out, it's from $1,500 up to $2,500. Palm trees are no longer included as part of mitigation. The fines for cutting a tree in the city right of way, we are capped by state statute. That is $15,000. Yep. That's what we have here. I think F9 may be addressing that a little bit better because that's going to be our, for the lack of a better term, sentencing guideline that we're going to do for best practices, our recommendation as staff before the code enforcement board, because at the end of the day, we do not want to bind a quasi-judicial board. We do not want to bind the code enforcement board and say for every single case, you have to do $15,000. No, they still have the ability to review the facts of the case and make their decision.
But if I may add something to that for the consideration of the commission and our team, we should send, when we send out notice in regards to the changes, we should send a notice stating very clearly there's a $15,000 fine, possible up to $15,000 fine if you cut a tree that belongs to the city. Okay? That should be stated very, very clearly. And again, the commission can talk about it, if they like, we can have a sunshine meeting. I don't think there should be any mercy for anybody who, on a weekend, on a weekday, cuts down a tree on a swale, especially a tree that takes 50, 60, 70 years to grow. Because that tree doesn't belong to you. That tree belongs to my daughters. That tree belongs to all the future kids who live in this community who walk on this street. And to me, that's an assault, a direct assault on our quality of life here in the city. And someone needs to be made very clear that it's up to $15,000. And, we should repeat that over and over and over again so that people do not make that mistake and come to the city and have a conversation in regards to whatever ails them in regards to a tree that could be potentially affecting their sidewalk, could be potentially affecting their property, whatever that may be. There's always a way, there's always an answer to find a solution. We just dealt with a resident right now who we trimmed her tree and it was staining her car. We were able to find a solution to that. It may be temporary, but we keep working on it. We're not cutting down a massive tree in North Gables. Because remember, it's very easy to cut that tree down. It's very difficult to replace it. And it affects our property values. So we have to be very, very, very careful and send a strong message to not allow this to perpetuate in our city. So if there's any other further comment, we have a motion on the floor.
With all due apology, I don't know if I got an answer. Let's say there's a property owner in the process of mitigation. Tree was cut. It hasn't been replaced. We're working with the city. They're working with the city. We make these changes. I'm for greater fines protecting our tree canopy. But what happens to those property owners that are halfway through the process?
If the commission has a particular will, if you'd like to make it, if the request is already in permitting, that it would not apply, we can include that as part of the language.
I'd be comfortable with that. Just out of
So obviously, if you cut your tree yesterday, but you're not permitting, you're still liable. But if you're already fixing it, you're going through the permitting process, if you've pulled the permit, then that would no longer.
I think the concern that somebody, if we wait a month or 2 months, that somebody will start cutting trees. If we just do it going forward, you cut a tree, it impacts you. But if you're halfway through the process with the city, I don't know about, changing some of the rules and procedures halfway through the due process we allow them.
As currently drafted, it becomes effective immediately upon passage, but we can include some language that basically is.
I think we can perhaps specify that for those changes to the mitigation, that would be effective for those who apply for permits after today. We can do it that way, just for that specific change to the code.
Okay.
Which Commissioner, I think that's the mitigation issue would be going forward would be that prior permits would be prior issues would be under the current procedure. I think the mitigation is the issue that you're worried about.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's clear and that if there are property owners halfway through the process, that we don't all of a sudden move the goal line or the goalpost a little bit while they're in process. But going forward, the stricter the better, because we need to protect our canopy.
We can make that change. That's not an issue.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and I want to confirm that it's the palm trees are allowed on a property. However, you cannot replace it for canopy loss. You cannot use a palm tree for canopy loss. That's what this legislation is saying, correct?
That is 100% correct.
So let's just put it on the record. Palm trees are allowed. You cannot replace it. You cannot replace canopy loss with a palm tree.
Correct.
Okay.
Sounds right.
That was always the intent.
Yes. I'm not sure who made the motion and who made the second.
I don't think there's a second.
I have a motion, but no second.
But is it amended?
As amended by Commissioner Menendez?
As amended.
I'll second that.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. We have a 10 a.m. time certain.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, before you move on, would you like to
F9.
take a vote on
I
F9?
apologize. F9.
F9, I believe I already kind of gave a quick recap. Basically, we don't want to bind the code enforcement board, but we want to provide some sort of guidelines more for staff. So when we take cases to the board, we kind of have some consistency across the board, specifically when it comes to city trees and things of that nature.
A great idea.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. We have time certain H1. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come right back. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We will move on to our time certain item at 10 o'clock, H1. Thank you for your patience. Team, welcome. Welcome, Naomi. Thank you for everything you've been doing. I appreciate the entire team. Please take it away.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Naomi Levy-Garcia, Assistant City Attorney. Can we please have the presentation? I'd just like to introduce our wonderful lobbying team. We have here with us Nelson, Rana, Gabby, Jared, and Kate. Fortunately, our commission had the foresight to assemble this fabulous team that has helped us in Tallahassee for many years now. And we have seen tremendous success, both on the funding side and on the policy side. So the lobbying team would like to take you through a brief presentation to recap our successes this last session and to give you a little overview, a little preview of what to expect next session. And we'd love to hear from you as well. And they'll give us a few words, a brief presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, Mr. Manager. Thank you again for the privilege of representing Coral Gables in Tallahassee. It really is an honor for us to represent a premier municipality like Coral Gables, and so we're very honored to be here and very grateful. As Naomi mentioned, by the way, she's fantastic to work with, so thank you for having her here with us. Rana with Ron Book and Gabby with Ron Book's office. Mr. Book is unable to be here. He had something, a previous engagement he had to be out of town for. Jared Rosenstein with Capital City Consulting, and then Kate Deloche with my firm, with the Southern Group. So I'm going to let, you're going to do policy. Okay, Kate and Jared and Rana and Gabby are going to talk a little bit about policy, and then we'll go through budget.
So there were a couple of bills we just wanted to highlight in terms of policy from last session. The first one was the local regulation of non-conforming or unsafe structures.
As you know, that would have preempted the local governments from being able to demolish and then set the rezoning of properties that were deemed unsafe structures. The mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners came up and were extremely helpful in helping us in the House committee on this. We expect this issue to come back next year. We're hearing that it might be coming back modified, but we have not seen any drafts yet, so we will keep an eye out for that and keep you all informed on that.
The next bill that we're going to talk about is Senate Bill 1170, House Bill 111. That's the flooding and sea level rise vulnerability study. So DEP has an office, and that's the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. They have an office of coastal resiliency. That office has a grant program that municipalities can tap into. This bill expanded that grant program to allow municipalities to tap into it for studies and permitting based on sea level rise projects and coastal flooding projects that municipalities can use to mitigate DEP's plan on sea level rise. What's interesting about this legislation is that the money that they allocated is actually being really well used. If you ask DEP about it, a lot of us represent municipalities, cities and counties are tapping into it. So it's a positive program, and it works into their floodplain master plan, sea level rise master plan. So it's a good thing for the city to be able to work with DEP on getting that grant money.
And the last bill we just wanted to highlight from a policy perspective was SB 154, HB 799, and that was flood insurance requirements. This was sort of the first effort to address some of the unintended consequences that came out of the special session on insurance, that requirement that if you have a citizen's policy, you have to have a flood insurance policy. So among other things, this legislation, one, it included funding for a state wind mitigation study, which long-term should help identifying those features that we know in South Florida we put into our houses that really help mitigate against wind. But it also corrected an unintended consequence from that initial legislation that was requiring condo owners who were maybe on the fourth floor of a sixth floor building to have an individual flood insurance policy, despite having an umbrella policy for the association. So we did see that tweak. We'll continue to monitor anything related to insurance because we know that continues to be a big issue for residents across the state and especially in South Florida. And with that, I'll kick it over to Nelson for some good news on the appropriations front. I know you already saw our wonderful sponsors this morning, but.
Yeah, can we actually go to the next slide? I want to go to that one first for a second. So here you can see as an overview of the number of years that we've been working with the city, and the last one, 2023, you can see that the total number that the city received after budgeting and after vetoes was almost $3.8 million, which is really extraordinary for a city to receive such a large number, a large amount of money, but divided over a large number of projects. You can see sort of the progression. We can go back to the individual projects. So these are the individual projects that comprise that appropriation. You can see 6 projects. I think the city submitted a total of 7. And to receive 6 out of 7, again, is extraordinary. Most cities submit 4 or 5 and get 1, maybe 2. So we're really proud of the work we've done. Of course, what we do for the city could not be done if it wasn't for the help of your extraordinary elected officials. So an enormous debt of gratitude to your senators and your representative for Coral Gables, because they really do go to bat and work really hard to make sure Coral Gables gets what it needs and what its residents want. So these are the projects that we had last year. The force main replacement program was fully funded at $700. A fire station, not a lot of fire stations got through, almost $1 million. The trolley stop improvements, which would be really nice and helpful here, $500,000. The Venetian pool repairs, which we had to play with that one somewhat to make sure that one got through. And then the resurfacing program as well, and the bridge repairs. These are all programs divided in different silos, some water projects, some transportation projects, and then the fire station was government operations budget. So again, these guys are extraordinary. Your members, your representatives and senators are extraordinary, and we really appreciate the ability to work with you.
So thank you again. I don't know, do you have anything else on the presentation, or?
That is,
that's the last slide?
That is it. We know you all
No,
have to review projects still moving forward, but we have been working with Naomi on identifying some options for this session. And I think what she sent is a really good mix of water projects and infrastructure and all the things we like to see. But we look forward to hearing.
I'd like to see if we can take another crack. Maybe this year we have an opportunity with the windows again. I know it's been a tough lift here in City Hall. I just want to make sure, because we gave our gratitude to our state representatives and our senators who represent the city of Coral Gables. But there is an individual who I've had the pleasure of getting close as a result of your introduction, Representative Mooney. He carried the water, no pun intended, on the fire station. And he doesn't represent us here in the city, but he obviously represents the state of Florida. And, you know, a true gentleman, an individual who takes incredible pride in service. And it's always a pleasure to see him and for him to step up to the plate like that. I just want to make sure that we put it on the record, and that if you could, because you're going to obviously see him before I do, just make sure to say thank you. We're blessed to have him representing the state of Florida. So thank you for that. That means a lot. That means a lot to us, and hopefully he'll help us out this year again. Because I know that he's got a list of items that he will be addressing for his community. But it was a big help for us to get this across the finish line. Almost $1 million for that fire station is a big deal. So please, again, thank you to your staff. Thank you to my office, along with Naomi, who worked hand in hand with the manager's team to bring back record-breaking numbers. Thank you to the vice mayor, the previous, and then the Commissioner Menendez, along with the previous commissioners, Vice Mayor Mena and Commissioner Force, for being so active and ensuring that we can bring back record numbers. Many visits, many outings, supporting a lot of individuals, candidates, to ensure that we get our voices heard and that the people of this community get their needs met. So thank you. God bless all of you. I appreciate you. Looking forward to seeing you in Tallahassee.
Thank you all.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to, before we go to 10:30, time certain.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We could go back to 2-1. The board member is here.
All right, we'll move back to 2-1. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm Anna Pernas, the Director of Historical Resource and Cultural Arts. I just wanted to introduce the board member, Michael Maxwell, is here on behalf of the Historic Preservation Board to answer any questions that you all might have regarding 2-1. Thank you.
Hey, Michael, how are you? Thank you for your service, more importantly.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be of service to you and the council, and most of all to our city. We have a resolution before you today that was passed by the board as a request to the City Commission. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. It's 23-6358, a resolution of the Historic Preservation Board requesting that the City Commission direct that any alterations to the City Hall complex's windows proceeding pursuant to Section 1-104 of the city's zoning code be done in consultation with the city's Historic Preservation Officer and be presented to the city's Historic Preservation Board for review and feedback, which is our current process now. So we were just encouraging the city, just to follow that, just in case. So we understand the sensitivity of this particular item and these particular items and would like to support you.
Listen, again, this is a major project that the manager and I, along with members of the commission, have been pushing for. I think we tried 2 years in a row in the state.
Oh, yeah.
2 years in a row. It's been a priority. It's fallen short. Something that hopefully we'll be able to get to the finish line very soon. And again, it's obvious to consult with our historic team to ensure that we put forth our best foot forward. Because this building deserves it. Historic preservation is a major priority for us here in the city, and it's really, part of the many attributes that define us here in the city of Coral Gables. So, more importantly, I just want to say thank you to you and to the entire historic preservation team, our new director, the manager. A very good choice in her selection, along with everyone who serves on that board. Again, it's a major priority for us, and hopefully we'll be able to find a solution to bring home this project.
We appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and support you. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions?
Question for the city attorney. Is something we should make a motion on to adopt?
It's up to the commission. This is the resolution of the Historic Preservation Board that's coming to you, meaning they're asking you to do something, so it's up to the commission whether they would like to do something. I know the manager has already expressed that he is already working with the city's Historic Preservation Officer, and he can elaborate on that if necessary, so that part is already being done.
We have put in a tremendous amount of time in making in the window effort to make sure that they're appropriate for the building. We've looked at all types of different designs. We're currently working on a steel composite aluminum design to keep the profiles. We've put a lot of time into it and are getting towards the end. We've been working with a preservation officer, and we'll be happy to present to the board before we make that final decision. But I want to assure the board that we've been putting a lot of effort into it to make sure that cost.
We understand.
And as the representative from the board just stated before, your own words, this is the process that already exists. This is the process that we follow.
Exactly. This is simply a restatement of the process that we already had in support of the commission.
And it would be detrimental as a city to deviate from that process, especially when you're talking about such an important historic project like this one. So,
and we haven't approached the preservation board yet because I don't feel we're there yet. We're tweaking the design, but I think we're coming up with a kind of a marquee design for this building, and I think it's going to be looked at from a preservation perspective for other buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mayor,
I would like to move a motion to accept this resolution.
I'll second.
Before we do that, the city attorney and the vice mayor had some comments.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. I'll clarify after.
No, I was going to ask the chairman of the board, the support from this commission after what you've heard. I'm sure it would delight the board to hear that we have adopted this resolution. We're not required to, although we're following this procedure. To just know that we appreciate the board's input, because I think the more eyes examine something, we always end up with a better result in the end. So, I'd be happy to move this and applaud your dedication to be part of this process.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor.
Madam City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, I just would like to clarify that if we proceed under Section 1-104 of the zoning code, this topic or this matter would not be required to go before the Historic Preservation Board, but I understand that the manager is willing to do so, just as for their non-binding recommendation, their feedback, and so forth.
Correct.
Madam Paul? Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second, unless there's any other further comments.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much. Moving on to G1. Time certain for 10:30.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the concept and commissioning of a work of public art by R&R Studios in conjunction with the Village Development Project encompassing the city block bordered by Segovia Street, Malaga Avenue, Hernando Street, and Santander Avenue in fulfillment of the Art in Public Places requirement for public art and private development.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Specialist with the city. MG Developer with the Village Development Project is coming before the Commission today with a petition waiver request of the Art in Public Places fee requirement. We do have a presentation, if we can get that up. So the site is bordered on Segovia, Malaga Avenue, Hernando Street, and Santander Street. The development team worked collaboratively with DLGV architects and urbanists to select an artist to design artwork to integrate with the project overall, and chose to collaborate with R&R Studios, who they previously worked with on the Balboa Plaza public art installations. So we have representatives from MG Developer here this morning that would like to just give a little overview of the project.
Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, Vice Mayor, Commissioner. Thank you for having us. My name is Jenny Ducret. I represent the MG Developer.
It's just two slides. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. I think some of you are already familiar with the Village of Merrick Park, the village at Coral Gables. But I'll just go over it very briefly because this is about the presentation of the artist. So the Village of Coral Gables proposes residential units organized around common outdoor spaces such as garden courts, courtyards, villas, and mews. The village finds inspiration in the Garden City and the City Beautiful movements that also inspired George Merrick. The four typologies respond to their immediate context, which range from duplex on one side to low-density multifamily on the other. Similarly to our office, R&R Studios art is characterized by their consideration of the place where they are installing. And so place always informs their work, and their work transforms the place. And it's very magical to see their installations. So I'm gonna hand it over to our dear friends Roberto and Rosario.
Okay, so first I'm just going to tell a little bit about the section of the code before I introduce the artist, and then the developer has asked that the artist present their concept. So we are following zoning code section, Article 9, Section 9-103B, which allows petition of a waiver by acquiring or commissioning artwork with an appraised value equal to or greater than the amount of the Art in Public Places fee that is otherwise required. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. R&R Studios is the artist team of Roberto Bejar and Rosario Marquat. Bejar and Marquat received their diplomas in architecture in Argentina. Bejar has been a visiting artist at the Getty Research Center in Los Angeles and received a visual arts fellowship from the American Academy in Rome. He has been a visiting professor at Harvard University, Cornell, the University of Maryland, and is now a full professor, so a little update to our side here, at the University of Miami School of Architecture. R&R Studios has created award-winning landmark projects in Miami, Denver, Austin, and Phoenix, among others, and their work has received numerous awards, including recognition by Americans
for the arts as one of the best public art projects for 2007 and 2013. So now I'm going to turn it over to them to talk about the project.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, for giving us this opportunity to present our vision for this project. Sorry.
Yes, thank you as well to each and every one of you. Our proposal is to, we call it Coral Light Way, and very simply stated, it is to embrace the exceptional architecture of the village by De La Guardia Victoria Architects and Urbanists, as well as MG developers. The idea is to create a series of 22 light sculptures, lamps indeed, that create a distinctive and subtle dreamscape within the city of Coral Gables. The project offers residents and visitors a memorable walking experience, weaving together public art and everyday life. That's pretty much the intention of the project.
Oops. So this was a...
Here we see the...
Sorry, I meant to go backwards so you can see the daytime version.
So literally the project Coral Light Way embraces the block itself, and in a very subtle but distinctive way lights up this block as a unique experience in Coral Gables. The artwork itself, as I mentioned, is comprised of 22 custom-made lamps. They're really one piece of 22 parts. They highlight the block, and what else can we say?
The uniqueness of the project and what the intention of the project is to create a beautiful walk through the block. It will be it's inspired, when we go to Coral Gables and when we see the city of Coral Gables, there are always surprises, the gateways, the pergolas. It's a city that was planned with the users in mind, to be surprised by what they see. You don't see it in any other city. And following that tradition, we wanted to create some kind of, whoa, this is different. And the idea of embracing the block with this unique and never seen before lamps, and to create this walk, we think that it will be some of these unique moments that we see in Coral Gables.
Yeah, it's something that in Coral Gables happens often. We particularly enjoy places like, for example, places that were done by the very vision of George E. Merrick, like Columbus Avenue, for instance, where the same kind of tree runs all the way, almost from all the way to the Biltmore, defining a landscape that is very, very unique to the city of Coral Gables and creates a completely distinct experience that belongs to this city and no other.
And even Merrick had this idea, and he started with this white way, I think it was the name, these lamps. It was part of his artistic project for Coral Gables. So when we saw that it was part of his idea, we were very enthusiastic. Okay, let's keep on thinking in that way. That is functional art. That is functional because it's needed. We need the lamps, but suddenly creating something special for the city of Coral Gables.
Yes, one of the distinct aspects that we admire the most about Coral Gables, that makes it unique among cities across the country, is that George E. Merrick had this vision of integrated art to everyday life, public art as part of everyday life. So in fact, when one thinks of the city of Coral Gables, one thinks of public art as architecture, public art as urban design, first and foremost. The gateways, the city hall itself, but also functional elements like pergolas at the intersection of certain streets, like benches that offer themselves to the walker around town. Even in the one of the houses that Georgie Mary has, there is underneath a balcony, there is a bench actually that is offered to people walking around. It's a very generous, in a way, attitude. It's not art for those that know about the subject. It's not art for the artists themselves, in this case Rosario and Roberto, but it's art that is meant to be one with the city itself, and become part of this unique experience that is the city of Coral Gables.
And for the neighborhood to enjoy, because it's an art that you can use, that you could be part of the art. It's not just a piece that you may like it or not, but this is like a stage where people will be walking around or be surprised. Suddenly you're driving and you see, oh my God, this is different. Yeah. So that's the idea, everyday life and art.
Yeah, it's oh my God, but at the same time it's subtle. And that combination of subtlety and surprise is something that is very unique to Coral Gables, actually.
So these are just some of the specifications of it, and then a drawing of the lamp itself, a little more up close. And then we just wanted to talk a little bit about the materials and maintenance for the piece. So the lamps are going to be constructed of a very durable, high-quality stainless steel. They're coated with an acrylic polyurethane painted custom color. The lamp globes are also going to be handmade opal glass. The electrical components are going to be UL approved. It's just technical information. The materials are resistant to rust and can withstand exposure to the elements. We wanted to point out and make sure that the developer is aware that they are required to provide for the perpetual maintenance of the artwork in accordance with the City of Coral Gables Art in Public Places funding goals and implementation guidelines, which will be memorialized in a covenant for encroachment into the right-of-way to run with the land. Approval of the request is also contingent upon the appropriate execution of a covenant acceptable to the City Attorney's Office, including documented coordination with Florida Power and Light, and a signed agreement detailing the responsibility for the ongoing maintenance. Very important.
Catherine, if I may just talk about maintenance since we're touching on that. Madam City Attorney, the word that was used in describing the responsibility was developer. Once a developer sells all the units, the developer leaves the premise unless they're going to manage the project. I think we should make sure to include HOA, homeowner association, because the developer is an entity that produced a project, but once they're finished with the project, since it's not a rental project, they will be selling the project individually. A developer can do a rental project and sell the entire project, but I want to make sure that it's the HOA. And I'll tell you why. These lamps are going to require, they're beautiful, it's just going to require a lot of maintenance. And I think that in the maintenance in the sense of you just want to keep it clean. You want to keep it clean. And I'll give you an example. The other work that you did in the city, the lamps are beautiful, but the location of the lamps are not the best location. And you're kind of having to balance something what we talked about before, a tree that produces a lot of little berries and fruits, which again requires that your sculpture, which is a conceptual sculpture, have extensive maintenance and have to be cleaned a lot. I think that we need to really address the maintenance on that sculpture itself. I know it's our city responsibility.
We are, yes.
Because it looks great when it's clean, but when it's not clean and it gets dirty very quickly as a result of the tree, we're not cutting the tree down. We're not cutting that tree down.
No.
So I'll tell you that much. If it's up to me, we move the sculpture. We move the sculpture, but we're not cutting that tree down. But I don't want to see the same situation happen here with black olives, because there is black olives there. And I can already foresee a maintenance nightmare where you have these beautiful sculptures and giving off a beautiful light and then having an issue where they don't look so nice because they're covered in that tar. So just putting it out there, besides the fact that, it should not be the developer, because the developer builds it and it's long gone. It should be, in my opinion, but I leave it up to our attorney who has a lot more experience than I do, it should be the HOA or some sort of entity to provide that perpetual maintenance. That's my opinion.
We agree completely.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
So we talked about Columbus Boulevard, as being a beautiful street, and you have the tree-lined street. They're all basically the same tree, all basically the same lighting. We have a similar condition on Segovia. We have oak-lined street with oaks in the middle of the street. And in this one block, we're proposing to put different types of lights. I mean, we don't have exactly white way lights on Segovia, but they are, of that same motif. You have the glass globe on the top, there's a city light, the silver pole. They kind of blend in. That's part of my concern. And as the mayor brought up, there are black olives on either side. This is a residential neighborhood. These are huge trees. So, in context of the way the photos are shown, it's not clear that, the size of the trees, the staining that they do, and that they will indeed do this. These are single-family homes, not a commercial district that this is in. And I noticed that the poles are red. It kind of clashes with the rest of the neighborhood. Perspective, I guess, is everything. I walk my dog down that street almost every single day. Depends on which direction I head out, more towards Biltmore Way or more towards the youth center. And if this was in the interior of the property, I would not have these concerns. But then we also, I don't see anything in here covering the Kelvin rating, the warmness of the light, the brightness of the light. We have apartment buildings across the street. All these things have to be considered. We criticize parking lot signs over their color and try to have the Coral Gables motif. But these poles are red. I mean, it just...
If I may. Yeah.
Look orange, red, depends
Coral,
on...
to be precise.
The idea is that for them to be a coral color in order to celebrate one of the motifs of the city, Coral Gables. So the idea is to quote the color that Merrick refers to when naming the city Coral Gables. I understand that perhaps in the presentation it appears to be red, but you can rest assured that it's not red. It would be totally out of place. You are right.
Coral color,
yeah.
And it will be the same color that is painted the sidewalk. So it's very subtle, but it's different, and that is the idea. And regarding doing the art project inside the building or outside the building, we discussed that alternative, and we thought we are using this money that is Coral Gables money. I don't know how to budget from Coral Gables. Why are we going to do it inside the building? Let's do something for the neighborhood, to create something that is thought not just to the owners of the building, but to the neighbors. This is a very unique, each street has a kind of different constituency that lives around the neighbor. And we say, why we cannot try to make the street a little bit more beautiful? Just a touch to say, here we are and we are thinking about the neighbors. We are thinking, we want to surprise you with something that you haven't seen. You don't have to go to a mall to celebrate, to see something extraordinary. This is very subtle. The lights are, the lumens is the lumens required by the city. They will be very, very, very soft, but it will create a dreamscape. These balls floating, it's going to be completely different, but it's familiar, but because of the repetition, it will become fantastic. It will become something that you haven't seen, and you will ask, oh my God, this is different. But I can assure you, because we know Coral Gables, and it's very subtle, but it will, like when you see a gate, that it blends, one of the Coral Gables gates or pergolas, that are extraordinary if you see it in a drawing, but it blends with the character of the city. And that is our point of departure. But we really wanted to do it for the neighbor, not just for the owners of the building. Okay. We want to offer...
Let me just interrupt you. In order for me to evaluate whether or not this is something that the neighbors would like, okay, number one, we need more information. The colors quite bright looking here. There's no information about the Kelvin or lumen ratings, and we already have some lights on Miracle Mile that folks have expressed their displeasure in the brightness of those lights. These are single-family homes across the street. I would like more information to be able to provide to those neighbors, go door to door, and get their input. This is going to be out their front doors. And then you have the impact on Segovia. We're talking about streetscapes and so forth, and we have all the same lights, and all of a sudden, we have this change, okay?
Commissioner?
It doesn't, it's inconsistent with the typical planning process we do on these major boulevards, and Segovia is one of our major boulevards.
We are required, the project is required to provide street lighting around the perimeter of the block. And that street lighting has to meet a very, very specific criteria in terms of lumens. And so photometrics have been done, have been produced in order to establish how much light each one of these fixtures has to give. The advantage of these lights is that they will be able to control the lumens at each fixture. It was actually very challenging to find locations for all these lights because of, one, the trees, two, the root system of the trees, all the infrastructure and utility coming into light. So we have very carefully tried to create sort of even spacing around the block in order to get sort of even lighting. One of the complaints of the neighbor across the street on Malaga was that when we demolished the existing apartments, the street went black. And she wanted, the developer to provide lighting while the project was getting built because her street had suddenly just gone completely black. And so she was sending us messages, can you provide lighting? Can you provide lighting? This is very dark, And so I think the neighbors will welcome. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is if we put Coral Gables streetlights, which is what we would be required to place, I think that it would be the city who would be required to do maintenance on the street lights. And here you're taking that out of the, now you're giving that maintenance not to the city, but now the developer is responsible to that maintenance. Whatever problems we were going to have with the artwork, we would have had with the regular street lights. And so now it's no longer the city of Coral Gables responsible for the maintenance, but now as an art piece, it's the developer and homeowners association who will be in charge of maintaining this. So we're actually taking some scope of work off of the city's.
I understand.
But the neighbors are complaining about darkness.
It happens at every single project. It happened over in the craft section when the lights went down and they put in some temporary lights. But that's a construction project issue, not a long-term issue. And based upon what I'm seeing here now, in the presentation that was done now, I'm unprepared to vote in favor of this because I need to, have better representation of what this color is. You're telling me it's some coral and it doesn't stand out that brightly, but that's not what I'm seeing in the pictures, okay? And to get the buy-in from that, and again, we're talking about the streetscape on Segovia. I'd like to hear from the neighbors. They live and walk there. They're going to be looking at this. I don't want to, say, well, the developer said and that it wasn't going to be that bright, but it ended up being that bright, and then, what were you thinking? Why didn't you reach out to us? Well, I want to do that outreach now, because an ounce of effort now is worth 30,000 pounds of it later.
Yeah. The brightness, we're not even, we have to meet the minimum code, and that's what it will be. It's the lumens required, so.
I'm talking about the brightness of this.
Oh, the brightness of the color, not the brightness of the light.
Of this color
I'm sorry.
just stands out like a sore thumb. And I'm sorry to be blunt about it, but because we keep going on about it, I need to make sure you understand what I'm talking about.
Okay, I misunderstood.
With chips of the color?
We can provide you with a sample of the color that maybe will help you. Well, one thing that I want to share with you, Vice Mayor, is that among other things, I don't live in Coral Gables, but I do work in Coral Gables. I work at the University of Miami. I'm here every single day since 35 years ago. And I'm also the author of a book, perhaps the most important reference book on the city of Coral Gables, an American Garden City, published in 1996, I believe, or around that time. And I'm very, very familiar and love this very place. That's why for us, for Rosario and I, it's an honor to be working with both the architects and the developer on the city of Coral Gables, in this very place that we love and that I spent 5 years doing a book about, to tell the truth. And I don't know if you have a copy of the book, but it's a really good one. I'd love to share it with you if you don't have a copy. So rest assured, that only goes to say that I'm not only familiar with the city, but that I love the city because I'm here every single day for the most part of my life, 40 years approximately. And that I want to, the work that we do is to actually not only preserve, but perhaps, if possible, enhance just a little bit, you know, in the tradition of this very place. We don't work against the tradition of places. You can see it already in Balboa Plaza, I think. You can see that our work is not about ourselves, but about the neighbors and the city. And that is in every single place we worked at, from Seattle to Coral Gables, you know, and beyond.
If I may, first off, Gables Village, the villas and the townhomes, what I've seen is being planned is absolutely gorgeous. I tell people if George Merrick were alive today, he would build that. Conceptually, the concept of uniformity around the block makes sense to me. I do think we need to make sure that all the questions are answered because they're all, I think, very valid questions. With regards to the color, I recall when they finished the restoration of the Biltmore Hotel, the color that went on the exterior wall, people were horrified. Who came up with the idea? This is horrible, they've lost their minds, and then they realized, oh, these colors were actually the original colors. They took the paint off the layer after decades of layers till they found original colors. So, you know, from a historical perspective, you know, colors sort of grow on us, but I understand, you know, we don't want a shock value either. It's supposed to integrate and include the surrounding areas. I recall when the Coral Gables Youth Center was stored some decades ago, they had these wooden field lights that were short and would light 5 blocks into residential neighborhoods. And the idea was come up with tall lights that point down. And there was pushback and petitions and protests. And the day they turned on those lights, people go, oh, this really works. So, you know, it's a matter of engaging the neighbors, as the Vice Mayor said, making sure the questions are answered. I think the most important question is maintenance and who's responsible, who's not, and how that works. I think conceptually is something we can work with, but let's just make sure we engage the neighbors and we answer questions and, you know, see how we go forward, in my opinion.
I would, first off, it's your artwork, and it's a very beautiful piece. I think the Vice Mayor said it well when she said we probably should be doing this within the property. A lot goes with Coral Gables with continuity block after block, and we're bringing in a light feature, which, yes, enhances the project. The question is, does it enhance the neighborhood? You have a light feature on the right-hand side that's going to be different from the one on the left-hand side. We've had a similar issue about the lighting as well, and I share the Vice Mayor's concern about the amount of light that's going to be emanated because you have 5 bulbs on each one of these lights. Recently on San Sebastian, the plaza put in new lighting features, and they're under the same requirements as the city has. They're FPL poles, which are as required. The problem is that nobody was able to realize when these poles were approved, the light is going directly into residents' homes. these projects have an ability to block off some of that light. In this case, we're talking about an art piece. Now we're having to add pieces to your art piece to block which direction the lighting is going in. And I think those are concerns I would have. I think Commissioner Menendez and Vice Mayor Anderson are 100% correct. I would like to see a community meeting in that neighborhood where you can present the color of the light pole, maybe have, a makeshift pole with 5 bulbs where you could see the amount of light that's going to be coming out of it in front of a residential area, so you can see how much light is coming into the homes as well, so that residents can really chime in on what their thoughts are. Again, nothing against your art piece. I think it's a phenomenal piece. I like the fact that you incorporated Coral Gables features. I saw the base, very similar to some of our White Way light features, but I agree with my colleagues. I think residents should chime in on something that's going to be going on in front of their houses that's quite different from what we currently have.
Okay. I actually like your vision. I like the color. I like the coral. This is Commissioner Castro. I'm sorry. I like the coral, but I agree with the rest of the commission. We need to go ahead and speak with the neighbors, engage with them at least. But I see your vision, and I like what you're presenting.
Would you like to say anything else before?
Yes, no, just to make sure that that each of our lamps are located exactly where the lamp is required by the city to be located, and the 5 bulbs will have the lumens of the 1 bulb where the lamp was.
That really needs to be stated, because we don't want to add light to the street, but to comply with the legal requirement of the amount of lumens that are that pertain to the current standard found within the city. So what you can do is to regulate, actually, in these kind of lamps, the amount of lumens in a way that the 5 features, the 5 lamps that you refer to, have only the lumens that would be equivalent to 1.
The fact that we did it
So
5 bulbs, it was
Yeah,
for the look,
So I think,
not for the lighting. So.
Yeah.
Moving forward, I think what's in the best interest of the developer and the residents and the commission and the city is that you sit down with the city manager and our staff and have a conversation moving forward on how we can get some input from the community and address it. Okay? So,
Very good.
Again, I'm going to defer the item. I think it's the best move moving forward. And over the next few weeks, you can have a conversation with staff and see how we can either move forward, address some of the concerns, meet with residents, and see how we can find some sort of common ground. Because I think that right now there's no support to move forward in regards to the artwork. Okay?
Very good.
Well,
Thank you.
We are very grateful. We are very grateful to have you here. Thank you for coming. We appreciate the explanation. And again, beautiful work. Let's see if we can find some common ground, okay, moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. All right, now we move on to item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 2, Zoning Districts, Section 2-403, Geraldo Plaza District Overlay by allowing a television screen on the inside of a window on the pedestrian street of Geraldo Plaza, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
How are you?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon, good morning. This is a change to our zoning code to allow TVs on restaurants facing Giralda. After some study yesterday, we've actually determined that maybe it's more appropriate to allow per 25 feet increments on Giralda. But again, this is first reading. Let's go back to planning and zoning after this, so we can discuss that.
So, for my colleagues in the commission, I think that this is an opportunity to continue to build upon what we started in Giralda when we transformed the city that was in dire straits to something that if you go there during the evening and on weekends is a place where people come to have a great time and to enjoy great food, enjoy great spirits, but most importantly, it's a family opportunity. I've had the opportunity of watching soccer games, football games on Giralda, and it is a wonderful experience. It's safe. It's a great amenity. When there's art, we throw some culture in there. When there's a band, so to me, I think that this was, as we heard from the tenant and the landlord before, I think it's an opportunity to continue to stay true to who we are here in the city of Coral Gables, because we're really only allowing it in this area. I don't want to see this throughout the city. We need to be very thoughtful, very careful about how we curate this. But this is an area that makes sense. You don't have cars driving through it. You have a lot of pedestrian, accessibility. The intent of it is for people to sit down, enjoy fine dining, enjoy a beverage, enjoy, a band outside, and again, potentially enjoy while they watch TV or some sporting event. This does not affect our noise ordinance at all. Our noise ordinance is not touched. It remains the same. We're limiting the amount of TVs that can be placed. We're limiting the amount of time that these TVs, you're not going to be running them all night. It's not going to be running them all night. And again, the intent is to bring it forward between first and second reading, have the commission, have planning and zoning provide any guidance that they'd like. But I think this is an opportunity to just continue to support a street that I believe draws a significant amount of people to our community, and we just continue to build on that.
Mayor?
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that is true. Giralda is a plaza. It really is a plaza. And our planning official has been able to, we've looked at various options. Our planning official has been able to look at what the actual storefronts are on Giralda, and that's how we came up with a 25-foot dimension as far as what is required for a TV screen. I believe that the presentation has a drawing that shows the actual storefront widths. Some of these lots are these lots are actually 25 feet, and some of the storefronts are quite small and probably don't relate good properly to having a TV there. So with that, I will let our planning official present.
Yes, I can pull up the slide if you're interested in seeing from IT, if they could pull up a slide. Thank you. So as you can see, some of the properties were developed at 25 feet increments as it was platted, but some of them have been subdivided. Some of them were developed as 50-foot wide lots, buildings rather, and they were subdivided into something even as small as 15 and 16, 17 feet wide, which is a very, very small storefront. Again, this is not the building, this is actual tenant space that's fronting Giralda. So they range between, like I said, 15 feet is probably the narrowest, up to about 70 feet, more or less. So again, this is a crude study to see what the effect of this ordinance would do, and that's why we determined that maybe 25 feet increments would be allowed. So if you're less than 25 feet, maybe it's not appropriate that you would have a screen facing Giralda. If you have a much longer frontage on Giralda, maybe you should be able to have more than one screen.
Again, my intention, and I welcome feedback from anybody who would like. I ask you to please make it a point to go to Giralda, preferably on a Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so you can kind of get the vibe, so you really understand what we're trying to chase after, because there's a really good crowd there. It's a really upscale crowd. It's families. It's people who want to come and watch it. Try to go during a soccer game, especially now. Try to go during a football game, when the Hurricanes are playing, when the Dolphins are playing, when Inter Miami's playing, so you can really experience what I'm talking about. There's going to be more kids on that street than there's actually adults. That's the interesting part about it. Depending on when you go, obviously, if you go at night or during the day. But the opportunity is there to maintain order, but for people to be able to activate the exterior. Mm-hmm. When you look at what's going on in Florida outside of 3 months out of the year, it is incredibly hot. This is another opportunity for these businesses to have people come in and spend money while they sit down and enjoy the game. Maybe they're claustrophobic. Maybe these individuals are nervous about COVID or one reason or another, but they want to sit outside. This is an opportunity to, in a controlled atmosphere, offer an amenity like watching TV outside without the blaring noise, without competing. This is not about advertisement. This is about sporting events. This is about showing something that, again, it attracts people to our community to want to watch it.
If I may, Mr. Mayor. Wholeheartedly agree. I think the city has invested a lot of money on Giralda Plaza over the years, and so have the business owners who have invested in their businesses, and they've been able to weather the storm, so to say. Obviously, Umbrella Sky was our most successful event there, and we still get the calls from business owners who want us to bring it back. But the city has invested in on art displays that have really attracted residents, and it has become a staple in the community. It's a place where people can go and just relax and enjoy. Speaking of sporting events, I mean, this Sunday was a perfect example. We had the Marlins and the Dolphins playing at the same time. Both of them won. They were phenomenal games. And, you know, at home, I was trying to flip between one and the other just to be able to watch both games. If you're able to go to an establishment, sit out there, enjoy it with other Coral Gables residents, I think this is a phenomenal opportunity. The one question that I would have is regarding the locations that have less than 25 feet, can we maybe have an option where there's an application process and through the manager, staff can make a decision whether a TV is appropriate for that establishment, just to not leave them completely out of it. There may be some establishments that have 22 feet, I saw, or 20 feet, that, you know, they may not qualify under this, but there may be a location that they can place a TV that would not hinder with what we're trying to do. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Manager?
I don't have an issue with that. I think we can look at anything under 25 feet on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I was going to go out and look at that on between first and second reading, you know, to just get a better feel for it, because I was having some of the same thoughts for those smaller, if you have a little pub or something like that, and you may not be ready to expand yet, but you're starting out, it might be a good opportunity. But I think this is a great start, and we can come back by second reading with some analysis.
I mean, if the commission agrees, I think we can set on 25 feet as every 25 feet, and then we can look at, have some tweak the ordinance to look at it. So anything smaller is handled on a case-by-case basis. We can certainly look at that before we present the P&Z and before second reading.
Okay.
I just want to, general concept, I think it's great legislation. I appreciate the gentleman coming here earlier today and supporting the legislation. I think it's very important for all of us because you live it, you work it, you breathe it. And I remember back in the day when our downtown area, there was nothing. I think you weren't even allowed to open your business until a certain time of day on Sundays. I think like 1 o'clock, you couldn't be open. And now we are not only the vision of activating our downtown, especially Giraldo Plaza, it's becoming a reality. So this further not only moves it forward in a good way, but it also creates a way to sustain this. So I think this is great legislation.
So if I may, just between first and second reading, I'd like for you, if possible, through the manager, to work with our city attorney. I want to really restrict the times that we do this. What do I mean by restrict? I don't want the TVs on at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. It doesn't make sense. It's a nuisance, in my opinion. I want it to be certain times that, again, we have times where we can sell alcohol here in the city. There's got to be limitations. Number two, I know I spoke to the city attorney on this already, preparing for not this gentleman, but anybody else that may make a mistake. This is not about advertisement. This is about sporting events. And I also want to be very careful about public nudity and other things that could happen on a street like this where there's a lot of young children. I know what the city attorney said, that preemption and all kinds of things. I get it. But I still want to put it on the record because I don't want to hear later that there's a problem. We need some sort of like a permit or something where it puts people on notice that we have standards here. While we ask you to please, while we can't stop you, but if there's a bad apple that comes along, everybody's going to lose his privilege. Because again, I know that the moment that the commissioners get a letter or a phone call from somebody saying that somebody was showing an inappropriate movie because there's public nudity and you have young children or something that happens, it happens. Or they start advertising and it's all about advertising. It's no longer about sporting events and we become like a billboard. We don't have billboards here in the city for a reason. We don't have bus stops that have billboards on them. We don't have, again, it could be significant revenue for the city. Look at other municipalities around us that benefit from that type of advertisement. We currently, I don't support it, do not seek to have revenue by putting billboards all over the city. That's not the plan. We've all been visited by lobbyists who wanna do billboards throughout the city. I don't think it's within, in my opinion, the best opportunities to raise revenue here in the city. And I want to be careful that this is not confused for an opportunity to just continuously on loop have commercials or selling products or showing something that is not up to our city standards here. So I know that we may be preempted, but we got to put something together that we ask people to act in their best interest, the best interest of the city, and act in good faith. Madam City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor, as we discussed, the regulation of the content of the screens has free speech implications.
I know.
Nonetheless, between first and second reading, my office can draft some proposed additional regulations that would be very carefully tailored to protect certain important government interests, such as concerns about obscenity and things like that.
Yeah. We want to be, again, apple pie and good times. That's what we're all about. It's not about, we don't want to put ourselves in a predicament where somebody's turned off and we don't come to the city of Coral Gables because they're showing something that's, abrasive. Yes.
Are we able to limit it to just sporting events?
Well, I think that would be problematic, but we'll look into it between first and second reading.
So I'm going to add to that. Since you're going to be doing some research, I might as well make sure I give you the complete menu. Some of the concerns, you're showing movies, you're competing with our theaters. Okay, so content-wise, you put up a screen at so-and-so's to play E.T. in Pond Circle Park. There's a permit process for that. And I understand, the free speech implications, but then again, we also have other businesses in the community that need to bring in patrons, for movies and cinema and things of that nature. So I'd like you to look at it from that vein. I do believe that, the type of things that people watch, when you're at a sports bar is typically your sports, or when that's what all I've ever seen. Or at election time, people may have, a watch party for election results. Those are predominantly what it is, but I'm very concerned about our local businesses here who are theaters, and that we're not causing a competition from another space, another venue, to take business away from them.
Any other further comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
A second.
Mr. Mayor, before we take a vote, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Perfect.
Maria Cruz. Okay. Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 6, Landscape, by amending the utilization of artificial turf on open joints of pavement, and Article 10, Parking and Access, by providing review of materials and pavement joints, and providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
How are you again? Thank you.
Hello. No problem. So this is two text amendments to the zoning code. As you recall, a couple meetings ago, there was some concern about allowing the artificial turf being located between the joints on the driveway. So this is proposing to eliminate that allowing the artificial turf between the open joints, and then to include some natural material that they could be able to include between those two joints on the driveway. That's it.
So as the sponsor of this item, again, this is just about maintaining the integrity and character of the city. If you drive around the neighborhood, there's been certain exceptions that were made because they were allowed by the code. In my opinion, and the opinion of the Board of Architecture, which reviewed this, they also believe that this is not in line with our standards here in the city. Here's an example. It just doesn't look Coral Gables. That's right adjacent to St. Teresa. But that, by the way, it's allowed by the code now. So if you get up even closer to it and you drive by it, to me, it doesn't really provide that quality standard here in the city. We can either use grass, we can either use pebble rocks. There's a lot of things that we can do to fill those gaps. Crushed stone, which will look a lot cleaner. It will bring a different, feel and touch to that type of surface. So, Mr. Manager, my understanding is that this was discussed at the BOA before. Or you
I don't believe that. I
you've
believe
had
that
some
Board of
conversations,
Architects,
right?
the Board of Architects does not like synthetic materials.
Yeah.
I mean, most architects do not. So I believe this can be very well handled by our city architect as long as it's not something artificial.
Yeah, so again, if you have it already installed, it is what it is, it stays. But moving forward, I think that this would be just something that fell through the cracks that I think that we can remediate with just, this legislation. Madam Vice Mayor?
No, I applaud the effort to do this, but I do have a question about the stones. Are we doing something to kind of keep them in place now? Because some
I
of them.
think usually they use some kind of glue to keep them from spraying all over the place.
Okay.
That would be something that would be reviewed by the city architect and his staff to make sure that, depending on what material they're going to propose, it would stay in place.
Yeah. No,
Vice Mayor, I think if they're kept reasonably below the actual pavement, I don't think there should be an issue as far as displacement because you have the actual concrete pavers or concrete sections restraining it.
Well, in my neighborhood, I kick a lot of those back off the sidewalk, so that's why I'm bringing it up. Maybe they were older installations, but yes, that adhesive I think is an excellent idea because you still get the percolation down in between the cracks, and you prevent a tripping hazard out there on the sidewalks because the movement of the tires is what's causing those rocks to come out.
If you've gotten a chance to see how this turf weathers, it doesn't weather very good.
No.
So think about having this in the front yard of people's homes, being exposed to cars driving it over and over and over, and how it's going to look in the next 3 or 4 years as it weathers even more with the sun and the traffic. So this is just, not only aesthetically is it not very appealing right now, I have no issues with it on the side yard, in the backyard, even in the front yard, in areas where it's not visible from the street. But if you look at this quality, I know the intent is to minimize maintenance, and give that look of grass, but it just, over the long run, it just falls apart. It just looks cheap.
I drive by this location every day, and I think the biggest concern that I have is it stands out like a sore thumb. It really does. And this location in particular, there isn't much of a tree canopy, so it's not as if grass wouldn't grow there if it was planted. So I think this is specifically in the swale. I'm not even sure. Do we allow it in the swale?
No.
So we don't allow it at all. So
The turf. No, we don't allow turf in this well.
okay. So but even in the cross-hatched pattern, as it was in the photo.
Oh, and the driveway approach? Yes.
So we do allow it in the
The
swale.
continuation of the driveway.
That's not the swale. What you see, if you could put the picture up again, I'll show you. You have to sign a release. So that piece right there, between the sidewalk and the street, you have to, when you do your driveway, you don't have to do that area. You can leave it asphalt. But if you sign a release with the city, a covenant with the city, you are, that you will assume responsibility of it. The city will let you pave that area, not pave, put pavers, put a 6-inch slab or 4-inch slab, as you see right there, so that you have a contiguous driveway and it looks a lot more beautiful. It's more costly, but as you can see, there's certain driveways throughout the city that they only do the driveway on the other side of the sidewalk, not on the sidewalk that touches the street. So that right there is not the swale. That would be obviously considered part of their driveway, or the driveway of
The approach, yes.
Of the approach, excuse me, that's the appropriate word, the approach. But you have to get clearance from the city to be able to do the approach on both sides. But just look at that. It doesn't look like our city. It looks, look at the beautiful grass. Again, I know it's not done. They're still working on it. And I hate to pick on anybody. I'm not picking on this resident. They did what's allowed by the code. But it just is not, when you look at the grass, there's on the left and on the right-hand side, look how beautiful the landscaping is. You can tell they're fixing up this house. They spent a lot of time and energy doing it. And that's not going to weather well. Eventually, those strips come off. It becomes loose. It doesn't age well with the sun. So,
I'm also concerned about a trip hazard. So is part of the process a waiver for the city if they do this of liability?
So this requires an encroachment agreement because they're encroaching on the city right-of-way, and so the city has to approve it. There's a public works permit. And yes, there's an encroachment agreement that includes hold harmless and indemnification language. Additionally, we require that they list the city as an additional insured on their insurance.
Okay.
So, for example, on my property, I have a driveway, has pavers, and instead of the pavers all the way to the street, you have to sign that agreement. If those pavers are not maintained and somebody falls, again, the city is indemnified from that situation. And a lot of that happens too when you have the approach so close to the street, the driveway's right there and those pavers. It's very difficult on the maintenance. That's where you see a lot of cracking and stress on the product. So they have to maintain it as much as possible. That's why you see the banding is usually in concrete to lock in whatever material they're using. So I don't know if anybody else has any other concerns, questions, ideas.
No. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I think there are different ways of looking at things. At the Code Enforcement Board, we've seen some turf that looks better than grass. I think you're dealing here with quality, not necessarily turf or no turf. I think the same way as the Board of Architects approves or disapproves tiles for the roofs, maybe they could approve or disapprove the kind of turf that could be used, because I'm telling you, we've seen some that they had to say it is not grass because it looks perfectly fine. So, let's be a little more open-minded. I'm telling you the same way, the BOA checks your tiles. If they don't approve with the quality, the color, the whatever, they don't approve it, the same thing could be. If it's quality turf, we had somebody that paid thousands of dollars for the turf, and it looked perfect, glorious. Now, if you go to Walmart and you buy turf, it's not going to be the same. So there may be some way to balance this.
Any further comment?
I have a quick.
Yeah, I think, this is Commissioner Castro. I think it's very hard to maintain grass between the joints. And maybe we could limit the turf. I know the picture we were showing, I don't know how many inches are between, how big the joint is. It seems pretty big. Maybe we could limit the amount of inches between the slabs. It's just so that it gives it like this green element of color, because putting stones and it's just, we're the city beautiful. We're about trees. It's going to really take off that green. That would look better with the artificial turf. And like Mrs. Maria Cruz was saying, we could probably have certain companies that are pre-approved, like we have with colors when it comes to artificial turf.
My only question is, so the folks that already have it, the day they need to replace it, they'll be required to change the material. How does that work? That's my only question.
They will not be required.
Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is no permit is required to change the turf, so they would not be required to change it.
No, what I'm saying is, let's say 5 years go by and they realize it's falling apart and they want to, at that point, can they put turf artificial back on?
Correct, they would not have to come back in for a permit. If they had a permit to do it that way and they're
that
just
covers it.
replacing that, yeah.
That's my only question.
They're allowed to repair it.
Okay. So, just to touch on 2 points. The reason why you cannot do larger slats is because of the size of the wheels. And what would end up happening, the wheels would get stuck in between the slats. That's number one. So that's not really an option. Number two, the quality of the turf. That's great quality of turf. It's just, you can tell since it's not a long, expansive amount of turf, that you can tell it's faux. That's why we don't allow it anywhere in the front where it's visible from the street. No matter the quality. I install turf on all my projects for the schools, public schools and private schools, especially on rooftops. I just installed a rooftop soccer field in a school and in a large school. And from a distance, you can't tell it's turf because there's a lot of turf. When you have this, you can, and it just is not going to hold up well in regards to maintenance. So just because you expand the slats in between the slabs, you can't. You'll have tires that'll fall in there. You'll get stuck because it's probably like 2 or 3 inches deep when that's poured. So that won't work. It's an aesthetic issue. You can do rocks, you can do loose crushed coral, you can do stone, you can do river rocks. You see it everywhere, and you see right across the street, probably 3 or 4 houses down, you will see a house that has the same driveway, but they use natural grass, and they have no issues with the natural grass. There's many different options, but this has become an option that has now become popular in other cities because it requires zero maintenance, but it does not hold up well as I've seen in other cities, no matter the quality of the turf that you use. You can use the Rolls Royce of turfs. I bought it for the schools, and it just doesn't hold up in such small little strips. It's got to be large, expansive ones.
So I'll put in one last comment. Just imagine a piece of carpet, it gets frayed at the edges, and that's what's going to happen here with the tire tracks. So, and then if nobody else has any comments, I'll move this item forward.
I just wanted to say, this is not a cheap option either. It's not, this is actually more expensive than putting brick pavers in a home, so this is not a cheap option. So going with a cheap turf is probably not something that most people are doing. I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code by creating Chapter 2, Administration, Article 7, Finance, Division 1, Generally, Section 2-352, Fund Balance and Reserve Policy, to codify the fund balance and reserve policy established pursuant to Resolution Number 2016-34, and to require a four-fifths vote of the City Commission prior to spending general fund reserves, except during a declared state of emergency, and to provide that the policy may be amended by ordinance approved by a four-fifths vote of the City Commission, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is pretty simple. I think that I've had multiple conversations with presidents of banks. As a matter of fact, I had one of them this morning at breakfast, the president of Key Biscayne Bank, and I've talked to the president of City National Bank, and we had also a conversation with the president and vice president of Popular Bank. I think as we're looking at right now is an issue of liquidity, and they all stated the same thing. Liquidity is king in moments of high inflation, and I think that and high interest rates. And I think that we need to be as diligent as possible in these moments to ensure that we protect our restricted reserves. What does that mean? Does that mean that I don't think that we should use them? Not for capital projects. Those are things that we should budget for, and I think we've paid dividends over the last few years to do that. I think we should have a mechanism in place that the manager can use or access those funds if we have an issue in regards to a natural disaster or something similar to that. If you look at the past, the last hurricane that we had 5 years ago, we spent how much, Mr. Manager?
$22 million.
$22 million. If you were to take into consideration today's labor costs and construction costs, what would you think it would be around?
I would say at least 28 to 32 million.
Okay. So, to me, I think that this is not only protecting our liquidity, just in case we have one storm or a very active storm season. And I think it's also important because it sends a message. When I talk to all three of these bank presidents, which by the way, all three of them live in the city of Coral Gables as their constituents, I explained to them the situation that we were considering as a commission, and they all told me, Vince, there's a few things that we as residents take pride in. And that is that, number one, that we have a strong financial balance sheet. And we've been able to get that over the last 10 years when we were able to, we were one of 3 cities that received the triple bond rating in the state of Florida. And I think a lot of that has to do with our restricted reserves, which if we go back to an ordinance that I helped draft, which is here, and I made the motion, that ordinance was the one that required 25% reserves in the city. So to me, the the message is very, very clear. After I've had conversations with multiple different bankers, they said that no matter if it's good times or bad times, you want to send a strong message when you're going to the bond markets, when you're attempting to, meet a project that you're considering for the near future, and having restricted reserves of $50 million that are untouchable, except for obviously in case of an emergency, I think sends a strong message about this commission and this city's seriousness in regards to our balance sheet and ensuring that we're liquid and that we're in the best financial shape in the future. That's why I put this forward. That's why I asked for the commission to please consider taking the strong position. It's a very strong position. I don't like to tie our hands, but at the end of the day, I think it's well worth it in this situation. I think we can find other ways to address projects that need to be addressed. I think we can find other ways to find common ground. But I think touching our restricted reserves is playing with the future of the city and is fiscally sending the wrong message to the credit rating agency. And I think it's also potentially financial suicide for us, because if we tap it today for X amount, we can always go back to it and tap it again. Well, we already did it once, let's tap it again. We're sending the wrong message as the commission that, this is a piggy bank that over the last 10 years, we've been able to accumulate, just like we've been accumulating and adding more and more every single year, 13th check for the unfunded liability. I think that this is something that we have to be strong, fiscally conservative, and stand our ground on this issue to send a message to the residents that in regards, we may disagree on issues, and that's perfectly fine. I don't have an issue disagreeing with the vice mayor, the commissioners, with staff on whatever issue that may be. I don't have a problem with staff not voting my way. I don't have, with my colleagues not voting my way. But when it comes to the city finances, I think we need to be very, very careful and not play politics with the city finances. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I asked staff to prepare a presentation really to address some of the other items coming forward on our agenda. And it addresses, our city reserves and the cost of various hurricanes, whether they be a Category 1, such as Irma was, or Category 5, such as Ian, which the west coast of Florida is still, to this day, trying to clean up from. So, Mayor, I think it would be beneficial that we do the presentation at this time and consider both these issues at the same time before we get into some of the latter items also on the agenda.
That's fine.
And while staff is getting ready, Manager, I had a question for you, and I stated it, but can you confirm for me whether Irma was a Category 1?
Category 1.
Okay, so it was
Minimal Category 1.
minimal storm, very minimal storm compared to the catastrophic storms or even middle-of-the-road storms that we get sometimes. So if we had two of those minimal storms in 1 year, and I remember because my in-laws lived in the middle of the state, there was four storms, Charlie, and I lost track of the names, that cut through the middle of the state 1 year. So $20 to $32 million, we'd be talking about $40 to $64 million in a way of.
If we had two of those storms, I'm assuming the second storm may not, if we have two marginal storms, second storm would probably provide a little less damage because things already are damaged already. So we figured that we would probably be in the $50 to $55 million range for those two storms.
Okay. And, Category 5 storm is one of these catastrophic storms where there's nothing basically left on the branches. Everything's ripped off.
And it truly doesn't have to be a Category 4. Category 4 is an incredibly powerful storm.
Right.
When you're dealing with gust speeds of 160, 170 miles an hour, that's a lot of wind. And that's when missile damage occurs, things come apart. And the NOAA rates a storm, Saffir-Simpson storm, over 110 miles per hour as a major storm. And that's because that's where missile damage occurs and things start coming apart. So if we look at a major storm based on NOAA, it's 110 miles per hour Saffir-Simpson scale.
So we had a couple examples of Category 5s that thankfully we weren't hit with. We had Ian and was it Dorian that was over the Bahamas and sat.
That was a scary storm.
How much would it take us to clean up from one of those? I mean, that was right on our
I
doorstep.
think it would be a lot more than cleanup at that point. We're talking about major damage to structures. Our canopy would be devastated. That kind of a storm is just, it would be, I'm sure, over $70 million.
Okay, thank you. So I asked staff to put together a presentation to, analyze the impacts of making certain decisions on utilization of the reserves for something other than what they were designed for, because we didn't even use any dollars from the reserves, I learned during COVID, which, I'm very proud that our city didn't, that we managed within our existing budget and streamlined operations so that we could hunker down. And of course, our capital projects stopped at that time because we didn't know how long and what was going to happen with COVID. So Diana, you've done a lot of work on this. I appreciate the time and effort you've put into it. So I'm going to ask you to lead the show.
Sure. So if you can pull up the presentation with F5, with the Vice Mayor's F5 item. If it comes up.
You need to read it in the record?
No, that's not it.
It's just a discussion.
Yeah.
It's with the agenda.
Okay, I'll put it up. Tell them to put it on Zoom.
Was it? Sorry.
No worries, I don't take your time. It's okay. You want to take a 5-minute break?
I'm just waiting for it. I don't know how long the presentation.
2 minutes.
No, he got it.
Okay. While we wait on that, I want to also thank staff and take a quick moment to thank your team for doing a wonderful job. I know that we as a commission have requested on multiple accounts this week, along with the manager, Public Works, the city attorney's office, the city clerk's office. In preparation for this meeting today, we've asked for a whole host of information, data from decades ago, to really find a way to build consensus on a linear of different issues. So I wanted to say thank you, along with my staff, who worked the entire weekend to make sure that we can get everything accomplished and presented for today. So it means a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's what we're here for.
And I'll repeat that, but frame it in a slightly different way. It's like when you're asked to jump, it's like how high. And if I ask you, you come through. I mean, I know I do some of my own presentation materials, but this was something I absolutely couldn't have done without you all taking the lead.
Yeah, like I was asking, one of the things I asked for Billy, I know Billy and and I was asking Chelsea also, was to find this legislation here. We had to dig to, not, I mean, it was available, but we did things a little bit differently back then in 2016. So these are one of the many examples. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. So I think it's a
No more
PDF,
filibustering
so
and thank
No more
yous.
filibusters.
No more thank yous for now.
So maybe it's a PDF and so
And you
it's not
deserve
a-
it, though.
Yeah, I know, I agree. Madam
Are you
Director,
gonna
the
flip
floor
with
is
them for
yours.
me, or? Okay, yep. So anyway, so this is a discussion, this is related to item F5. This is discussion concerning hurricane reserve amounts and accessibility of funds for disaster mitigation. So as a lot of us, or if not most of us, can remember Hurricane Andrew, a Category 5 hurricane, catastrophic damage to Miami-Dade County, caused about $57 billion of damage in today's dollars, in 2022 dollars, to Miami-Dade, and it would
a similar type storm today would be about $65 million. So just have a couple of slides on pictures of the type of damage that, that this hurricane caused. If you can flip through the next just couple of, everybody remembers Hurricane Andrew. If you can continue. Devastating damage, Category 5. And then more recently, we had Hurricane Irma, which is only a Category 1, and there was significant damage to our tree canopy. So approximately, as the manager just mentioned, $22 million. In today's dollars, that would equate to anywhere between $28 and $32 million. And so one thing is that while we do get FEMA reimbursement for the majority of the costs that are, there are some costs that are ours that we have to bear, certain percentages depending on the storm, as well as just waiting for the funds to come in. With Hurricane Irma, as a storm in 2017, we started receiving reimbursement. It took 3 years before we started receiving reimbursements. So we have to kind of front the money until, for at least 3 years, and then we're 6 years in, and there's still a little bit left that we have not received from FEMA on Hurricane Irma.
If I may, I just want to touch on that. I think that's probably the most important comment that anybody's going to make in this discussion in regards to this ordinance. We're still going on 6 years, and we still have not been made whole in regards to the last storm, which was a Category 1.
Yes, and in some things they won't reimburse us till we actually finish a project for a portion of it. But there's for what we call Cat A and Cat B, which is emergency protective measures and debris. There's about maybe, I want to say about $700,000 that's still pending.
If I may,
yes,
if I may, I remember very clearly every single year through the budget process, we would ask, what's that line item that's basically a negative number? And you would have to explain to us.
Yeah.
That's how much is owed.
Yes.
And it was millions and millions of dollars for years. Now it's 700,000.
Well, now it's about in total, maybe about $1.5 million.
But it was millions of dollars for years.
Yes, it had been.
That we carried,
yes.
that we didn't have to pay interest on.
And for the 3 years, it was we had the whole amount outstanding.
Over $20 million.
Yes.
For 3 years. That's a lot of money.
Yep. So if you switch to the next couple of pages, we'll just show the significant tree canopy damage that happens to our city with just a Category 1 storm. So it's just some pictures from Hurricane Irma. So our current general fund reserves. So as we've discussed, the current general fund reserves represents 25% of our operating and debt service revenue expense budget. And so it changes obviously every year to be 25% of that expense. Right now, it's currently just over $50 million. And so this amount can cover either just 3 months of lost revenues during an economic downturn or an economic emergency, and allows coverage for 2 small storms, 1 large storm, 2 minor storms, 1 major storm. So if we start using these funds for other purposes, it could then in turn result in insufficient funds to cover an actual storm. So the one of the things that was mentioned a little bit, I think it was mentioned a little bit earlier, is that access to cash, and during a storm, it's very important, right? So everybody's competing for the resources. So if we have the cash available,
I think the thing is cash is king during these storms.
Right, so it's very important to have access. You don't have to waste time in trying to find funds or redo your budget, having that money available. So it's, obviously quick payment, as I'm saying here, it provides an advantage. And so it also does part of the AAA bond rating. They were very, we received our AAA bond rating after, we had set up all these reserve policies. And so with a 25% reserve or fund balance reserve, we can, next slide, there's certain income that is generated from that, right? So currently, right, when this presentation was done, maybe it was Thursday or whatever, the current 1-year treasury rate was at 5.43%. So that's for every $10 million of fund balance, it has a potential to earn $543,000 a year. So all that revenue that is, or the interest income that's generated from the fund balances is money that is available for projects or for anything that that the budget would need in the subsequent year. So the $50 million, right, it does have the potential to earn $2.7 million at the current rates. Now, we have to have cash flow and there has to be liquidity, so it's not that we just take every penny of it and just invest it for a full year. It's a staggered investment process that we do so that we make sure that we have monies available in order to pay the bonds, to pay the bond payments, to pay for, the pension payment, pay for many things, biweekly payroll, right? We have to have cash available. We can't just take all the cash and put it into it. But in theory, having that cash, we do get to invest it for a significant portion of the year. And so, and then as I mentioned, interest income is used for operating and capital projects in a subsequent year. So there was discussion about possibly taking a line of credit. And so I was asked to look into the costs of a line of credit. One thing that I did want to note is that the credit agencies don't see a line of credit as fund balance. It's not your reserve. It's not your money. Yes, you have access to money, and that's great, but it's not considered our fund balance per se, or it's not seen as a replacement to fund balance. So carrying costs for a line of credit varies, but roughly, if it's unused, it's anywhere between $25,000 to $40,000 per year. So interest, if we were to do a $10 million line of credit, so annual interest is going to be somewhere between $460,000 and $530,000, depending on how, depending on the rates at the time, right? So it's a variable rate at this point. So everything, at the time that I got this information, this is where the rates were.
I have a question.
Yes.
The line of credit, let's say it's $10 million. The interest kicks in once you take the money
Correct.
out.
So you have an unused carrying cost. So that's the carrying cost, about 25. So if we don't use it and we just sit on it, it's going to cost somewhere between $25,000 to $40,000 a year.
So if I may add a little more color, and this is one of the questions one of the statements that was made by the president of the bank, of Grove Bank, that I met with this morning, Mr. Cueto. He told me, Vince, it's not only the $460,000 to $530,000 a year that you're spending. Don't forget, it's also what you're losing by not having those $10 million invested in the Treasury. So it's 5 and change. So when you're looking at the numbers, you have to add what it costs to have the credit line open per year, along with what it costs to not having those $10 million invested.
Right.
And how also that would negatively affect us in regards to our bond rating, which I think is, again, something that is important to us as the city of Coral Gables, which takes great pride in being as fiscally sound and responsible as possible.
Right.
So it's a compounded effect.
Yep. And so if we were to take out the line of credit, so we would think that we would have to hold it for at least 3 years. Like if we're using it for a storm, we'd have to hold it for at least 3 years before we get actual payments in from at least 3 years, if not 5 years. But so obviously the interest expense for a 3-year period can be between $1.3 and $1.6 million in that 3-year period, right? Because it does take at least 3 years, at least with the experience that we had with Irma. It took 3 years before we started receiving payments. So then another consideration is that we would have to budget for the semi-annual interest payment. So we would have to pay, even though the principal perhaps can be pushed to when we get the reimbursement, the interest payments are due most likely semi-annually. It just depends on the structure of the loan that we do.
But that number that you put there does not include the 5% a year, which is low, which should be about 5.5. You look at the Treasury right now, which would be another $500,000 a year that we'd be missing out on with the $10 million.
Yes.
So it's not really 1.59 million. It's really over $2 million that we would be losing. Excuse me, $500,000 a year. It's really like over $3 million a year over 3 years that we would be losing, because you would lose the opportunity
to invest that money. Exactly.
So it's a double whammy. It's a double whammy.
Right.
And so that would be, and also, if I may just add one last thing, when you take away from your reserves, if we have to go to market, for a project, whatever project that may be, if it's a fire station, if it's a public safety building, and we lose our triple bond rating for one form or another, we're going to pay.
So that's only for new debt. So our existing debt.
I'm saying for new debt.
Yes. For new debt. So if we were to lose our AAA rating, then yes, the rates that would be offered to us would be higher than they otherwise would have been.
So it would cost us more money, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So there's multiple reasons why having this type of liquidity in the bank is not just $50 million in the bank. It shows a level of strength. Another thing that you showed there, which again, is when you're in the business world, the standard process is not 3 months. Your bankers will tell you, Mr. Manager, Madam Finance Director, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the bankers will tell you, like I spoke with the 3 different presidents of banks over the last 2 weeks, they will say, Vince, you need to have in a household 6 months of your bills to be paid. That's like the standard. Obviously, this country has fallen short. We have a lot of credit card debt throughout the country as a whole, and we have a lot of pension debt, and we have a lot of debt as a country, currently at 33 trillion, over 150 trillion in pension debt right now in this country. But when you look at that 3 months in this city, when you're talking about we had to wait for the state 3 years to pay us back $1, makes it a lot more difficult to navigate these treacherous waters. So if you're telling homeowners they should have 6 months of reserves to pay their bills in case of a catastrophe, we are, even though we have a lot of money and we're more than other cities who have 20%, we're only saving for 3 months. Again.
So I'm just going to add, because it was unsolicited comment, I was at the Community Foundation meeting, and I give them, an update of, these are some of the items coming up on the agenda. And when the issue of touching the reserves was posited, the person said, oh, my God, that's going to affect the city's credit rating. Okay, using the reserves for things other than that is a problem. As you can see, nothing's free. There's a lot of costs involved in doing these things. So I'm going to let the staff continue the presentation and focus on the numbers and the real costs here and how many projects we're going to lose out on in the future if we go down this road.
Right. So, yeah, so with, so had we, if we take out a $10 million line of credit, over the 5 years, then maybe we'd have to have it out. It really just depends. And pay repayment, you'll see that, that could cost somewhere between $2.3 and $2.6 million. And then, so talking about hurricanes and the possibility of storms, obviously, there's, the importance that's been brought up a lot regarding the City Hall impact windows and how important it is. And so, just as a side note, that putting the hurricane impact windows on City Hall will also give us savings in our insurance. So, we did try to get a more finite number from the insurance companies. Kind of difficult for them to just give us an exact number, but they did tell us the estimate is about $15,000 annually. So, that is something that, savings in putting in the impact windows as well as, preserving this historic building, right? So that's very important. So overall, the 25% emergency reserve numbers, it does represent years of savings. The city has been working at this for many years to try to get the reserves up to cover, up to this point of 25% reserve. And it covers the cleanup, obviously, if we have a major event or something, to restore all of our city resources, our streets, our buildings, things like that. That's what it's there to help. When we came up with a 25% reserve policy, we designed it at that amount, just at the 25% mark, because we figured at that time it was enough to cover two minor storms and or one major hurricane in a given year, or actually subsequent years, because if you have two small storms back to back, in different years, we have the funds available. We don't have to worry about going out to get extra funds. We don't have to rearrange the budget in order to be able to cover the costs associated with the cleanup and things. And or it also covers 3 months of lost revenues during some kind of economic downturn or event. So it's so yes, while we were able to manage the budget during COVID and do some budget cuts and freeze some things, we knew that we had reserves on hand should we need it. And while with COVID, the reimbursement was very quick, so we probably did have to immediately dip into fund balance a little bit, but it was replenished right away because we got the money back from COVID almost immediately. That was not a 3 to 5 year turnaround, at least with that event. We were able to get the funding back on that. And then, the next slide. And so when we developed these policies, this 25% reserve, it was one of the main, again, we developed this policy as well as the early repayment policy to the pension system, and then we received the AAA ratings back from the rating agencies at that time. And so, they gave us those, if you would read the comments, the write-ups that the rating agencies gave us, it's because of our sound financial planning, because of our financial integrity and stability and our fiscal sustainability that they felt that we could have, and we were deserving of those AAA ratings. And another thing is that it is, residents and companies, businesses, they come here because of it, right? It's a prestigious city. We have our finances in order, and it's something that they come to this city and want to be part of this community because of. And so then the last slide is just kind of shows like a comparison of like if we had the costs associated with the line of credit. So if it's an unused line of credit, it's right over 10 years, because that's how long it would take us maybe to replenish our fund balance, or and it would cost us anywhere between $5.5 to $5.8 million between lost interest income and the carrying costs. And then if we use the line of credit, right, and we're saying pay off in 5 years because we should get FEMA money significant enough to pay it back, the interest costs that we would pay, like there would be no carrying cost because once you pull it, there's no carrying cost, but you pay the interest cost. So based on the interest rates that exist right now, that's roughly what would be over 5 years. But again, it's a variable market. We don't know where rates are going to go. Right.
But from what this morning,
they can go up or down.
It's about 8%.
Well, no, right now, because we are tax exempt, and we hear AAA, our rates are somewhere between 4.5 to 5, 5.25. Yes.
For a
yes.
For an equity line or some for an equity line? Okay, good, great.
5.32 was the highest rate that I was quoted.
So
because remember, it is tax exempt.
So
The prime rate goes into effect when it's taxable.
Perfect. If I could just say one last thing on this front, and then I would love for my colleagues to give me their advice and their opinions on this matter. When we came up with a resolution of 2016, which was for the 25% reserves, this was a unanimous decision. This was 5-0. I moved it, and it went down the line, and it was 5-0. What I would love to see is, I would love to see all my colleagues on the dais join me in this ordinance and make a bold statement in regards to, we're not going to play politics, we're going to address this issue, we're going to shore up our financials for the certain future when we're not here, when somebody else is in this seat leading this great city. This is an opportunity to address issues that, in my opinion, are critical and, like you said, could cost the city, millions and millions and millions of dollars, one way or the other. Either we can continue to make a few $1 million a year on interest, like we do, or we can tap this resource that has taken over 10 years to build up and continue to preserve it, which will pay dividends for this city in the future. It's not only about the money, it's about the optics. And once you touch these reserves, I think it's damaging for our optics because it shows that fiscally we're undisciplined. And it shows that we're in a position where, again, people joke that I say winter's coming. Listen, summer's coming. And what do I mean by that? Don't take my word. I'm not a scientist. Look at what scientists and what meteorologists are saying every single day. They're saying that storms are becoming more violent. They're saying that we're seeing more storms and that this is not changing. It's out there. We are not climate deniers. We believe in sea level rise. We've taken extraordinary stands here in this commission to put forth and pass commissions to put millions of dollars away a year to ensure that we have a piggy bank of potentially $100 million to address issues of sea level rise. And as you see, they continue to state that storms are getting stronger, oceans are getting warmer, which are breeding grounds for these storms. I think it's incumbent of us to ensure as more storms come and more opportunities of disasters we are forced to face with over the upcoming years, that we have at a minimum the $50 million reserve in our back pocket to ensure stability. And like you said, it took us 3 years to get paid back a portion, to start getting paid.
About 50% of.
To start getting paid 50%. Why put the city in a position where now we have to pay a credit line and not be making over those 3 years millions of dollars that we could be making in treasuries? Madam Vice Mayor?
I have a couple.
Thank you, by the way, and I appreciate everybody listening to me. This is something that I'm passionate about, and I think it's something that we have an opportunity to send a strong message to future leaders here.
So, before we leave the last page, but you still have it there, we have both the lost interest for the money of $10 million plus you have, when you draw upon it, interest to pay. So when you add the two figures together, we're really talking about more like $7.9 million, almost the amount of reserve that has been contemplated to be used will be lost forever. It'd be wasted money, totally wasted money. So I remember Dorian, very vividly, because I also had some window of what the devastation was afterwards, because I was working on mangrove projects with folks, and every single mangrove on the Bahama Islands was ripped out. Some of the mangroves that were raised by our community and given to a 501(c) were shipped over to the Bahamas to do restoration work. All of the mangroves from Big Pine Island down in the Keys were also damaged, because those created the dish that protected the higher area that protected the pine trees from the salt water. These are devastating hurricanes. We know they're moving slower. The amount, it's like a wire. You bend it once, you bend it twice, you bend it 3 times. The amount of devastation, it breaks after so many bends. The same thing happens with the trees, with the winds constantly coming and just sitting on them. We got a little taste of that, a little taste of it from Irma. Plus it spawned a lot of tornadoes. We don't know what the future is going to bring, but we do know one thing, and it relates really to a discussion I had with my husband early in our marriage. Credit cards are not a savings account. This money is precious. It is our insurance for the future, that we will be able to address our residents immediately. We were able to get trucks down here despite the fact that there were multiple cities that were hit when Irma hit in the New Orleans area and so forth, only because we had the ability to pay immediately. We didn't have to wait for the bank to get the lights on. We didn't have to wait for the bankers to get back in their offices and process, the credit lines, et cetera. We didn't have to wait for the processing. Those contractors responded to us first because we had the ability to pay immediately. I've gone up, as you all know, with the rest of the commission on the legislative sessions. I've heard the comments directly from the mouths of our representatives that this reserve and the fact that we maintain it and protect it is a big factor in their decision-making process as to providing appropriations for our city. They appreciate cities that are fiscally sound and manage their monies properly and not always coming and begging for money because they misspent it or unwisely managed it. If we want to continue to have that reputation in Tallahassee, we have to maintain these reserves and protect these reserves and use them for what they're designed for, true emergencies. Then you have the factor of reality. It's common sense. We only have so much bandwidth to get projects done. And projects take planning, whether you're talking about traffic calming. You have to have the ballots. We have multiple projects that overlapped each other, the septic to sewer. The hope I have is to have them roll out and then put in the traffic calming simultaneously, so we're not paying for traffic calming and then repaying, increasing expenses for our city. If you're going to rip up the road, let's rip it up once. And I know that may not be possible everywhere, but we can strive to try to be good fiduciaries of taxpayer dollars and not waste them. So planning has to be done, like every project. You have to plan well in advance, whether we're talking about Biltmore Way, which we haven't even had the next session of public input in, to hear what they're interested in and deal with the structural challenges that we're going to have on the block that the David Williams is on. Plan it right. So I'm just going to touch upon sidewalks before I, for the final comments. We have substantial monies already set aside for sidewalks expansion this year, and, I know it's my intention to continue to fill that coffer every single year, but there's only so many they can do per year. It's a very time-consuming process. By the time they rip it out, take the roots out, make the forms, do it between rainstorms, because sometimes they have to redo them when it does, the storm comes in quickly and unpredictably. There's just a lot of moving parts to that. So I still have equipment and so forth on one road in our area because, there's a lot of area that we need to deal with sidewalks in. We have over, manager, you know these figures off the top of your head, 1 point what?
Yeah, but it's in $10-12 million worth of repairs.
No. In what we have in our budget this year.
We've got total sidewalks about $2 million.
2 million. Plus then we have sidewalk expansion, about 900 some and change.
And then we have the ADA.
And then we have the ADA extensions, to make everything compliant. We have a lot of money already there. The trick is going to be, can we use it up in 1 year? Because so far, what I've seen is, we've been having difficulty getting contractors, been having difficulty getting the cement. We only have so much bandwidth, and that's what I call it, bandwidth, to get this done. There's supply and demand and so forth, and we have to properly plan and logically get it done in order to be able to have the contractors available to move forward. So that's my final comment, and I'll let you all proceed.
All right, well, thank you to staff for putting up this presentation and the hard work. I know it was a lot of work to put it together. And thank you, Vice Mayor Anderson, for working on this. To say that if we don't vote unanimously on this is not sending a strong message is disingenuous. We will not disagree on it. We will not agree on everything, but there are things we agree on. The city's financial stability is something we agree on. I've spoken to folks in Tallahassee, and the message they've sent is maybe the city should use some of its money to address some of those projects and show that the city's willing to put some skin in the game. When it comes to the money in the reserves, we're not talking about depleting our reserves entirely. The industry standard is 17% in the reserves. We're way above that. We're 25%. The proposal that I presented last commission meeting, and we're not even going to be discussing it today, it'll be discussed next meeting, so I'll have more data for you at that point, but the cost of inflation is something that often is not factored in. The cost of inflation since 1959, the average has been 0.0375, so 3.75%. When you start adding it, over 3 years, $10 million is worth $1.17 million less than it is worth this year. And as I've said many times, we have an opportunity now to address projects that residents have been clamoring for. Telling a resident, the manager said, how many, what's our total sidewalk need right now?
It's over 10, if we do it all, it's over $10 million.
So it's over $10 million. We're putting, in this year's budget, we have?
About $2 million.
About $2 million. So that means we're telling residents who have a broken sidewalk in front of their home, where people are falling down as a liability to the city, we're going to do that in 5 years, or maybe 6 years, or maybe 7 years. We have to start tackling these projects now. These are projects that have been neglected for many years. The windows here at City Hall, the Alhambra Water Tower, these are priorities that we as a commission, I think, have agreed are a priority for us. We have an opportunity, without breaking the bank, to take a small portion of the reserve to address some of these projects. and use the money when it is worth the most. Right now, the dollar is worth a lot more. And as far as sidewalks, I didn't put this in here by simply just coming up with a random number. This is a conversation that I had with our Public Works Director, and I asked him, physically, is it possible to accomplish how many sidewalks? And that's how we came up with the number that I proposed last meeting. He believed we have the bandwidth to accomplish that many sidewalk repairs over this fiscal year. So we're not talking about, just taking money and putting it aside and taking it out of the reserve in order to address projects. No, we're actually going to put it out to work for the residents, who are the ones we represent. As far as this piece of legislation, I understand this is election change 2.0. You lost the election. You got two people on this commission who think differently, think way differently than the commission did in 2015 when they voted unanimously. And now all of a sudden, you want to raise the bar just to make sure that the changes that residents are behind and want to propose don't get done. I think this is simple. I'm going to make a motion to close the debate on this issue and move the question for a vote.
I second.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
A question for the manager. I just went back and pulled up some of my figures. In the current budget, we have $1.8 million available for sidewalk repairs. How quickly can you utilize those funds and exhaust them completely this year? In the next 12 months, contractors, materials, the necessary pieces that it takes to get the sidewalks repaired to this level?
I think, Vice Mayor, it's a complex answer. We're not dealing with, in construction right now, with inflation. We're dealing with escalation, which is totally different from the inflation issue. Our projects do not go up 60% because of inflation. Inflation is not 60%. So we're proceeding with Firehouse 4 because we have $1.5 million for the piece of property, and we have $975,000 grant from the state that will pay approximately $100 per square foot from that grant. I've been through this before. I've been through this in 1980. Is it better to build now than later? It's hard to say. It's hard to say because we're not dealing. Our country came to a stop for 2 years. It's kicking back up again, and so construction is slowing down. I've numerous large projects are slowing down. So is it better to build now than later? Difficult to say. Because we're not dealing with inflation, we're dealing with escalation, which is two separate things. For instance, our mobility hub went up from 43 million to 65 million. That's not inflation. We could have dealt with 7% inflation, right? So it has been difficult to get materials. I can tell you that working on the Menorca garage, we got material from 6 or 7 different. We certified 6 or 7 different concrete companies to get materials. It's a difficult time to work now, and however, we do see construction, and I've looked at major projects slowing down. The fact that the interest rates are going, the prime rate's 8.5%. So it's a difficult question to answer right now, but getting materials has been difficult. And our easiest project would be replacing existing sidewalks. That's the easiest one because we don't have to deal with residents, we don't have to deal with polling, et cetera, et cetera. We can go in, replace the sidewalk, and move on. And even that has become difficult. So it's a difficult question to answer. As far as bandwidth is concerned, that's probably the easiest place to spend it, but it has been difficult, and I'm not sure we can.
So
I'm not sure if you guys heard me, but I seconded the motion.
So, Mayor,
I heard.
Mayor, can I clarify?
Okay.
There's been no motion on the item E4, so, it's not appropriate to make a motion to close the debate because there's been no motion on E4. So
I did. I motioned to close debate and immediately call the question to a vote.
So all motions shall be made and seconded before debate is what our code says. And then once there's a motion on that, typically, we could have the debate. And then after that motion and second and debate, then someone can make a motion to close the debate.
So
In addition to that, though, Mayor, this is a public hearing item.
yeah. So if I may, this doesn't have to be a contentious issue. What we're talking about is just about city finances. We may disagree on it, but there's no need to close the debate. We should want to talk about this issue. And I'm more than willing to talk about it as much as we need to before we go to lunch. I know everybody's hungry. I'm starving. But I don't know what we're having for lunch, but this is an important topic, and my colleagues view it as an important topic, and I think it's refreshing to have this conversation. So I just have a few simple questions for the manager. Look, this is what I do every single day for a living. I think one of the biggest issues we're having is a labor shortage, correct?
Yes, we are, Mayor.
So materials are important, yes, and materials like switchgear are 20 months out, 25 months out. Excuse me, 25 weeks, I apologize. But labor is a major issue, along with concrete. So even if we did take all this money and we infused it immediately to the projects that are being proposed, Build More Way is an issue that is going to take potentially 2 years in between all the discussions that we have, the studies, the design. It would just, that money would be sitting there in an account for 2 years, correct? I mean, do you agree with me or no?
Build More Way it's a lot of resident input to do Build More Way.
Yeah. So, but again, I'm not saying that these are all priorities. We all agree they're priorities. We need to address them. When you talk about infusing money, what do I think is the easiest ones to address? The windows. The windows are the easiest ones. Take it to a few different boards, you release them, and you got to wait, what do you think, 20, 24 weeks?
6 months.
6 months. So 24 weeks. So we would be, in 6 months, having the windows here. That's why I think it's a good opportunity to move some monies around from existing projects that are going to take another year, like we will be talking about Phillips Park later, where that wouldn't affect the timeline of the project in regards to construction because we have to go to permitting. So we're talking about potentially a year to a year and 3 months, a year and 4 months before that project would even start breaking ground after we've identified a contractor and we've bid and we've gone through the procurement process. So I think what we should do is prudently review the projects that we want to attack. And you have an item on the agenda, Commissioner Fernandez, which I want to be involved in because we've always done budgeting together as a commission. We've always named what is important and what is not. So to name one commissioner over the entire commission, I don't think is appropriate. I understand and I value your enthusiasm, but I'd like to be involved in that conversation. And I'd like to have 15 town hall meetings and 15 public meetings to discuss that before we go to the agenda. I don't think one commissioner should be named to handle 8 projects and make a decision based on, what moves forward, what doesn't move forward, how we're going to fund it, how we're not going to fund it. So going back to a comment that you made that I don't think you meant what you said. I am not trying to do anything campaign related here. I'm trying to make sure that the future of our city is put in a position that we put our best foot forward. In 2016, we did the same thing when we memorialized our 25% mandatory restricted reserves. That wasn't a campaign ploy. That was an effort by the commission to ensure that we were head and shoulders above any other municipality in regards to fiscal stewardship and responsibility. So moving forward, before we make a decision to take $10 million out of reserves, I would like to see a plan of how we're going to use this money, when our project's going to be delivered, when are we going to get an architect, when are contractors going to be acquired, how's that process going to be, is it an RFP, is it an RFQ, what insurance are we going to require, how long are the lead times, how long is it going to take for procurement, how long is it going to take for design, how long is it going to take for permitting. All these things, to me, is what the way that we work things in the private and the public sector in regards to handling major projects of construction. And this is what I do for a living. I have a little bit of an understanding. So why take $10 million out of a mechanism that is making millions of dollars for us invested when next year you can come up with a plan, present it, and say, this is what we're willing to do. This is what I see as a schedule over the next 10 to 24 to 12 to 24 months moving forward on how I can deliver on injecting these $10 million. Maybe you have a change of heart. Maybe you don't need 10 million. Maybe you only need 2 million. Maybe you need 3 million. Maybe you see that cost of construction goes down because labor goes down. I will tell you, again, through my experience, this market is changing rapidly and it's going the opposite direction. Projects are being abandoned left and right, and you're seeing a lot more contractors coming into the public sector where they abandoned it for years because the private sector was so lucrative. Now they're rushing back to, higher learning, municipalities, counties, because when there's a downturn in the economy, those are the institutions that have the money because they have reoccurring revenue based on their tax base. So I'm just putting my 2 cents out there. I would appreciate it. And what I said about the commission doing this together, it's not disingenuous. I think it's a good thing for us to step up together, and instead of bickering over certain things, I think we can be in line with trying to do something that sends a strong positive message to the community and says, financially, we're going to stand together like we did in 2016. When, by the way, say one last point, and that is that in 2016, it was a very, very difficult piece of legislation. Why? Because I don't have the numbers here, but our finance director could potentially dig it up. When you in 2016 decide to say, I'm going to go from 16, 17% funding in my restricted reserves to 25 over a 5-year period, over a 4-year period, you have to tighten your belt and you have to start socking money away that you can't spend on projects. So we did that. And we said, instead of going out there and spending it on projects that we so sorely needed, we said, we're going to address this, just like we're doing with our unfunded liability and how we've increased every year the payment that we're making to pay it off even faster. So my point was very simple. Let's do this together, figure out a plan, and that's what you bring forward, a plan that actually shows deliverables and a schedule on how this money will be used. And hopefully in a year, maybe prices will go down. I think they're going to go down because there's more competition in the market because there's a lot less work in the market. And that's what I'm seeing in my industry. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate you listening to me and giving me an opportunity to voice something that I think is really important in regards to the issue of the future of the city in regards to our financial future.
And again, I don't disagree on the fact that we have to have and show a strong financial future for the city, but this legislation does not do that. This legislation says, I don't trust my colleagues to vote the way I need them to vote. That's what this legislation shows, and it was put forward by you. You want to change the threshold. This has been done in Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. Totalitarian leaders like to change the threshold when it is inconvenient for them. But this is a democracy. Residents elected 5 individuals to work together. And it's not raising the threshold to make sure that residents didn't elect 4 of them to side with them so they can't get things done. We have a process in place. I stand by the process we have in place. It requires an ordinance that would have to have 2 readings, and it would require 3 votes in approval. Again, I stand by it. And my commitment remains firm on making sure that we have a strong financial future for our city.
Commissioner, if I may respond just 1 second. Again, coming from parents who came to this country with nothing from a totalitarian regime, to even be mentioning that here in a democracy, I think to me is again, we're trying to work collaboratively in the spirit of bringing something good to the city. There's an opportunity here, just like throughout policy making here in the city, where certain times you need 3 votes, certain times you need 4 votes. For example, when you're adopting the millage rate in our city, you need 4 votes, right, Madam City Attorney?
Correct.
So
Well, actually, that, it depends on the
I
actual
understand,
millage.
but again, it depends on the threshold. I get it, but you do require 4 votes in most instances, correct? My point is that it's a simple thing. It's a call for support for an item that I strongly support and that I strongly believe. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for you to agree with me. I'm not asking you for to disagree with me, but I'm just asking you to respect my legislation. It has no ulterior motive at all, and the intent is just to strengthen our city and put us in a very strong financial footing. Our manager, and future managers, if this were to pass, have every ability to navigate these waters in case of an emergency. And if the commission at that point would like to come back and would like to tap the reserves, the restricted reserves for one reason or another, they have every ability to. They would just have to have a 4/5 vote. That's the intention of the legislation, and I welcome debate on it. And I would love to hear from Commissioner Castro. I know she's been trying to get in and say a few things, and I apologize. It's a little bit difficult. You're on Zoom. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Actually, Commissioner Fernandez said exactly what I was just going to say, so that is fine.
Commissioner Menendez?
I have no comment other than the gloom and doom weather forecast. Did anyone building an ark hold off? But no other comment.
So, if I may, is there a motion on the floor?
I'll move it.
Do I have a second? I'll move,
You can second.
You don't
Mayor.
have to, Mr. Mayor.
fine, I know, but we'll do it. I'm a second.
Okay. I do have public comments on this
Of
side.
course.
Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I've said it many times, I'm going to say it again. Elections have consequences. We're trying to reverse the election right here today. When you pass that legacy legislation of 25%, you did not say 4-1. Oh, no, because you didn't need it. But now you're faced with a commission that is not lockstep with you. Now you have a commission that has a brain and thinks. Oh, but now they don't know enough, so we have to tie their hands. I'm sorry. There is no reason to change this away from a majority vote. That's what the people that voted. They elected 2 people that changed the logistics here, and thank God we have another one that is coming to terms, thinking and not allowing the bullying and the threats to become a reality. Enough is enough. I'm sorry. I am trained in parliamentary procedure. There's no way that a chair should have been debating and presenting his ideas and taking most of the time when there's other people here. If the chair wants to defend his position, should have passed the gavel to somebody else. I'm sorry. It's time to do things the right way. We're not little children. We're adults. We know what's good. Elections have consequences.
Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker, Sarah Lane Conde. She's through Zoom.
Ms. Conde, good afternoon.
Hello. I just wanted to say that I've listened to this conversation talking about how we want to be very fiscally responsible. Understood. Also, we have a lot of projects online. The more we wait, the more the prices for those projects go up. So I guess my takeaway from this conversation is that I don't feel that we should be lowering the taxes, lowering the millage. I think that that might be a little step in the less than responsible direction. And that'll be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. So we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Menendez?
No.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. We're going to listen to one more item before we go to lunch, and that will be item E5.
E5 is an ordinance to the City Commission of the City of Coral Gables approving the purchase and sale agreement between the City of Coral Gables, a municipal corporation existing in the laws of the state of Florida, and C. Lejeune LLC, a Florida limited liability company, for the transfer of development rights as defined in Article 16 and Sections 8-114 and 14-204 of the zoning code from the Coral Gables Museum property located at 285 Aragon Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida 33134, directing that all proceeds from the transfer of the development rights be placed in the city's historic building fund and providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This does require a 4/5 vote, and it is a public hearing item.
Perfect. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mayor,
See you.
Commissioners. Zeta Sardinas, Asset Manager. On August 17, 2022, the Historic Preservation Board approved the issuance of certificates of transfer of development rights for the 285 Aragon Avenue Coral Gables Museum property in the amount of 71,136 square feet, as well as the maintenance plan for the property. On August 24th, the City Commission found that it would be in the best interest of the city to make the property's TDRs available for sale so that proceeds from the sales of the TDR could be used to fund the continued restoration and maintenance of city-owned historic buildings. At that time, the Commission also authorized the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate purchase and sale agreements for the sale of the TDRs and directed that the proceeds from those sales should be placed in the city's historic building fund. On June 28th, the City Commission approved an application for the receipt and use of TDRs for the mixed-use project referred to as Regency Tower on a property that encompasses 290, 272, 250, 244 Valencia Avenue, 247, 297 Almeria Avenue, and 2701 Salcedo Street in Coral Gables, Florida. Recently, C. Lejeune LLC expressed an interest to the city in purchasing 40,000 square feet of the city's available TDRs. The proposed terms of the purchase and sale agreement negotiated and stated in the agreement are a purchase price of $40 per square foot for the TDR, or $1.6 million, a 10% deposit of $160,000, and a closing within 30 days of the effective date, subject to the provisions of the agreement. C. Lejeune has also requested to purchase additional TDRs up to 61,789 square feet, inclusive of the 40,000 square feet, upon the same terms and conditions if they provide notice to the city manager in writing within 10 days after the City Commission approves the ordinance. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, do we have any other further comments? Versus?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, these TDRs come from the museum. We've got a total of 71,136 TDRs that can come from the museum. The price is $40, which we feel, due to the amount, is a premium number.
Okay. In reference to the most recent sales and TDRs, how are we in regards to the market?
Between 25 and 30 is the rest of the market.
Okay. So we're well ahead. Okay, perfect. Is there any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I want
Do you
to.
have any comments? Go ahead.
I'd like just to comment. I think it was last commission meeting, we recognized Ellen Uguccioni, our first historic preservation director, long-term historic preservation director. If I'm not mistaken, she created the TDR program specifically to provide funding for historic preservation of our city assets and our landmarks. And I thought it was great to know the history and why this program was created. We've had discussions in the past. We have items today regarding a lot of city historic assets that need work, need preservation. The windows at City Hall, the water tower, a great many other facilities. This program was created just for that. And I'm sure it was created probably more than 20 years ago. So I'm not only a supporter of the program, but I'm encouraged to know that, you know, if everything goes well, we'll have additional funds for the program, for the assets that are near and dear to the hearts of our entire community and everyone here. I think every little bit helps.
And if I may say, Mayor, this will not be going to a general fund. We have a historic account, which all this money will be going to, and it would just be spent on historical projects.
Mayor, had the pleasure and opportunity to spend from 8:30 in the morning till about 12:30 on Sunday with Ellen Luciani, who was, I'll confirm for you, did make the TDR program, in addition to other code changes that encourage people to preserve the historic buildings as opposed to having them torn down. It was an amazing tour. She's an amazing woman, and I will hold it dear in my memory forevermore. I'm a strong supporter of this program. I think it's a wise choice in order to help deal with the historic buildings are expensive to maintain, and they're a labor of love, and we constantly need to keep in mind in our budgetary process. So I don't know if we have any public comment. If we're ready for a motion, I'm ready to move this.
Just to chime in, I've always questioned the sale of the TDRs in the past, and I've been able to meet with the manager and with the city attorney over the last few weeks to kind of discuss this process and make sure that the city is getting their best bang for the buck on these. And we are selling, and it's important for residents to know, we are selling above market value. And we're also ensuring that these are going to a project that is currently approved. It's not for a project that has not been approved already. It's a project that is already approved, ready for construction, and ready to move forward. The one question that I did have, Madam City Attorney, and Agenda Review had asked if it was possible to include in the agreement that the TDRs were going to this specific project. I don't know if we were able to get an update on that.
So the representative of the purchaser is here.
How you doing, sir?
Good afternoon. Joe Jimenez on behalf of C. Lejeune, offices at 2020 Salcedo Street. Commissioner, as you correctly state, we are very ready to go. But this is a marketable instrument. If for whatever reason, if we have funding, we have everything in place except the permit. We are in for foundation permit. We are about to go in for the vertical permit, which we've already gotten some comments from the city on. It just makes me uncomfortable in the just small event that anything happens, we wouldn't be able to abandon this and do another project on this very site maybe when the time is right. It is a minuscule chance, but I could only use them anywhere else with specific approval by the process that would allow me to be a receiving site and be approved by this commission as a receiving site. So I don't want to limit myself to just not be able, but I couldn't do it anyway, like at the flip of a switch, because my client is buying a marketable instrument. If he turns around and sells them, they would have to then come to this commission. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No. Very well explained. I have a suggestion, because I think we've gone down this road before. Madam City Attorney, when, let's say this gets approved first reading, comes back for second reading, if I'm not mistaken, can we then, or and I'd be more than happy to sponsor, co-sponsor, accompany a resolution that once a transaction is completed, that once the city has received those dollars, that we can then direct it toward the water tower or separate legislation, not tied.
The use of the funds is something that the commission can address, obviously at a later time, but that does not really have to impact the approval of this item.
No,
This item is approving
and that's
the
why I'm
deal.
saying as a separate piece of legislation.
Yes.
When this comes back for second reading, we can put something at the end of the day that once the certain amount of money is received, then do it. I don't want to connect the two, but I think we can get to where we all want to get to.
You all can decide on the timing of when you do that.
Perfect.
And as to my question on the reuse, if it didn't apply to this project, it would still come back to the commission.
So correct. Whenever TDRs are going to be used on a site, that has to be approved. That site has to be approved by a receiving site. As a receiving site by the commission, I'm sorry.
Perfect. Do we have a motion or any further comment?
I'll move it.
I did.
Then I'll second.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, guys. I
Commissioner.
appreciate your hard work. Thank you to staff, as always. It is 1:15. I will see you at 1:45. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
much. Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Let's begin. Let's come back to the city with the city commission items. Item F1.
It's Commissioner Fernandez's item.
Yes, can you pull up the photos, please? I had this item on the agenda last meeting, just wanted to inform my colleagues. I visited the waste management recycling facility last month, and I think it was an interesting experience to see how much garbage is being tossed into recycling bins. If you go back to that previous picture, this is just the garbage. These are the things that were taken out of the recycling processing. We found that there was engine parts, stroller in there, numerous other things in the recycling bins, which is what makes the process as costly as it does. The one thing they did tell us, they told me, and I was with our assistant public works director, Jose Olivo, was Coral Gables does it right. The amount of, I guess, garbage they find in ours is minimal because of the great work that our team does in picking up our recycling and dumping it out. You can change to the next photo if you don't mind. The biggest offense is plastic bags. These are the wheels that start processing the recycling and dividing it up. That is recycling. That is plastic bags that you see there. So at least 10 or 15 times a day, the gentlemen that work in this part of the facility have to go on top of that and start cutting the plastic bags to remove them from the processing. It's something that they're trying to figure out a better way to navigate, but unfortunately people are still using the plastic bags and dumping them into their recycling. You can move to the next photo. This is where they process the plastic and they have a similar one that does cardboard in order to remove plastic bags before it goes into the final loading bay. Because even as it gets processed, the bags still stay in there and they're stuck to some of the product. Next picture, please. This reminded me of I Love Lucy, where they were processing the chocolates, because that's moving very quickly. These are the pails that are created by the machine. That's the cardboard. They're loaded up into containers to be taken to whoever's purchasing the end product. Next picture, please. That is glass. So the glass is destroyed into almost a dust-like product, and that's the one that they currently have the largest issue recycling because of the limited amount of repurchase value. The glass has to be divided by coloration as well, and they have machines that optically scan the product and figure out if it's blue glass, green glass, or clear glass. All right, if you can go to the next one, please. This is where they process the cardboard, and you can see the plastic under it. Next picture, please. Plastic bottles. Plastic bottles. They're processed through a machine that just goes tossing them, and the machine knows how to divide between plastic and aluminum. Next photo. All right, next photo. I think that was it. One of the things that I wanted to ask Director Anderson about was when we do our recycling program here at City Hall, Publix works with residents that you can bring plastic bags back.
Yeah.
Do we currently offer plastic bag recycling at that?
We do not. At the events, we do electronic waste, we do household hazardous waste, paper shredding, and then we also do clothing donations. Now, we do encourage, we've worked really closely with Waste Management over the years on kind of optimizing the educational tools that we've been putting out there. A number of years ago, when I started with the city, we had a laundry list of items you can put in the recycling bin. And I think over the years, we've really tried to simplify that and really concentrate on those kind of 4 to 5 core items that have the highest value because, recycling is obviously great for the environment, but it's market driven too, and what the economics are telling us on that end. So we've concentrated on making sure that people know cardboard, paper, so on and so forth. And then the 2 main items we ask people definitely to keep out of the recycling bin are plastic bags and styrofoam. Right. So with that, through that education, we've also encouraged residents that, if they do have plastic bags, if they are using plastic bags, they can take them to Publix to use them there. And I know that certain Girl Scout groups or even some groups even turn the plastic bags into like bedding for, the homeless or something like that. So we've looked into a lot of other alternatives as well and trying to encourage those, throughout the community.
What I would suggest is if there's a way to maybe work with either Publix or one of these organizations to have a separate bin at our event to collect the plastic bags, I think that's the one thing we can start encouraging. You're absolutely right on the information. I was surprised at the number of things that they were showing me that have the recycling logo on the bottom, but they're not recyclable products. They may be recyclable in other parts of the country. California, for example, has a larger ability to recycle different products, but it's really limited here as to what we can recycle. So I think it's also about education. I don't know if maybe in an upcoming e-news week, I know we had a campaign on what can be recycled. Maybe we can push that again. I was surprised to learn that you can recycle pizza boxes.
Yes.
So long as there isn't a large amount of grease on the box. So these are things that maybe we can inform residents of as well.
And definitely, Commissioner, that's something we've been doing because that was something recent that Waste Management had let us know. No, we'll take the cardboard, the pizza boxes now as long as they're not saturated in grease. So we've been encouraging that, and then again, we're in constant communication with them, and I know that they're building a brand new facility.
They are
right across the street from where they're currently at. That's going to be a lot more, a lot updated technology that'll be in there. I think with our contamination rate being as low as it is, staying under that 10%, I think we're at 8% right now, is key, and that's something that we've been trying to, keep the focus on and reducing, keeping that contamination as low as possible. Because
the new facility is going to really improve things as well. I think their estimate is to open within about 3 years. It's going to have, I think, 5 times the capacity. It'll be the largest facility east of the Mississippi, I believe is what they told me. And the technology that they're planning on implementing is really going to streamline the process and maybe expand on what they can actually recycle. So it's good.
Yeah, and with America Recycles Day coming up in November, we do a large, we work with communications and we're doing a big push, and that's why we schedule our recycling drive-through events for that, April around Earth Day and November around America Recycles Day to kind of help continue pushing that message.
Mayor, if I just can add, because this is something that, when you go to sustainability board meeting, recycling is, it's almost like a banned topic sometimes because it's talked about so much, but I don't think it's talked about enough sometimes. And as far as our media push out, I know that staff is going to be getting with the newest commissioners to add them to the Break the Box video, but I think we need an overall comprehensive video as well, dealing with what are the recyclable items, because really we're just talking about narrow neck bottles. I don't know if they've expanded into the butter tubs yet.
Yeah, you could do food containers. Again, what we put on the messaging right now that we worked with communications on that we've refined over the years is, clean, dry, materials going into the recycling bin, because we don't want to put in a plastic tub that's full of food waste. Because then you're contaminating that already.
So, Marlon and I worked on a board, but I really think the videos need to be more direct and inclusive of just not break the box, but also the specific items that we're going to be able to recycle. And perhaps share it, too, with the county, because although they're doing a bad job and they're not getting the credit for it and they're getting charged per the ton, it ultimately trickles down to us because the overall cost for maintaining a dump site is going to affect us as well, because when we run out of space, it's another, how many millions to put together another dump site, and then we're going to eventually run out of space, and we're using space that really should be preserved for water buffer areas and drainage areas. So those are my thoughts on trying to get the messaging out there better, because we can all send out paper stuff, but the reality is people look at the videos more.
Yeah, and it always comes back to education, and that's something we really try to focus in on the Sustainability Board, and we're meeting tomorrow, and more than likely that'll come up as well, is constantly going out into the community, doing these events through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, putting programs in place like our reverse vending machine and other programs that are really focusing in on that education, and, you know, incentivizing folks to do that as well, I think is key for us.
Interesting, this past week, I don't know how many times, been someplace where people have food and paper plates and stuff like that, and even to this day, they're still confused what goes where, because they'll see 3 separate containers, and they have a mix of things. So I think, I don't know if labeling can be improved, but just to see several occasions where there was complete confusion.
And to the point on the education part, it used to be when in doubt, put it in the recycling bin. We've changed that entire message over the year. When it's doubt, keep it out, because then if you're contaminating the recycling, it's causing a whole host of issues. So if in doubt, leave it out rather than put it in.
That might be a good.
Yeah, we have that on there. It's
emphasize, because they'll look on their faces like, okay, which one of the 3?
Yeah, I know. And here in South Florida, you know, we do single stream recycling, so everything goes into the same bin versus having separate bins for things. So it does simplify that process a little bit, but yeah, I know we have that messaging in there to constantly remind folks.
So, very simply, when you go back to shop at Publix, like I do all the time, I just bring my plastic bags back and I drop them off in the exit of the building. They have 3 different opportunities.
They have egg cartons that you
have
can
egg
put them in.
cartons, styrofoam, plastic bags, and I think paper. I think one is paper.
And we'd also encourage our residents too, we distribute them at all our events, use reusable bags when you go shopping, so we don't have to use the plastic bags to begin with. Yeah.
For one reason or another, you get plastic bags, but you
Of course.
also get plastic when you pick up your laundry and all those kind of things, and those things are all recyclable in the same bin. So, anything else?
Thank you very much.
No problem. All right, moving on to F3. This is simple and very quick. Just putting it on the radar of the commission. I got a bunch of phone calls. I imagine certain members of the commission probably did too. Emails of accidents that were happening in this area of Ponce Leon, adjacent south of Bird Road, and people were inquiring due to the size of the street and 4 lanes. You know, why couldn't we put a very thin median there, maybe put some palm trees or something that, again, could just beautify the area. I spoke to staff. There are some concerns in regards to that, but again, I wanted to address it in the public because people were requesting, you know, potentially in the future, when we budget for a project like this, is there an opportunity to not only beautify, but also make it a little bit safer so that people are not making all these illegal U-turns, and those are pretty bad accidents the other day. So.
Good afternoon, Hermes. Yes, Paulo was the director. Melissa put together a brief presentation so she can show the commission.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome. Melissa Desires, Transportation Division Manager. So, based on your request, we went out, our team went out, we got some measurements just to see what we could fit out there. The area that we were looking at was basically Ponce de Leon, south of Bird. Right now, what you see out there is like a mix of parallel and angled parking spaces. Basically, you have parallel parking spaces on the east side, just north of the mid-block, and then everywhere else there's angled. North of the mid-block, there's a small median with palm trees. You've got some wide sidewalks. They have some palm trees, and like I said, the mid-block. So this is a picture from the mid-block facing south on Ponce. You can see there's no median right now. South of mid-block.
And again, if I may, if you went back, I'm not proposing doing doing parallel parking there. Okay, so I want to be very, very, very careful of what I say, because then the rumor mill starts that we're trying to take away angled parking. That's not what I wanted to take a look at how we could fit potentially a median. And then if people were talking about costs before, how do we address the issue of cost? The mayor's talking about doing projects, there's no money. There are 2 major projects that are proposed within 200 feet of the street right here. One of them is in front of Nordstrom's, and the other one is adjacent to Nordstrom's on Ponce. If we asked nicely, like I asked in the case of Doctors Hospital, when they agreed to pay for $700,000 worth of sidewalks, to be added around Doctors Hospital and the university, we could potentially get some beautification and infrastructure projects in the street because those developments would benefit from these upgrades. So I wanted you to keep in mind that if we are able to do something, I would ask the manager to have a discussion with those two potential entities that are in the process right now to come and say, hey, let's look at some infrastructure upgrades, which again, they should pay. They should pay because these are public benefits that I think will pay dividends to the entire corridor. Just wanted to respond to that because that was brought up about me doing that. And it's not, I don't bring things up without having a plan in place.
Okay, so, like I said, we went out there and we took some measurements. These are the existing conditions that are out there right now. The lanes that are going southbound on Ponds are extremely wide. They're actually above the standard lane width that we need. Going northbound, since the geometry of the roadway on Ponds is a little bit tricky because it starts widening as you get closer to the intersection because there's a left turn lane and everything. We actually have one lane that's like substandard technically right now, but since there's like a gore area in the middle, it's not noticeable. Based on what the mayor just said about maintaining angled parking, we had one option, which is basically this one where we would maintain the angled parking, and based on the widths that we need for the lanes, we basically have like 4 feet.
The reason why I would maintain the angled parking is not because I think it's most effective. If we went away from that, we would lose 50 spaces. So I want to reiterate on the record before anybody runs off and says that I want to take off the angled parking in that area. I don't. My goal is to bring this up here in the commission, have the commission talk with staff, and then as these two projects are coming down the line, say, why don't we take advantage of an area that doesn't have a median in the city and potentially have a partner step up to the plate and do something beautiful in the area?
Okay.
I think we can definitely.
You talk to the
Look into
manager,
that, absolutely.
and you figure it out.
100%.
Where because there's a crosswalk there where the trolley stop is, when you do a crosswalk, there's not even a median there. So the person's crossing and the car is not stopping, you're sort of really vulnerable. So that's a serious safety issue.
That area is striped now about 4.5 feet. If you harmonize it, you end up with about 4 minus the curb. The planting space that's left is very small, but
But even on Miracle Mile, if you cross the middle of the block where you have the, near Seasons 52.
You got a median.
If the cars on the other side decide you have a safe zone.
A small
When
median would provide a refuge.
You have some safe zone in the middle. Crosswalk there doesn't have a safe zone. That's, a concern.
Commissioners is 120 feet.
Right.
It's the biggest right of way. And so then we have parallel.
Yeah. Right. No, I'm just saying, in terms of safety, there are several safety concerns regarding that part of Ponce de Leon. Oh, and if you could find out, again, I've said it 50 times, why the street going northbound on Ponce all of a sudden jogs left when you're coming out of the circle, out of the fountain, and you're going north and you're passing Nordstrom, all of a sudden it goes left and then up.
Take a look at that.
That's where cars just cross lanes because all of a sudden their lane is going straight and all of a sudden their lane tells them go this way and then up. We'd be more than happy to walk it with you.
Okay.
You go in there praying that the car next to you figures it out.
So, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree that this should be taken care of. Segovia used to be one of these streets of 4 lanes of asphalt and people racing down at 50 some odd miles per hour. And, you have to run for your life. And if you're not in good shape or you're not young, or you get tangled up in your dog leashes, which I did, it's not pretty in the middle of the street. So I agree, we need to have a safety zone. It's a good idea on most of these large boulevards where we can fit it in to do it. Even if it's just palm trees, or maybe we can put in some white tabs. So it's sort of like the palm tree that is a leafy tree.
Right.
It's amazing how nice and narrow they stay.
You left it very little because you have 6 inches of curb on your side. You left it 2.5 to 3 feet.
Yeah.
So what else do you recommend?
No, I think unfortunately, without turning some of the parking into parallel, that's basically the only option that we have available to us, given the width of the right-of-way. It's a 100-foot right-of-way, you have 4 lanes.
We have very wide sidewalks there.
That, you know,
They're
sidewalks
very
are
wide,
about 10.
which are great, but,
Yeah.
so let me ask you a question. But you think that we could fit a little median there, something small?
Very small.
That's fine, though. I think that will, I mean, again, you guys are the engineers when it comes to infrastructure and traffic and all that kind of stuff. My understanding is that if you were to grab those lanes and just make them a little bit tighter, it would slow the traffic down a little bit, correct?
We can make the inner lanes tighter.
That's what I'm saying. It would
The
slow
outer
traffic
lanes,
down.
we have to maintain.
But my
11.
understanding is that, speaking to traffic engineers, it would slow traffic down. And also, if we add trees, it would also slow traffic down also.
Yeah.
That's my understanding. Again,
Get a tunneling effect, yes.
So what I would like to see, if possible, through the manager, again, it's the will of the commission, is to put together a plan, but a plan that we don't pay for. I want that plan to be paid for by the developers in the neighborhood that are putting up those 2 projects as part of their public benefit package, along with lights in the area that are required, and pedestrian crosswalks, restriping, re-asphalting, all that kind of stuff that's gonna be required. We're talking about a neighborhood that's potentially gonna have 2 to 3 projects going on for the next 2 to 3 years. So we need to work on that, along with the alleys in the back. You know, these are small infrastructure projects that I think are in line with what we're doing. Mr. Manager, yes, sir.
Mayor, I just wanted to show that the 2 inner lanes have been reduced to the minimum. The outer lanes are 11 feet because you have angled parking adjacent to it. So what we see there is about as much cross-section, much median as we can fit, because the reductions have been made. This is a 4-foot median, which means you left with about
3 feet.
3 feet.
about 3 feet of green area. About the best that we can do without really affecting the angle parking. So I think we have a reasonable, the best cross-section available there without going to parallel parking.
So through the manager, could we potentially have some conversations with the interested parties and see what the appetite is? And then we can reverse engineer it and understand where we stand in regards to a design. Something very, very simple. I think we should take advantage of the fact there's 2 major projects that are going on. And I think we could potentially have something that will change the way, not only the look, but also the safety aspect of that area. And I don't think we have to spend $1 from the city to study it or to start planning it. I think it's something that we could start working, if the manager sets a meeting, we could start saying, look, I think this is gonna be very beneficial. I know that these people are going through the process already. They're already submitted, it's public record. They've submitted plans to the city. They've been reviewed by multiple boards. And I think we could potentially have something nice here in the city that would pay dividends.
We can certainly look at that, Mayor.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. So I'll leave it up to you guys, and I guess we'll follow up in a few months. F4.
Okay, F4. Last week, we had the annexation sunshine meeting at High Pines and Ponce Davis, and there were several concerns that were raised by those in the area. For me, it was an eye-opening experience to see the overwhelming lack of interest in annexation from those who were present. Out of the 24 people who spoke, 21 were against annexation, 3 were in favor. However, there were specific allegations made about the reasons the city wants to annex these areas, and I wanted to start by giving us all an opportunity to clear the doubts presented. So I've taken the liberty of bringing copies of an affidavit signed by the mayor in 2022 and just made 2 minor changes. One, I've added High Pines and Ponce Davis. The original one just said Little Gables. And second is to include the county's updated definition of relatives. This signed affidavit would make it clear that we, as individuals, have no personal benefit to annexation of Little Gables, High Pines, or Ponce Davis, using Miami-Dade's definition. The affidavit reads as follows. City of Coral Gables, Florida, affidavit of Commissioner Ariel Fernandez. Before me, the undersigned authority, personally appeared Commissioner Ariel Fernandez, who, after being duly sworn and under penalty of perjury, deposes and states as follows. I am Ariel Fernandez. I am the Commissioner of the City of Coral Gables. The facts set forth herein are within my personal knowledge and are true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. I am over the age of majority. Neither I nor any member of my immediate family, number one, which is defined, immediate family is defined as in accordance with the Miami-Dade County Ethics Code Section 2-11.1B9, as spouse, domestic partner, parents, step-parents, siblings, half-siblings, step-siblings, children, and step-children of the person involved, have any property or business interest in any property or business located within the boundaries of the areas commonly referred to as Little Gables, High Pines, and Ponce David. Pursuant to Section 11705-13A of Florida statutes, the following notarial certificate is sufficient for an acknowledgement of an individual capacity. So I took the liberty of making a copy for each one of us. So that we can all sign the affidavit and then we can move on with the discussion.
Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, I just want to state that I have not had an opportunity to review this affidavit. I know that the commissioner read it out loud, but I just, to be candid on the record, I have not had an opportunity to review this, so I cannot give you any advice as to what you should do or not do.
Can we take a 15-minute recess so you can review it?
I don't need a 15-minute break.
Sorry.
I don't let the firefighters.
There is no requirement that these affidavits be signed by any member of the commission.
Of course, I understand that, and I understand what we're doing here. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. I'll sign it. Listen, just to put some things on the record, like I've told you, Madam City Attorney, you and I had a conversation in regards to the affidavit that I signed. You were here along with then City Attorney Miriam Ramos, and I think I spoke to you. I think it was a few months ago, right? I spoke to you a few months ago because this continues. Because if we're going to have a candid conversation, I think we should have a candid conversation about this issue. And I perfectly welcome it. If we like, we can do it here. As a result of our Miami-Dade County firefighters and the extensive amount of effort that they've made in lobbying the county and hiring blogs and all kinds of things. They've written articles stating that I have a conflict of interest in Little Gables, High Pines, and Ponce Davis. All those articles made their way to the Ethics Commission, and they swamped the Ethics Commission, stating that I had a conflict of interest, having me to hire an attorney along with my brother and a litany of other people in High Pines and Ponce Davis, from what I've heard. The cost has been exorbitant. At the end of the day, this is the way that politics is. People want to go down this route in an effort to derail the process of annexation, which I believe, and I firmly believe, that we're in the process right now of petition gathering, and that the process should continue because it's a democratic process. I met with the Ethics Commission, and I presented to the Ethics Commission another affidavit, and that affidavit was given to them by Miriam Ramos. And that affidavit was created by Miriam Ramos, saying that she was the individual that created the affidavit that I signed. At the end of the day, the explanation for siblings and for everything else was taken directly from the Ethics Commission board. Everybody knows very clearly that my brother moved into Ponce Davis 3 years ago. He's entitled to live anywhere he likes, and he lives in that area. Would that give me a conflict, my brother living in an area in this community?
I don't believe that would be a conflict, Mayor.
I do not own any business in High Pines, Ponce Davis, or Little Gables. neither does anybody in my family, neither does anybody that I'm aware of. I've asked everybody in my family. Again, we can do this all day. I'm trying to do the best that I can to lead and be as straight up, forthcoming, and kind and thoughtful as I possibly can. If you want me to sign this, and this is another got you moment, I don't have a problem. I'll sign it. Here you go.
This is not a gotcha moment.
Yeah, it's fine.
This
Commissioner,
is
you don't-
a
you don't-
conversation that let me finish. I'm just answering your point. You signed this same affidavit. It just listed Little Gables. I'm asking for all of us to sign because there were specific allegations going after every member of the commission, and I think most of us were there. And we need to clear up any doubt that the community has about what is driving the annexation discussion. And that will tone down the conversation and make it about annexation. Because at the end of the day, that's what these discussions should be about. And I think a good hour of that meeting revolved around other things that had nothing to do with annexation.
Commissioner.
And I think we should have a conversation about annexation openly, showing that we have no specific interest in these areas.
Let me respond to you. That is why I signed the affidavit in public when I signed it, and Miriam Ramos produced it. And when that was dragged back into the Ethics Commission, again, because of what's occurring with Miami-Dade County firefighters, Billy McAllister, and all the blogs that are writing these things that are propped up and then sent out, it has resulted in now waiting for a clearance letter from the Ethics Commission. As you're aware, because you were on a radio station before you got elected, you said that I was under investigation, and so was my brother. I have a clearance letter saying that I was not under investigation. But I don't have a problem signing this because I have a very clear conscience in my efforts in regards to annexation and in what I'm doing here in the city. I will do my best to lead, and I don't have a problem signing this at all. I just think that I wish we would try to tackle the issues at hand and move forward with a litany of things that are happening here in the city, from the budget to good legislation. And I feel that sometimes we fall short and we're getting caught in just the political back and forth that serves nobody. It doesn't serve this community. It doesn't serve any of our efforts to move forward.
And this was yours. This was your affidavit that you signed in 2022. The only difference is I've added High Pines and Ponce Davis, which was excluded from that affidavit, and I've updated the definition as given by Miami-Dade County 4 months before you signed that affidavit.
Right, no, the change in the definition is a significant change, and not that it bothers me, because it doesn't affect me, but I do think, Mayor, take the time and read it.
As long as, excuse me, Madam Vice Mayor, the only issue that I would have here with this would be the issue that my brother lives in Ponce Davis. That's the only issue, because I don't own anything else.
So you amended language accordingly. So as far as the allegation that there was something about the rest of the commission, there was nothing about the rest of the commission in the meeting. And you're always going to have certain individuals with their own agendas talking about things during a meeting, some of them half-truths, some of them exaggerations. But that doesn't mean it is something that we should devolve in as basically embracing them as being the truth, because that doesn't make them true. Just because something is said 1,000 times by one person that's the loudest person in the room doesn't make it true. I was in the back of the room, I didn't dare to listen. And what happened is you have people that went on one side and people that went on the other side. And a lot of folks that were putting their cards in the box to vote, not vote, but the petition process one way or another, said they were unwilling to get up and talk because of the fear of being harassed by the others.
A lot of people left.
So we do need to let this process go out and finish, so it can be finished, and so it's not half done. Let the people vote.
And I understand what the intent of this is. The intent is for me not to sign it, to make me look guilty, so they can run another story and continue running the story. You know how it is, my friend, in the back. I see you smirking. You know how this is. And it's a fun thing to continue playing back and forth and hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting. My brother lives in Ponce Davis. That's the only conflict that I could see. And if you tell me it's not a conflict, I welcome it.
I think it's important that I emphasize once again, there's no legal requirement or obligation that any of you sign this affidavit.
Tell me.
You're not required to sign it, Mayor.
Okay, but what will be a conflict?
as you know, conflicts have to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis because the specific facts always matter. I do not believe that your brother living in this area, in an area that could potentially be annexed or owning, his residence there, would be a conflict.
Okay, perfect. There you go. Done. Moving on. Now, again, we get into actual issues here. What else do you have? Tell me.
All right. First question that came about was regarding the vote and the petition. The process of the petition. Residents of High Pines and Ponce Davis have stated on numerous occasions that there's a difference in opinions on whether they should be part of Coral Gables or not. High Pines has more residents against it than in favor. Ponce Davis has more of a tendency towards leaning towards annexation. The question that was posed was regarding splitting the vote and ensuring that the voters of High Pines have an ability to vote on this issue separate from Ponce Davis. The answer that we got was that the county is trying to do away with, what was the word?
Enclaves.
Enclaves.
But do we have that anywhere in writing from the county where the county says it cannot be separated?
No, Commissioner, but it's highly unlikely that they would separate something to create a secondary enclave. And so they're bordered on three sides by Coral Gables, and that would remain the same. So one of the reasons that the county, that we want to remove that is to make services and public safety more efficient and better. But if two is we don't really know where Ponce Davis and High Pines is. We've looked in. I remember in the prior annexation, we looked to see what the definition was. It's not clear, and also we would be creating an enclave from an enclave.
That answer maybe should have been presented there, which brings my concern about the consultant that we hired. The gentleman said that they're an engineering firm. Why did we hire an engineering firm to handle annexation?
He is an engineer, but he does this kind of work.
Right, but they asked him if they were a public relations firm, and he said specifically, no, we're an engineering firm.
He's an industrial engineer, so he does this kind of work.
How much have we spent of taxpayer dollars on this annexation process?
We had
Is our finance director here?
She's downstairs. She'll be coming up.
Okay. Regarding the website, there was a question asked by a gentleman about whether there was going to be a Q&A section on the website regarding the questions that were asked at the town hall meeting. Are we going to be adding a section to the website to answer some of the questions that were left open-ended?
We have an email address where questions can be asked and they'll be answered.
But they won't be made public? So they won't be listed on the website?
We would have a substantial number of questions on the website. That's not what the website is for, but we do have that I believe it's the annexation email address, which all the questions will be answered there. Excuse me.
Madam Director.
Good afternoon. So the costs of the annexation incurred to date, as of a couple of days ago when I pulled the information, was $144,878,000.
How much of this came from having to resend the petitions?
So the resend did not cost us anything extra. It was sorry, ran up the stairs.
No worries.
So as I understand, the resend was because there was not postage on the return envelope. That was an error by the printing company, the printing mailing company. They covered the cost of that. So there's no additional cost because of that.
And then we've also sent out text messages and possibly robocalls, I heard?
I don't.
We have not sent any
have
text
not.
messages or robocalls, no.
Okay. As far as timing, a question was asked regarding how often can this process be restarted? Because there were questions about, this is the third time the city of Coral Gables is trying to do this, and we haven't gotten there. The last one was less than 4 years ago. How often can we restart the process?
I don't have.
So as long as a commission decides to pursue it and gives that direction, it can be started. You cannot bind future commissions from not doing so.
Right, so there is no county,
Not that I'm aware of, there's no county restriction that would prohibit the city from pursuing annexation after, it doesn't go through.
I understand that what was sent out was a petition, and that's why the answer was yes. Was there any text in that petition that stated, if you're in disagreement, do not send this back? No.
I don't believe so. I think it was send it back if you are in support.
Correct. There was nothing on the petition that, gave a no option or indicated to individuals that if they felt negatively about the annexation, they should withhold the petition. But it was, in my opinion, clear from the petition language that sending it in with your information was voicing your opinion in favor and giving the city the necessary vote it needed, or not, I shouldn't say vote, but the necessary expression of support that it needed to advance the process or really initiate the process.
One of the things that was said there, some people were sending them back, writing the word no. How are we tabulating those votes?
So those don't really get tabulated. We do have them. We have to preserve them. They're a public record, but they don't get submitted to Miami-Dade County because Miami-Dade County only counts positive petitions. So if we were to send them in, Miami-Dade County would disregard them. They're not required as part of the process enumerated in the county code.
I have a quick question, but if there are people sending them back written no, that just is further proof that it's not clear for the regular person resident as to what to do or what not to do.
Commissioner, this
One
is
could
the way we
conclude
did it
that.
last
I
time.
also think people just feel some people feel very strongly and want the city to know
This
that
is
they
what we
feel
did
very
last time, and I think
strongly.
it was clear. I think, yes, I believe it's, that people feel very strongly and want to express their opinion.
Right. That was my question.
There were specific references made to development that I thought were also very important. There was a concern by those in the room that Coral Gables doesn't listen to its own residents, and the argument being made is that we will listen to them regarding annexation, whatever they want with their neighborhood. That was tied in with a bigger question, which is why is Coral Gables so interested in annexing us? And there was no clear answer. So I wanted to know what the clear answer is from staff's perspective on why Coral Gables is so interested in annexing High Pines, Ponce Davis, and Little Gables.
It is an enclave. We, from a policing perspective, I think our chief feels very comfortable that it would improve our policing efforts, and also from the fire effort that we can go through the entire area without going around it. So we feel from a policing perspective that it's an enclave, and that's why the county looks at enclaves in a negative way. They also mentioned that we were looking at that because we wanted them to fund our pension plan, which is completely untrue. We're funding our pension plan just fine. We don't need anybody's help, and we'll be through. And if we do what we propose, we'll be through with that in 8 years. I also think that area, in my opinion, fits Coral Gables very well. It's a hole that we have in Coral Gables, and I think filling it would be good from a service perspective and from a public safety perspective.
There was also a question about sidewalks, and it brings us to the question about finances. I think High Pines and Ponce Davis think they're going to be a donor community to Coral Gables. Can you run through the financial aspect of annexation, and I guess over the next 5 years, if we were to proceed with annexation, where would we be financially with the annexation of these areas? Are Coral Gables residents going to be subsidizing these areas, or is it going to be the other way around?
I don't think so. I think High Pines Ponce Davis is a donor community. However, they will be getting enhanced benefits from that above, in my opinion, what the county provides. The county provides fine service. I think we provide a very premium service, and as far as Little Gables, I think in 5 years it will be absorbed into North Gables and will be just like North Gables.
So we're talking about 5 years. So in the first 5 years, would the annexation of High Pines and Ponce Davis cover the expense of an annexation of Little Gables?
Yes.
Or would we still be upside down?
Yes.
Staffing-wise, what are we looking at as far as increased staffing with the annexation of High Pines and Ponce Davis?
I believe we had a meeting with you, Commissioner, and with Commissioner Castro, and we went over everything. I don't have that information here, but I'll be happy to give it to you again if you wish.
I think this information needs to be public information. That should be placed as well on this website. If we're talking about what annexation is going to represent, so the number of positions is
It is
on
on
there?
our website, yes.
Okay. Timeline, where are we right now as far as annexation? I know we're in the petition phase. Where does this end? What comes next? What are we looking at?
We plan on coming back either the second meeting in October, first meeting in December, with the petitions. If we have over 20% in those petitions, we come back to the commission to move forward with the application.
Okay, and then following that, what happens?
If the commission adopts a resolution directing staff to submit the application, and that would require the 20% threshold in each of the areas, we'd have to prepare the application. We do have a foundation of what the application would look like, and we have to submit it to the clerk of the BCC. And then the ball's in their court. And so, timing-wise, we'd be working towards the 2024 general election in November, but much of the process is dictated by the county once those applications are submitted, and so we're kind of at their mercy. Several hearings need to take place. There has to be mailed notice to both communities. It has to go to the PAB. It has to go to a committee hearing. So I outlined at our last commission meeting, I provided each and every step that needs to take place in the annexation process. It's very difficult to give you an exact timeline, but I can provide those slides again so you can kind of see all the steps that would have to take place.
Being at that meeting, I do have concerns. I've also heard from many residents who do not believe we should be annexing additional areas if we already have deficiencies right now. We're obviously talking about continuing to kick the can down the road on some of our projects due to our city's finances. And I don't know if this is the time for us to bring in additional areas that we're going to have to invest into to bring to Coral Gables standards. Open it up for discussion from my colleagues.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I address 2 points, Mayor? First, I had an opportunity to just review some of the statements in the affidavit and with the mayor, and number 2 says, neither I nor any member of my immediate family have any property or any business interests in the boundaries of these areas. As the mayor just stated on the record, his brother does own property in that area, so he cannot sign the affidavit because it wouldn't be truthful.
Yeah, but what he's trying to do, and I signed one for Little Gables, and what they're trying to do is also bring in High Pines and Ponce Davis, knowing that my brother lives there. I've said it on the record multiple times. So, again, he has a residence there. He doesn't represent the annexation efforts. He doesn't represent any clients there. He just chose, I think 3 years ago when he bought there, to buy a beautiful home and start his family there. He got married and he had a son. So at the end of the day, if that is the result of me not being able to sign the document, I'll sign it for everything else. I don't own property. None of my family members own property. We don't own businesses. We have no conflicts. We're not representing anybody in the annexation effort. No legal clients, none of that. But I can't get away from the fact that he owns a property in Ponce Davis. I don't know how that's a conflict. I leave it up to my city attorney. But I'm willing to sign the document, but as long as it does not own one, obviously, he does own a property there. But the previous document that I signed dealt with Little Gables, because as you remember very clearly, you stated on the record that I was under investigation by the Ethics Commission because my brother owned property, or I owned property, or represented clients and different things like that. That's water under the bridge. We're moving on from that. We'll deal with that another day after everything gets addressed. But to deal with the affidavit today, what is your recommendation?
My
Madam City
recommendation,
Attorney?
Mayor, is if you do intend to sign an affidavit, that you give me time to revise this and prepare it and review it carefully, including the provisions of the various
problem.
provisions that are cited of Florida statutes and the ethics code, and then do it at a later date. I prefer not to rush this.
I'm willing to do it today. I don't have a problem.
Understood. So it's my preference.
And I agree with you. And I agree with you. And I would have done it. I would have done it today. I will do it right now. If you'd like to prepare before the meeting ends and you're ready to sign it, and you include that my brother owns a property in High Pines, that could be the only exclusion on the affidavit. But if I would have known that this was coming and it wasn't gotcha politics, with the Herald here and our friends, the firefighters in the back, I would have been ready to sign this without a problem. I'm ready to sign it. I signed it. I just got to notarize it.
I would prefer an opportunity to review it carefully, Mayor.
Not a problem. I'm more than willing if my colleague who just gave me that is willing to give me
I have
that.
the opportunity to do so. I just used the affidavit you signed last time, which did not have High Pines and Ponce Davis, and I gave it to all of my colleagues so that we could all sign it. I signed mine. I submitted it to the clerk. I want to make sure that moving forward on this issue, we have no question marks and no shadows over the city of Coral Gables when it comes to annexation. That we're moving forward, if we're moving forward with annexation, with no clouds over our heads.
I don't think we have any clouds over our heads at all. The record is very, very clear. I'll sign the affidavit. I think it's patently obvious I have no property in any of these areas. Okay, I may have some friends, some residents. Now, I've talked to them. I have no clients whatsoever to do business there or do business with the city. None.
My thoughts is, Madam City Attorney, just, get back to us what can or can't be signed and what can or can't be done, whatever the rules are, the law.
Understood. Can I address one more point, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
So on the question of further creating enclaves, the county code does say that at the conclusion of the public hearing, the Board of County Commissioners, in evaluating the appropriateness of a petition for incorporation, shall consider the following guidelines. One of those guidelines is have contiguity and not create any unincorporated enclave areas. And it defines what the unincorporated enclave area is, just so that we're all
Okay,
clear
can
with the
we add
process.
that to the website as part of the answering that
Yes,
question?
we can. I wanted to clarify what I mentioned about the website. We've added our presentation to the website, so everything should be there. The presentation that you saw that day.
And tomorrow we do have the annexation meeting for Little Gables, correct?
Tomorrow.
At what
Yes.
time?
The CMR at 6:30.
And that's at the Police and Fire
Police
Headquarters.
Do we have anything else for the good of the order on this item?
Mr. Manager, I just want to clarify, is tomorrow's meeting at 6 or 6:30?
6:30. So I believe it's 6:30. No?
6:30.
6:30.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, this was.
If I may, just one last comment before we move on. Madam City Attorney, will you do me a favor, like we did last time with the affidavit that I signed? Once you're done, and you include my brother that he owns property in Ponce Davis, will you make sure I sign it, notarize it, and upload it on the computer so everyone can have a copy of it, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor,
what were
we
you saying,
have
Mr.
a
Clerk?
request of members of the public requesting to speak on this item.
course.
All speakers are through Zoom at the moment. First speaker is Doug Meyer. Doug Meyer.
Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Not responding. I also had Maria Cruz as a speaker on this item.
I'm sorry, I was trying to respond. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please take your time.
Okay. All right. Again,
sir.
my
Excuse
name
me.
is
Apologies.
Doug Mayer. I live at 1101 Cortez Street in Little Gables. I'm I wanted to address you today because the idea of annexation is something that my wife and I have been opposed to since we first moved into Little Gables about 4 years ago. And in fact, we moved into Little Gables because we did not want to be in Coral Gables. And after hearing that the city was trying again to annex Little Gables, I started talking to some of my neighbors, and many of them were opposed to annexation. They didn't want the higher tax base. They didn't want the obtrusive rules and regulations that Coral Gables imposes. We were happy where we were, and we didn't want to be part of Coral Gables. And to that end, we have formed an organization called Neighbors for the Preservation of Little Gables. And we are adamant that we do not want to be part of your city. And you're going to be hearing from us at commission meetings. You're going to be hearing from us whenever there's an opportunity to speak in regard to this issue. And I just hope that many of my neighbors have lived in Little Gables for 20, 30, 40 years. And some of them feel like they're being harassed by the city because this is like the third or fourth time in the last, 10 years that they've tried to push the annexation issue. We just want you to leave us the hell alone and let us live in our enclave, as it's called. We're happy there, and we don't need or want to be part of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Maria Cruz.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Maria Cruz. I think there has to come a time when we accept that we cannot get everything we want. And based on what's going on with our city today, based on the fact that we don't have money to do the things that our residents want, why is this insistence in annexing anybody? Frankly, they made it very clear. They're not interested. They're not interested. Why do we continue spending money, consultants, meetings, posters, printing, when we do not have money for our residents, the ones that pay our taxes? I think this is very ill-advised, talking about being very financially, conservative. We're not. We're throwing money down the drain at a point where we do not have the money to throw. I think enough is enough. Cut your losses while you're ahead and stop spending money, because we do not have money to spend, according to all of you. We do not have money for what we, the residents, want, and we're spending money for what may or may not happen. I think anybody who lives in Coral Gables or doesn't live in Coral Gables reads the papers, listens to the radio, is aware what's going on here. Why would anybody want to come and join now when we don't know whether we're coming or going, when we don't know what we're doing, when we still do not have money to pave our streets, when we don't have money to do things that our residents are clamoring for? Enough. I know this is probably a legacy project, but you know what? There are no legacy projects in Coral Gables if the residents do not want it. Stop spending our money. Bye.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. Is there anything else for the good of the order before we move on? Oh. We're good.
Guess we'll be here tomorrow.
Moving on to F6. Madam Vice Mayor.
F6 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to create an income-based sewer connection grant program contingent on the receipt of state or federal funding to provide financial assistance to qualified individuals who wish to convert from septic to sewer.
Good afternoon again. Vice Mayor Anderson proposed this resolution. It directs staff to both create the program and to apply for state and federal funding for septic to sewer conversion. At this time, we're not anticipating there being a local match for that appropriation request. Of course, open to hearing feedback from the City Commission. And the resolution also gives staff the authority to kind of put together the criteria and to figure out which individuals would be eligible for that grant program. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So this emanated out of course, discussions with residents. We had folks from Kings Bay that came forward. Discussions I've had with state representatives that are very attuned to the needs of people 65 and older, folks of lower income in our community, that people think Coral Gables and they think, well, we're all wealthy. Well, that's not true. And this connection to sewer is going to be a tremendous expense for folks on limited income, whether it be 15 or 25,000, depending on the extent of the length of the pipe and particular site conditions. It's something that other communities have gotten money for in grants. Unlike what those other communities have done in Miami-Dade County, this is not a first come, first served basis because we do have affluent members of our community. And the point of this grant program is not to be a first come, first served basis for the folks that are best connected to the internet and know how to jump through the hoops and ropes to get it first and get that financial windfall, but to help those who need it the most. And this is going to be probably the most strenuous expense facing folks in the future who can't afford to do it. And one day you'll get to that point where you're at a certain age and you retire. And all of a sudden, even if you do have a nest egg, the fact that you don't have an income-producing job substantially reduces your ability to get a loan. Mm-hmm. So if you didn't want to shell out the money first, you're going to find out that your ability to tap into other resources has essentially disappeared, or you're going to be charged a much higher interest rate. I think this is the most viable way to help our lower income residents out. It was funded for Miami-Dade County without this type of criteria. I think we even have a better chance of getting funding for this because it's going to be crafted to help those who need it the most. So, thoughts, anyone?
I think, Vice Mayor, I appreciate you putting this on the agenda. I wholeheartedly support you. We're going to have to end up dealing with this one day or another. And I think we're going to have to find solutions financially. We're going to have to make tough decisions. I think I personally would have voted a different way in Kings Bay, especially when we had that grant. I take ownership of that vote because we're going to be faced with a dilemma pretty soon, probably in the next 4 or 5 years, maybe 10 years, where we're going to be left with no other option. And that option at that point is going to be force-fed to us. So any way that we can work collaboratively with different agencies, meet with state and local leaders to try to find funding for this, I'm in. So
I think it's very well worth pursuing. So I'm complete support.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that should be a priority, and I think it is a priority for everybody up here. And I know that when Kings Bay came up, Commissioner Regalato's office was willing to try to find the funding. So I'm sure that if there is a matching component, we may be able to find the partners to help fund it as well. So I think I'm happy to second.
Okay. So I'll move, you'll second.
I'll second.
So I'm just going to add a few more details since we all have our different conversations with representatives and to keep you in the loop. There was not a matching component for Shenley Park, and it was a $2 million grant. So we have right now a legislature that is interested in water quality, and I think we should extend that benefit to our residents. So any public comment for
Yes, ma'am, we do. Mark Morris.
Thank you, Mayor Lago.
How you doing?
And respected commissioners. As a Coral Gables resident, taxpayer, and voter in Kings Bay, I oppose any special assessments or financing of thousands of dollars through increased costs and increased taxes on my property for conversion and construction to the public sewer that a public works grant may not cover in full. I'm also opposed to conversion to an existing documented broken, leaking Miami-Dade County sewer system in need of billions of dollars in repairs and funding that could additionally, exponentially assign a costly new sewer bill and costly new taxes to my property. Remember, 18 months ago, all but one of the 150 homeowners in Kings Bay rejected the city's attempt to maneuver Kings Bay into supporting and assuming 70% of the cost for a septic to sewer conversion project, which adjusted to today's monies would be $10 million plus. So, to answer the question number 14 on the city's 2023 survey, I strongly oppose the implementation of a citywide septic to sewer conversion project. And I strongly oppose assuming a portion of the cost. The term grant money, in my opinion, is an obscure and elusive way of overshadowing a huge and unforeseen financial catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you being here. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, ma'am.
Madam Vice Mayor? We have a
We have a motion.
And a second?
We have a second.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
yes. Moving on to F8.
F8 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing a one-month extension of the concession agreement with Fresh AN LLC for the operation of the cafe space at the Coral Gables Golf and Country Club.
I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Mayor, commissioners, even though I believe there's an email sent today, I think I would like to have this extension to fully discuss all these items. I don't believe the person that sent that email has the authority to back out. And I do believe that further discussion would potentially benefit this. And we would like to have this extension, this contract extended for an additional 30 days.
I'm fine with that.
So yeah, just to be clear, you all received that email today. We do not agree with the statements in the email, but we don't need to get into all those details right now.
Exactly.
But as the manager said, the person who sent the email is not the authorized representative of the entity. So our recommendation is if it's the will of the commission to approve a one-month extension, the city is open to continuing discussions with Fresh AN LLC.
Sure.
Obviously, if they don't want to sign the extension, they won't sign the extension, but.
Right, I'll make the motion.
We are open to continued discussion, but we strongly disagree with what was said.
I made the motion.
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F11, Vice Mayor.
I'm going to ask if we can, at least for presentation purposes, do F11 and F13 at the same time, because the analysis is similar.
I'll read them both into the record then, and we can do them together. So F11 is a resolution of the City Commission directing that city staff amend the proposed annual budget of estimated revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023 and ending September 30, 2024, prior to the second reading of the ordinance adopting said budget in order to reallocate funds in the capital projects budget from Phillips Park to the restoration of the Alhambra Water Tower. F13 is a resolution of the City Commission directing that city staff amend the proposed annual budget of estimated revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023 and ending September 30th, 2024, prior to the second reading of the ordinance adopting said budget in order to reallocate funds in the capital projects budget from Phillips Park toward the City Hall complex windows.
So, City Clerk, I provided you the papers to hand out, and the City Attorney's already got her copies. And then we can bring up these items to discuss this in a chronological fashion.
You couldn't have made the print a little bit bigger at this?
That's why we have the one that's going to come up on the big screen. And one day, I hope that we have screens here like South Miami does.
That would be nice.
Yeah. No,
Or a projector.
whatever. So, you know, how did that get unrotated? Okay, turn your head. Wait, I put those in the right direction. Now, you have to
Then
be
take the
upside
selfie.
down.
Yeah. Oh,
So
boy.
maybe someone can rotate them.
There we go.
You know, my trick is you use the phone and put on picture mode.
Correct. And then you'd snap it and then, yeah.
Yeah, and you can zoom in. So this is a reproduction on the first page. But, Clark, can you guys rotate those? Because I rotated them before I sent them.
Yes. They're doing it right now.
Okay,
Or everybody turn your TVs sideways.
yeah. Oh, we'll pause for a second. I think it'll go a lot smoother if we just wait for a
It
moment.
was actually a David Lynch comedy years ago that had that happen. Everybody at home was turning their TVs sideways because the camera turned while they were filming a show.
Yeah, when you were capable of turning your TV
Yes,
side.
now it's a laptop.
True.
That's true. Now
I mean, I've done that with my laptop. I've done the sideways thing.
Ma'am, you might want to go on. It's taking them a second to rotate it.
Wow. I'm sorry. I was a little quicker. Since Commissioner Menendez just stepped off to use the restroom.
No, we don't have
No,
quorum.
no.
You don't have a
Picture, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So, do you have your reading glasses, sir? That might
I
help.
just put the paper really close to my eyes. It's okay.
Well,
We're good, we're good.
look at the first page. This is our July draft budget, and at that time, I discussed with you shuffling or moving the money around instead of holding it in reserves for prioritize the City Hall windows. So essentially, you take a portion of the 4 million that's being held for next year on Phillips Park, move it up to finish the City Hall windows, and instead of funding City Hall windows next year or City Hall projects next year, we move the money back down. We finish funding Phillips Park. And the same analysis equally applies on the water tower. Now, if we have some other money come in down the line, we can reshuffle things back and forth to make sure that we maintain these projects being on time. I don't know about on budget, but on time. We'll cross that bridge when the time comes, depending on what the cost of cement is. And we have a resident emailed us today with their opinions about, Phillips Park, so we all can digest that in the meantime, before the presentation time. So where does the money come from? So staff put together on page 2 the before and after effect. And And there's no loss of money here. Right now, on the top part of the page, you show there's $4 million. I put in the word escrowed, because that's essentially what it's doing. It's holding the money. It's a place marker. We can't do anything with it in the meantime. We need to wait for the rest of the money come in to finish out the planning stage. Not that we can't do some more planning and have meetings in the meantime to make sure we launch on time. But it's escrowed, essentially escrowed doing nothing there. It's like a reserve. So, and it's not a hurricane reserve. It's just a reserve for Phillips Park. So we can shuffle things back and forth. The bottom of the page has the proposed alternative. The windows get fully funded. We can, flip the switch and get these ordered this year, going through the process, allowing Historic Preservation Board to comment in it, but we can actually get it going because there's a lead time, as you know, for everything going forward. Manager, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we were ready to order the windows today, we finished all the design with everything else, it's going to take, 6 months to 9 months to get them in.
The order will be at least 6 months.
And then we got to get them installed, et cetera. So I'd like to get the ball rolling sooner rather than later. Same thing happens with the water tower. I went by that on this tour, and it's in really bad shape. Same thing with this building. You can see the water damage below the sill levels, seeping into this building. So it's not just the cost of the windows that we're talking about, but, abating and stopping the continued damage to this historic structure as that water is getting in and affecting, the building itself. As we all know that water erodes rock, water erodes buildings. We wouldn't have the Grand Canyon but for water. But, it does have its erosion effect, and that's why we have caves, and that's why we have streams underneath our city itself. Next year, 25, instead of the money, there's the red dollar signs there, where the money is not being needed for the water tower, where the money is not being needed for City Hall. It goes right back into Phillips Park, and it's fully funded at that point. This is not a stall tactic. This is not retribution. This was something I asked for back in July as directed to the windows. I know that some folks have misread this as being, retribution for this or retribution. I take every issue separate. Okay, this is all good stuff. All these projects are great. We'd like to get them done sooner, and that's what this is about. So I'd like to go ahead and take comment, and then we can, if it's appropriate, I'll make a motion on the, which one's first, F11? We should probably do it.
Yeah, we'll do F11 first.
We can do them in order. F11, we'll do F13 afterwards.
Yeah. But I think also something besides the fact that this is something that we've been talking about a long time already. The benefits are key in regards to the insurance valuations and protecting the city and the envelope and, a beautiful city hall. Outside of aesthetics, which we're having serious issues here, we took care of the roof last year. This will be the final piece in ensuring the envelope is secure. Mr. Manager, I'd love to understand, maybe by the next commission, you can provide just a little bit of guidance from insurance in regards to what could we potentially see as a benefit if we get these windows done.
Well, in this building, we probably save 15 to 20,000 a year.
So besides that,
because of the impact protection that it provides the building.
So that's another positive benefit. You'll see a cost savings in regards to insurance. It'll be a safer envelope, and it'll protect the building. Again,
in addition, Mayor, would be mold and
the purpose of bringing this resolution forward, like the Vice Mayor said, is very simple. It's not to defund another project. It's to, while we wait for design, public comment, construction documents to be taken care of, which will probably take 4 to 5 months, you have to take that out to the street. We're not going to start Phillips Park for a year to a year and 3 months, a year and 4 months. We could potentially have this building shored up in a good condition, probably in 9 months, because I imagine, Mr. Manager, it's not only ordering the windows. When the windows come in, we have to probably prep each window by itself.
There'll be quite a bit of carpentry work.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be about 3 months. I don't want, 3 months is just a guesstimate. It's probably going to be about 3 months with how many windows we have? You said like 90?
100 and something.
100 and something windows.
I think
Just the
127.
amount of
Don't quote
window
me on that, Mayor.
prep, the amount of window prep after so many years is going to be extensive. So that money would be immediately placed back into the project, which was taken from the line item, and you'd be able to kill two birds with one stone and not have to continue potentially risking a massive hurricane or who knows, another weather event coming in and hurting this beautiful historic building.
One more benefit that, well, before you start, Commissioner, is the noise level too. We won't. Air conditioning and noise.
Air conditioning.
You save money on air conditionings. At the end of the day, you're running less on air conditioning, so you're not running that much electricity.
My office is a sauna every morning when I get into it because the air conditioner is warm at night.
And
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I can say, it's a very messy project because we have to reinforce the wall as much as we can. We have to have a window that meets the historical issues plus its impact and can take the hurricane pressure. And then we have all the carpentry work that we have to do. So it's quite an extensive project.
All right, so I agree. This hardening of City Hall has to be a priority. Water tower has to be a priority. I actually visited the water tower yesterday with our public works staff. It's impressive how large it is from the inside. It looks a lot smaller on the outside. But I was able to see the scope of the work that has to be done. And staff was able to give me an idea of where the bulk of the money is going to go. And it's really towards the scaffolding that has to be built outside in order to do the work. And the actual painting of the murals outside, which in some places are completely faded or gone. But I did have a conversation with the Public Works Director on timeline and what realistically can be done in fiscal year '24. So permitting and design and permitting is probably going to take about 10 months is what I was told. So realistically, construction can start in fiscal year '24, but I mean, and he's here, you can answer the questions, but realistically, it doesn't look like we can. I asked him about pre-purchasing products in order to have them ready, and the concern was if the design and products are not approved beforehand, because this does have to go through historic, those are products we probably wouldn't be using for something else. The ballpark figure that I got for the design and permitting phase was just over $150,000. So I think there may be something that can be done, and that's why I had put both these projects in my capital improvement project plan, which we'll be discussing briefly later, because I do think that these are projects that we need to prioritize and get them done as soon as possible. If realistically we won't be able to start construction on the water tower this year, we can still maybe budget some money for that, for the design and permitting phase, and complete the budgeting process as is scheduled for next year.
If I may say, Commissioner, the problem with the water tower is it's not a masonry structure like most of, you saw it from the inside. It's a structural frame, and then it's frame construction on the outside, and there's also the cupola and so forth that we have to reconstruct. Fortunately, I think we can find the drawings from the prior work so that we can speed this work up quite a bit, because those have all the necessary requirements from the historical point of view.
Okay.
So we're looking to see how we can speed it up, and we're looking to do a structural assessment as soon as possible. That is a structure that will require continuous maintenance. It's not obvious from what it is, but when you look at it from the inside, you can see some of the issues there.
And it's also part of the way it was designed. You know, you're not talking about 90-degree angle walls. They're at an angle which only adds to the water intrusion into the facility. The conditions of the doors, I mean, some of them have literally had pieces that have fallen off, and we've replaced it with a piece of plywood just to keep it up and prop it up. There's definitely work to be done there, and I agree. We can't continue to kick that can down the road. We need to get the process started. Staff does not believe, realistically, it would be completed by the city centennial. I think that's a goal that I had. I don't know if we're going to get there, but I'd like to see a way where, again, I'm proposing a plan where we would be able to fund it and not have to take money from another project. But we'll be discussing that later.
I know Fred stepped out. I think he was taking a call. There he comes. Fred, sorry. Could you just rehash the timeline for Phillips Park? I want to engage everybody in this. I want to have a healthy discussion.
So we did the concept design. We presented the concept design to the commission in the past. We are now, our capital improvements team is working with the designer to have a contract put in place so we can go beyond the concept plan, go to actual design, get actual construction plans. Once we get that actual design where we show specifics, which is specifying playgrounds, the water park, fixtures, all that stuff, then we're going to go to a community meeting. We're hoping, since we're doing the negotiating now, that we can get to that community meeting either, at the beginning of the first quarter of 2024, in the January, February. And then from there, obviously, there's the finalized permitting, there's procurement to go through to get a contractor, and then when you're ready to build. So you are looking to close to the end of, to the next fiscal year. You're getting there.
So can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
You think that you're going to have construction documents done by what day?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you when I think.
Construction documents, Mayor, will be done sometime in 25.
Okay. Okay. And you're gonna
25. Okay, I thought you said
25.
24.
So you're gonna hard bid this, or are you gonna do like a CM or some sort of design build? What's your plan?
We have not decided, Mayor. We need to look at the project a little better.
Okay. 25. That's a while away.
Yeah. It's a big project.
Because of the community meetings, and then from the community meetings, we have to go into design, procurement, and the project about $9 to $10 million.
So, so I guess the first question is to, the city manager and also Fred. If there was support for the legislation, one or both of the items, you could still fulfill your plan as written for this upcoming fiscal year in terms of moving that project.
The original plan calls for construction in 25. I think we can meet the construction in 25.
Okay. And just so everybody know, I sat down with the city manager, I think it was yesterday, and we went over this plan, and I appreciate the time you spent with me going over this. I'm looking for, and first on the record, for anybody who has any doubt, every single member of the city commission is absolutely has historic preservation at the top of their list. We are known for the Biltmore, the City Hall, iconic, historic, or water tower, the museum. There's no one here that at any point, at any time, puts historic preservation in the back seat. It's always in the forefront. And it's just a matter of balancing a great many needs across the spectrum of what the city is about, what our history is about, and what our community today uses. And that's why there are a lot of projects like sidewalks, Phillips Park, that we need to address as well. So I'm looking for a way to balance things and bring some semblance of sanity to the whole process. And in the spirit of cooperation, I'm open to the item that Vice Mayor has regarding the funding for the windows, because it sounds, based on what Commissioner Fernandez said, that that's the most urgent, most pressing, the one that can actually get started fastest, soonest, if I'm mistaken.
We're trying to move as fast as possible, meeting all the
But
requirements.
in terms of that versus the water tower, the windows basically,
We're trying to move quickly on both.
yeah.
Trying to move quickly on both.
I'm looking for balance, and by the way, I was at a gala for the centennial for Coral Gables Preparatory Academy, Coral Gables Elementary, and I went there for a few years. People were in shock. I even went there, and I had a lot of parents, a lot of families go, "We use Phillips Park. We need Phillips Park to be improved. It's part of our life as parents." So I just want folks to know that their voices on the other side asking for Phillips Park to move forward. But with the assurance from the administration that Phillips Park will move forward, it will not be delayed. And I also am looking forward to my colleagues' plans for funding. I'm open to your item regarding the windows. I'll be supportive of it. I'd like to split the baby and see with the water tower, see what we can do for funding, perhaps the plan, the design, the things that you were talking about. So I'll be supporting you on the item regarding the windows and the money from Phillips Park.
No, I appreciate it. I just have a few more questions for staff too, so I can have clarity. Because I absolutely do want Phillips Park to break ground on time. And, we all are in favor of historic preservation, but there's interest of many to deal with. We're never going to make everybody happy. Manager, as far as the water tower is concerned, if there was money available earlier, in other words, in this budget, realistically, what could be done?
First thing we need now is an engineering assessment to the current condition.
How much money you need?
Construction of the water tower is going to be a continuing cost because simply of the way that it was originally built. And then
I'm
we're
going to ask you to
looking
pause on that.
We're looking for the original drawings because they have a lot of information that we would not have to duplicate.
Okay,
from a historical perspective. So if we find those drawings, which I think we can, then that would speed up and use the same consultants that we used last time, which are available now. Then I think we could speed up the actual working drawing portion of it and get into the procurement portion of it. We're working on that now.
How much is needed for this upcoming fiscal year?
That's basically what I'm trying to get down to. If we find the drawings within 30 days, hypothetically, and hopefully less. I would hope that we could find them in less. But can we get this project started? And how much money do you need for what you can get done by the end of this budget year that we're going to be voting on?
I have to look at this project a little closer, but one thing that will not be affected would be Phillips Park because we have enough money to proceed with the design process. And we cannot go out to bid on a project unless we have all the money. Hence the fiscal 25 for Phillips Park. So this should not affect Phillips Park because I believe that we can move with the full design and then get into procurement in 25 when it's fully budgeted. So that is what we propose to do. All we're doing is reshuffling finances. We're currently providing. We're taking $3.5 million in 24 from Phillips Park, providing $1 million for the tower, $2.5 million for City Hall, and then in 25 we're putting that $3.5 million back into Phillips Park. So from a perspective of construction, it's not affected because of all the requirements. There's going to be a lot of public outreach. It's a very large park. So we realistically are not going to get these drawings done until 25 when we're fully budgeted and we have enough budget now with what we have to get all the working drawings done and get the park designed.
One point I forgot to make.
So it becomes really a non-issue.
The $800,000 that we currently have in the budget is insurance money, which can only be used to cover insurance purposes. So it's not money that we can use for the design phase. It's money that we will get reimbursed. At least that's how it was explained to me. Once the process gets started, we can get reimbursement during the construction process for the items that are part of the insurance coverage.
Okay, so
we probably are going to need about $2 million for the facility.
You gave me the very, very long answer to a very short question. So let me get to part B.
It's a complicated point.
Okay, well, you went between Water Tower and Phillips Park. It was a little hard for some folks maybe to discern which one you were talking about.
I was talking about Phillips Park.
I know you were talking about Phillips Park, but not everybody follows you as well. So let's go back to the Water Tower. How much money do we need to get the first phase done, to get the design done?
We should have enough money for that, but
Wait. It's before you go taking off on a long explanation.
You want
I want a dollar figure. We can come back to the commission and say, okay, we're ready for the next step. can we borrow an additional whatever from what we're holding in escrow for Phillips Park to do the next step? And then so forth and so on. So, we're not prematurely doing things back and forth, because I know that we have some other monies coming down the line that may be eligible to be used for these items.
What I think the point I'm trying to make is that it doesn't really matter, that we should just put the $1 million into the tower, and because from a project perspective for Phillips Park, as long as we take the 3.5 in 24 and put the 3.5 back in 25, there is no issue.
Let me ask you a quick question, Mr. Manager. What if, when we go to Tallahassee, if we explain that we have these two projects already pre-funded, does it provide us maybe a little bit more leverage when we try to chase down dollars? Maybe we're going to have conversations with some of the leadership over there.
We tried funding for the towers.
But we can always try. We can always try again.
But we can always try
Again.
We can always try.
Why don't we do this? I think we have consensus on the windows. Why don't we come back? I just want to try to get to the meeting. We have a 5 o'clock budget hearing, and we have a lot of items left. We can come back and tackle this and let the manager have a few moments to kind of drill down on a number.
Right. All right. Well,
Mike, do you feel comfortable with that?
But Mayor, what I'm trying to say is that we can have the full. We have $800,000 now from insurance, which we could use. We have the additional $1 million. It would be 1.8, and then so we're just taking it in 24 and putting it back in 25. So why not just have it there and proceed as fast as possible?
I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the reason why I brought it up, and obviously the vice mayor too. It's pretty
Okay.
simple.
So I'm going to, based upon our discussion at this point, we can come back to F11 later. I'm going to move for approval of F13.
So what's happening?
There's a motion on F13?
F13, City Hall windows.
Yes. Did you move?
I moved,
A
yes.
second.
You see me move?
No, I was talking to this gentleman over here.
Okay, with the very long answers.
Yes, that's him.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote, we have members of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Yes.
Maria Cruz.
Good afternoon again. I used to say, Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I used to say we love to do smoke and mirrors. And I just remembered we did have the money for City Hall. We did have the money a few years ago. We could have fixed them. We could have done what we needed to do at the price at that time. But lo and behold, we came up with a very creative move, and we made City Hall the City Hall complex. And then, because it was the City Hall complex, we were able to move the money that was supposed to protect our historical building that was being damaged. We moved it to fix the 427 building that nobody had even thought about using that money for. Because we play games. We move money, and I'm sorry. You know what? Listening to the conversation today, I wonder if we're ever going to go to Felix Park. Because you know what? Prices will go up. Expenses will be more than we expect. And you know what? Kirk Menendez is not playing ball with us. So what's the rush with Phillips Park? Who cares about Phillips Park? Let's do what we want to do. And maybe something else will come up in the horizon that is an emergency. And you know what? Phillips Park is not an emergency anymore. So unless in 2025 we have elections again and we elect people that really say what they mean and mean what they say, we're going to be here again talking about Phillips Park. Because you know what? This administration is very good at playing games. And we could have had City Hall fixed years ago. But the administration chose that 427 was more important, and we were able to do 427, and we were able to buy a whole bunch of stuff for 427 instead of fixing City Hall. I'm sorry. Enough is enough. Stop moving money around. Use the money for what it's meant to be. And I'm sorry, Mr. Menendez. I know you like to be very congenial and very nice, but guess what? They're not being nice to you because you know what? You're not playing ball with the same rules that they do. That you get writing blood instead of ink, you will never see Phillips Park fixed. And write down the date and the time, and you will see that eventually Maria Cruz will be right again, because that's how we play the game. I'm sorry, this is serious business. People are watching, we're listening. You know what? I have the minutes when we did the budget that we had the money for the City Hall, not the City Hall complex, not 427, the City Hall. But that was not important. It was better to let City Hall get damaged than to fix it at the right time. I'm sorry. I don't believe, I don't trust. And Mr. Menendez, you're paying the price for not playing by the same book. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carelia Carbonell.
Hi, Carelia, how are you? The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, well, thank you for giving me time. My name is Carelia, president of the Historic Preservation Association, but I'm also, a longtime resident. I have been listening to the City Hall windows for years and City Hall restoration for years. And I do appreciate that there's a conversation about funding, whether it's funding from one area to the other. I mean, it all is going to, come out of somewhere. But I do want to put this on the record. And what I hear is that now there's a rush to order windows for City Hall. Now, as far as what I understand is City Hall is a historic structure and it has to go through a historic process. And all I hear now is we're ready to order windows. That should be unacceptable. And I'd like to read into the record how I feel, and the preservation community, I believe, is also, very questioning this kind of talk. And today I've heard it over and over and over again. So the acceptable solution is for the original windows at City Hall and the annex cottage, which I haven't heard at all, to be restored and preserved. The windows are original and have withstood every storm since the 1920s, including Andrew and Wilma, which devastated the area. The recommendation is consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards and recommendations of the current and former Coral Gables Historic Preservation officers. City Hall is one of the most significant structures in the city and occupies one of the most visible and traverse locations at Biltmore Way and Lejeune Road. It should also be remembered that this was the last major structure in the city with which George Merrick was involved. a star in our downtown area. City Hall was designed by premier architects Pace and Stewart, and is one of the few buildings included in the city's official Mediterranean handbook. Furthermore, this is one of the few buildings in the city that is both locally and nationally designated. Simply put, City Hall is one of the most recognized and iconic buildings in Coral Gables. On top of this, City Hall is one of the few buildings in the city that retains its original fenestration. The Secretary of the Interior notes, as one of the few parts of a building serving as both an interior and exterior feature, windows are nearly always an important part of the historic character of a building. In most buildings, windows also comprise a considerable amount of the historic fabric of the wall plane and thus are deserving of special consideration in a rehabilitation project. Now, please do not continue to say, let's order windows. This needs to go through a historic preservation process. And I will continue to hold this. And as commissioners, I know it's important, obviously, for the funding first. And I thank everyone for making it a priority. But it's got to stop about ordering windows, please. I have not heard from the city manager at any moment talking about historic preservation and how these windows are going to go through the process. So thank you for listening, and please consider this. It's a very important landmark that we need to steward correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
To answer the Vice Mayor's question, with a short answer, $250,000
For what?
for the design and moving forward with the tower. We have $800,000, but we cannot use that. We don't have that right now. That will be available from the insurance for construction. Yep.
Okay, so you need $250,000 for this next fiscal year,
For the design portion of the tower.
and you'll come back to
Design
us if you
assessment
need
portion.
more for something, right?
Yes.
I have a proposal.
I'm all ears.
It's good. Me too. That's why we're working well. And I'm glad.
They've gotten bigger as I've gotten older, so it helps.
Everything gets bigger as you get older,
Yeah.
the nose and everything. Trust me.
My mother warned me
I
about
don't
that.
recognize the guy in the mirror sometimes. Looks like my dad. I think I can help, or we can help with regards to the 250.
All right.
There's a,
Oh, that's very generous of you. Thank you.
there's a line item for, oh, thank you. I'm glad.
No,
I'm on a good
he
day.
thinks he can help. He thinks he can help with it.
Since
There's a
we're
line
being
item,
punchy at
there's a
this
line
hour.
item for the youth center design,
All right.
and we can split the baby there, 250 for the youth center design, 250 for the tower. And I think everybody walks away feeling that we're in a better place.
Thank you for that. It's very generous. I appreciate
Good
that.
idea.
Great
Excellent
idea.
idea.
Mr. Mayor, before we move forward, we do have one more member of the public wanting to speak on the item.
Of course.
Ed Santa Maria.
Mr. Santa Maria, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, all. I'm very happy to hear that there is the bandwidth in terms of handling these very important projects. I was there at City Hall, and I personally experienced the condition of those windows. I was also there at City Hall when the amount of people, the load that was imposed by the amount of people that were visiting the Development Services Department was just causing an extreme amount of wear and tear on the building and the facility. And that is one of the reasons why we, and I say we because I was there at the time as part of the team making decisions, we opted to move forward with the 427 project. Not only because the residents and the industry asked for it, but also to reduce wear and tear on City Hall. I think it was a great move. I think it was excellent to protect this historical asset, which is our number one historical asset. And I just want to set the record straight on this, contrary to what you may have heard before. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So,
So we have
Madam Vice Mayor, as we co-sponsor this, I think we have a roadmap
We do.
to addressing these two important projects. I want to thank the generosity of our commissioner for, helping us finally address these two projects as we continue to address Phillips Park, and we can finally, hopefully, bring in for a landing these two incredibly important projects that have been much needed for many, many, many years. So thank you for that.
Mayor, I believe we have a motion and a second on
I
F13.
just wanted to add my 2 cents. I haven't said anything since this moment. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right, moving on to item, do we need to hear the other item, or that was?
F11.
It's been read, but I would need to modify the motion to be consistent with Commissioner Menendez's idea to utilize, instead of funds from Phillips Park, to utilize it from the youth center. And with that modification, I guess we move the amount to, manager, you said you needed 250?
$250,000, of which will be half of what's going to the youth center, which is
Okay.
$500.
$250,000 to be able to move forward on the water tower. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F12.
F12 is a resolution of the City Commission directing that city staff amend the proposed annual budget of estimated revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2023, and ending September 30th, 2024, prior to the second reading of the ordinance adopting said budget, in order to reduce the proposed salaries, local expense accounts, and car allowance of the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Because the salary increase has been a topic of much consternation about the methodology in which it was done, I put this proposed resolution together to be able to provide an opportunity for the commissioners to remove it from the budget and to be able to take a course that is in the sunshine, whether it be a discussion item, a sunshine meeting, an ordinance with a first and second reading, or if you want to put it on the ballot with regard to the wage increases. So I put together for you what I had learned the different proposals were and an analysis of them, because sometimes when you do an analysis of something, you get to be able to see what the true impact was. And historically, we had this issue raised in October of 2022 when raises and executive benefits were discussed in the then Gables Insider. These charts that you see on here give you the various breakdowns. And Clerk, Mr. Urquía, you can go ahead and put up the charts that I had given you for the public to be able to see what's going on. And so Commissioner Castro can see the documents that have been handed out. Do you have those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the first, so we give Commissioner Castro an opportunity to follow us. And Commissioner, I hope you're feeling better. And I appreciate you not sharing your germs with me today, very much so. The first page, let's go ahead and start with that. Is it, all right, maybe it's in the last page. We had the Gables Insider article, so that we're all kind of following along. Sorry to make you guys jump around. There's one folder for this item, but there's two separate documents. Do you have that available? One day we'll have our own screens here and we can control this a little better. I can dream. A girl can dream, right?
Yeah. We have a great IT department.
Yeah, we do. We do. We just need modern technology here. I don't think we're prohibited from having modern technology.
No.
Okay, so
Not yet.
this was the article at the time, and, you know, reaction from residents. There was a chart, this is just an excerpt of the article itself, and it showed a variety of percentages of increases, all of which were below the current proposal that was proposed for the commissioners. Page 3 and 4 give the breakdown of what those increases in the current budgets are. It represents 101.14%. Okay. Staff is slow, gee.
So I think the vice mayor's moved on to a different page in that document.
Option 3, current proposed in budget, which is actually uploaded as
You
a
have to move to the next slide.
Next slide,
I think
please.
it's the other presentation.
I was able to control this in a courtroom in El Paso in 2011, so I'm a
Here we
little
go.
spoiled.
Now we're back.
Okay, there's the one we have at the top. You can leave it at that level. Shows, you know, in percentage, translating out the dollars for this increase. 101.14, 92, 91 for the vice mayor percent, and 71% for the mayor increase in budget for salaries for the commissioners. It's a substantial increase, which is why I felt it needed to be brought out and discussed so the residents understand what these increases are. The other two proposals that were, you know, at least brought to me as an option, was a 59% roughly increase for commissioners, 53 for the vice mayor, 36 for the mayor, and a third in here, 37%, 33%, and 21% for the mayor. So the breakdown is in here so that the public can also evaluate it. What I'd like to do is bifurcate this motion in two parts to give you all the opportunity to meaningfully decide which route you want to take. You want to vote for a percent that's in this resolution? Do you want to take another course on where you think salaries should be? Whether it be, let's have some public discussion or a sunshine meeting, or put it out in an ordinance for public comment, or put it on a ballot. Okay, it's not my item in the way of the decision, because it wasn't my item that I put in the budget itself. So, so I'm going to make the motion to bifurcate just the first section to pull the salary increase out of the budget, and then we can do a second motion on the amount of increase itself.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a motion?
So, Vice Mayor, just to clarify, your motion is to basically remove the salary increases from the budget. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Except for CPI? Except for the CPI increase that's automatic every year, or that occurs every year?
Automatic on the CPI, yes. We're kind of stuck with that. Otherwise, we hurt other employees, correct, manager?
Yes, the CPI increase is fine. It's fine.
Right.
I have a question. City manager, at any point did Vice Mayor Rhonda accept any increase when she was approached by it?
I think the vice mayor came with a small increase, and that's what my discussions with the vice mayor were.
Can you disclose what the increase she was in accordance with was?
I don't have that. I don't recall the information right now, but it was a slight increase in the salaries.
What is slight mean?
Commissioner, if you'd like me to answer, I can answer you directly.
Absolutely.
I did not put any of the increases in, okay? It was more of a discussion about what you guys would want. So these were the numbers that were given to me for understanding the impact on the budget, and I did not choose to include it in this budget, nor would have I ever chosen to put it in a way into the budget to where it was not transparent and disclosed to the public. It wasn't in a draft budget. This wasn't discussed during the draft budget stages for the public to hear. So I've brought this item as a way to cure this issue that has become a rather sore point in our city, with residents
But my
sending me emails.
question is,
yes,
what were you in support of? What increase were you in support of?
let me clarify the answer. I discussed this with the vice mayor, as I discussed with all of you, and there was a discussion. There was a discussion about a slight increase, which I felt was appropriate, because that was it. But I don't recall the vice mayor coming to me and proposing a salary increase. Let me just clarify that. I think we had I believe that we had a discussion on this item, which I initiated.
Okay, but you're still not answering my question. What is the number that she had support for?
I didn't provide a number I was in support for. So therefore, you can't provide something you weren't provided. You have a CPI increase, that's normal down the line. It impacts the rest of the employees as well if we decline the CPI increase.
All right,
Okay, and my second question here is, I think the mayor said that this was never brought to him, but then you just said right now that this was brought up to everyone. Is that correct?
Sorry?
I'm sorry,
I think the question was, were all the members of the commission briefed by you?
There was a discussion on salaries. My discussion with the mayor was very brief. He said he was not in favor of any salary increase.
And let me answer.
So the mayor was informed, because you're going in TV saying that you had no idea that this was a surprise. And I'm sorry, but let's not throw the city manager under the bus. Okay.
So
he did advise you.
So let me answer. Okay. The city manager contacted me one day at the office, and we're having a conversation about a litany of different things in the city. He said, I need to go over this with you in regards to the budget. I said, very quickly, I'm not in favor of any raise. I asked him very clearly, is there commission support for this raise? Yes. I moved on.
Okay, so you did know. So you didn't know. So this wasn't a surprise.
Hold on. I did not know that we were going to be giving 101% increase in salaries. But I was under the impression it was going to be a reasonable salary increase, which I still was against. I was not in favor of the vice mayor receiving almost 93% increase, the mayor receiving 71% increase, and the commissioners receiving almost 102% increase in their salaries. That's what I was not aware of. I said that I was not in favor of any salary increase outside of CPI, and that's a conversation I had with the manager. I said, you don't need to speak to me any further about this
Actually,
issue.
Mayor, you said you weren't in favor of any increase.
Of any increase, excuse me. I said, you don't need to speak to me. Let me just finish, Commissioner. I promise, and I won't say another word about it. Okay? About the issue of this, how I found out. I said, I don't need to know anything else in regards to the numbers, because I'm not in support of any raise in my salary. That's it. So we moved on from there, and then the numbers have changed from 60% to 70%, and now I find out it's 101%. Again, we're moving on.
How is it that the numbers are changing like this? How is it that the numbers are changing like this?
Because my understanding is that there was 3 proposals that were provided. I'm seeing them right now. There was 3 proposals that were provided, and that there were 3 proposals that were discussed. I didn't provide these proposals. I don't know why are you interrogating me? I haven't said anything. This is not my idea. I didn't bring this up. I didn't ask for a raise. I don't understand why I'm being interrogated on the record here as if this is like my idea. So I'm more than willing to have a conversation about it, but this was not my idea. I wholeheartedly from the beginning stated to the manager, I'm not interested, move on. I also stated on the record with the manager that I think that this is something that should be handled on the commission floor. It shouldn't be handled tucked away in the budget, which is, I think it's like something like 250, 300 pages. I would have done something a little bit differently. I would have put it on the agenda to have a conversation about compensation. I would have done an analysis of what other municipalities were paying, and I would have looked at it. For example, I had a conversation yesterday with the mayor of Doral. They just rolled back in the commission meeting a few days ago. They just rolled back the pension benefits that were provided by the previous administration, taking those pension benefits away. I think that's a very positive thing to do. I think it was a little, in my opinion, a little heavy-handed, and I think that this is heavy-handed. Of 102% raise, I think it's much. I think it could have been handled differently, but again, it wasn't my choice. This is the route that was taken, and now we're addressing it. We're having a conversation on it. But please don't make this. Please don't make this.
I'm sorry that you. I'm sorry that you feel that I'm interrogating you.
But
I'm sorry that you
Commissioner,
feel that I'm interrogating you. The thing is here that the way that you presented this last time was very suspicious and looking like you didn't know anything, and like if there was lack of transparency, or I think, what did you say, corruption during a TV show? I think that to me is unacceptable. Let's not put up a show. But that's it. We could finish this conversation.
Commissioner, it's very simple. Very simple. I asked a question on the floor here in the commission, and I asked, who brought this forward? Nobody on the commission, except for the vice mayor, spoke up. Everybody stayed quiet. I asked staff. Staff felt, obviously it was a very uncomfortable position for staff. They didn't want to throw anybody under the bus. So they were respectful, and they said, you need 3 votes to bring this item, or 3 commissioners who were in favor to bring this item, put it into the budget. And that's the way it was moved forward. Obviously you were in favor of it. Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Menendez are in favor of it. And that's perfectly fine. That's within your right to support this, if that's what you like. Again, I'm having a respectful conversation. I think that the raises are egregious. I think that they're over the top and they're just too much. And I'm entitled to disagree and have my opinion, just like Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Menendez and yourself can have an opinion and make whatever statement that you'd like to make. So that's it.
You're absolutely right. We can disagree on this issue. I am in support of the changes in compensation, and I'll explain why. The last major change in compensation for the commission was in the 1980s, according to Mayor Dorothy Thompson. I had a resident approach me and say, have you realized that the compensation that you're asking for is really below a 1% year over year from that moment in time? The commission should really be considering a larger increase. And actually, Vice Mayor, you said this is a dark point for the city of Coral Gables. I've received 2 emails in reference to this issue against this. I've received numerous phone calls from residents saying we should actually consider making the commission a full-time position so that commissioners can devote the time. And I'll tell you, my response to all of them is, all 5 of us up here devote full-time hours to this job. We are all dedicated to making sure that Coral Gables is functioning at 100%. And to be honest, I think everybody up here has elevated the role of commissioner, vice mayor, and mayor in the city of Coral Gables over the last 2 years, over the last few months. And we're really setting a high bar for anybody who's going to run for one of these seats in the future, because the expectations are going to be a lot higher. We put in probably 30 hours a week here at City Hall. Then we go out in the community. We're out at resident events. We're out visiting people. We're at sunshine meetings. We're going around, driving around, see an issue, calling the proper department to make sure that it's addressed, answering resident emails, answering phone calls. I don't really have to tell that to you all because you all do it too. So based on the response that I've gotten from the community, I don't think that we're taking a step in the wrong direction. I think we're taking a step in the right direction and setting up the city to have residents sitting up here who are committed to this city as much as all 5 of us are. And that's why I'm in favor of it.
May I respond to you, if I may? It's public record. The clerk has all the emails. For every person that I've received an email from that is in favor of this raise, I've received 10 or 15 or 20 that are against it. Just today alone. And you're all copied on the emails, so it's not like they're only copying me. You're all copied on it. It's a point of contention for people in the city. They're not happy about it. So I think the way to cure the issues, the way that the vice mayor is proposing, is to have a candid conversation and to negotiate those proposed increases to salaries on the budget here in front of everyone in a transparent way.
So I'm going to add, because I just got in I'm sorry to interrupt, a tweet from one of our residents, Jessica Keller, and I'll just read it in the record because it was only sent to me and at City of Coral Gables. I'd like to speak, but I have a work commitment. I want to note that I oppose commission compensation increases without adequate public input. Adequate input would have included presentations during budget workshops at a minimum. Defer this for next fiscal year. So I think you're missing my point. My point is the process was not done right. It wasn't in the draft budget. It wasn't done by ordinance. There was no discussion item on it. I mean, we have lots and lots of discussion items. We have lots and lots of sunshine meetings. But instead, but for the fact that I asked some questions in order to bring it out in the public eye so the public doesn't come back later on with an article saying that we're trying to hide things under the rug. And these particular pay increases were in the draft budget. This is not what I want to do. I want it in daylight. I want it to be transparent. I wasn't going to become part of the facade here where you hide increases in your salary so the public can't see it, that you tuck it under the rug, that you put it in Section 9, and it's not laid out. Section 9 of the ordinance, it's not laid out for the people to see. Do it in the same process that we do everything else. We can have a sunshine meeting, we can have a discussion item, and we can hear the public input. I'm getting the public input. I've gotten lots and lots of emails of people really upset about this. I've gotten a lot of people approaching during the gala event saying, oh my God, this was not the way to do this. You need to do it in the sunshine. So that's why my first part of my motion is on a bifurcated process, take this out of the budget and do it the right way.
Commissioner Menendez?
I spoke to a lot of residents who've reached out to me. The one comment that did catch my attention, which I really didn't think about, but it made sense, these residents were supportive. They said that with these increases, it gives the opportunity for a lot of people to, in the future, run for office. Because I guess what they're saying, people other than the affluent can run for office and do this full time like we are doing, and be able to earn a living and serve the community, the balance. And a lot of people said that they were sort of financially prohibited from running in the past because of the compensation not being adjusted for over 20 years. Now, here's an interesting question, and I don't quite know the answer, but I'm going to ask our finance director. Not only this budget, but in past budgets that you've worked on, have things been added after the draft comes out or after the workshop in the past, now and in the past?
Yes, there are always changes from the budget estimate to the first hearing and even sometimes to the second hearing. There are always changes that are necessary. During the summer months, additional revenues are identified, additional expenditures are identified during the summer months, and they get added to the first hearing budget, and then there may be changes between the first budget hearing and the second budget hearing.
And so that's standard procedure.
Yes.
And when you do publish, it's made available to the public, and we have obviously our budget meetings held publicly, right?
So the ordinance that is published with the first budget hearing does include all the changes not detail, but summary changes for each item that has changed in the budget from the budget workshop, from the budget estimate document. And so, I mean, I have it in my hands. It's a 15-page document that lists all the changes and discusses all the changes. There are changes that happen during the summer months, yes.
So there are additional changes that have occurred this budget, additional changes that have occurred in past budgets, and since you've been doing this kind of job, this kind of
Yes.
work in your career, that's standard practice.
There are always well, yes, and especially in this city, because we have to publish a July 1 budget estimate. It is just that, an estimate. And there are many changes, both on the revenue side and the expenditure side, that happen during the summer months before we get to the September hearings, where we have the first hearing of the budget, the first budget ordinance, first budget hearing. And again, those details of all those changes are included in the agenda packet.
So you're comfortable, I guess, in terms of the way the city does things, other cities do things, when there are changes, you're comfortable enough that the community, the public's going to know those changes were made or those changes were added to the budget because we have a protocol, procedure in place.
So we are properly documenting the changes from the budget estimate to the first hearing to the second hearing. We provide the supporting documentation in the ordinance that is required. It is the public hearings, the budget hearings are public hearings. Anybody can comment.
I appreciate it.
Commissioner, can I ask you a quick question? Just, I know you're trying to get our finance director to say that this was done appropriately. There's nothing wrong with the way that it was handled in regards to the protocol. But the optics of it, in my opinion, were done in a way that I think could have been handled a lot better. Were there any rules that were broken? No, our staff is exceptional. I'm talking about premier finance director in South Florida. Premier.
I agree.
She knows what she's doing.
That's why I asked her the questions.
But when you asked her the question, I mean, you noticed that she squirmed when you asked her the question. So my question to you is a very simple one. It's like me asking her right now, do you think that the optics would have been better if we would have handled it? You don't have to answer me. I'm not asking you. Do you think that the optics would have been better if we would have done this in the commission as an agenda item? And let me tell you why. It's very simple. Because we're the elected officials. We're the elected officials. We are the ones that legislate and represent the community and have office hours and meet with the residents and have to face the residents every 2 or 4 years. I would be hard pressed to find a dozen or two dozen residents in this community who, with a fine-tooth comb, analyze our budget versus last year. Because everybody here is extremely busy, has faith that we have good leadership, and they probably maybe look at something very quickly. Hey, was this project funded? Was Burger Bob's funded? Like I had a nice lady who wrote me telling me that I had not funded Burger Bob's, and I had to explain to her and copy Fred Cusero right now in an email and say, Fred, will you explain how we got to Burger Bob's funded? I took $250,000 from Parks, then we got some additional money that came in. Can you give her a little bit of peace of mind that that project is funded? We expedited the construction. People are not aware of certain things. But I think we have to concentrate on it. It's a very, very simple thing. And that is that it was not handled in the most transparent way. Commissioner Fernandez is here popping up on one of his items, an affidavit for me to sign. I want you to sign this affidavit. Again, an opportunity for a lot more, a got you moment, theatrics, trying to get me to sign a document in front of everybody. I get it. I understand what's trying to be achieved. But please, don't put staff through that. Staff, she's going to give you the answer. She's going to give you the most respectful answer, saying that it's done the right way. But the issue is, and you got all the emails that we got from the residents. It's public record. People wrote that they were not happy in the way that it was handled. This could have been handled very easily through a discussion on the commission floor, and it would have, some people would agree with the salary increase, some people wouldn't have, and it would have just gone away. But in my belief, it was pushed into a budget with 102% increase, which is a little bit aggressive, in my opinion. And maybe we could have accepted a 20%, a 15%. but I think 102%, even you have to agree that in a one bite, 102% is a little bit significant. Maybe how about over a 4-year period, you raise it incrementally, 10% a year to get to a decent number. I just think that 102 was too much, and that's why you got a little bit of the pushback from residents.
Now, I want to clarify something. I asked the finance, one moment, Commissioner Castro, please. I asked the finance director objective questions based on fact, based on standard procedures, based on the history of what the city has done. I didn't ask her a subjective question like you did.
What was the subjective?
About optics. Her job is to finance the budget. I asked her factual questions. Have we added items after the budget workshop? Black or white? It's factual. What's a standard practice? Factual. What's your history of this? Have you done this? Have you seen this before? Factual. I didn't ask her opinion of this or that. That's subjective. She works in numbers. I ask questions based on numbers, based on history, based on facts. So please don't twist my words.
Let me answer you, Commissioner. Let me answer you just 1 second. What you're trying to do was justify putting it in the budget the way that you put it. And you know very well that the best way to handle it was the way it's handled right now on the commission floor. It's to discuss it here and have input. So it's not a big deal. You can go back and forth, whatever you like at the end of the day. And I respect your comments wholeheartedly. But you're trying to find justification for putting it in the budget. And at the end of the day, you should have put it in the commission floor for discussion. That's it. It's pretty simple.
So I'm going to, Mayor, if I may, just follow up with a few things. This breakdown with the prior salary, the current salary with the CPI, and the proposed raises was not available for the public to view. So it wasn't transparent. This is an opportunity for you to resolve a problem. That's what it is. You can take it or leave it. There's a motion. I don't know if we have a second.
I'll second it for discussion.
Wednesday of last week, I put out a video to residents in addition to a full explanation of what the compensation changes were. I received 4 emails, I just checked, against it in total. It went out to 28,000 residents. So you're portraying it here as if there's a clamoring in the community not to do this. It's not what I am seeing in the community. And again, I've been getting phone calls from residents. They want to change to a full-time commission so that there's no issues outside of the commission.
That's not the issue here. The issue is doing it in a transparent fashion. And you're focusing on this needs to be a full-time position and we deserve more pay. I'm not discussing that right now. This is a bifurcated motion. Let's take it out of Section 9. Let's do it in the sunshine. Let's allow the public participation. Now, I can't show you my emails. And I can't tell you about all the conversations because I can't do it but in the sunshine. And what I'm talking about is let's have a sunshine meeting on it if you want to do it, or we can put it as a discussion item, or you can draft an ordinance, like we do on everything else. Okay?
And this is the second reading that we have today. This is actually the third time we'll be discussing compensation.
No.
Because we discussed it at the last budget meeting. It's being discussed today, and it's on the agenda at the 5 p.m. budget hearing as well.
And again, I will repeat, because it apparently is not clear enough for you. These numbers were not provided to the public. This breakdown was not provided to the public. On the floor, there was a calculation of the amount of increase, and the only number that was calculated was the raise to the mayor, which was 70-some-odd%. The other alternatives that apparently were discussed between you all with the calculation of the percentage increase, and these are my charts that I ran in order to understand the level of increase that was given. That also wasn't provided to the public. So every single one of those responses you got were handicapped by the same lack of information. If we're going to be a commission known for doing things in the public and transparent, we should set the example here now, especially when you're talking about your own compensation. I've gotten emails in early on. Do not give raises to yourselves. We can't give them to ourselves. You know, I believe in having a conversation on everything because sometimes along the way, people understand, oh, wow, this is how many hours you put into this job. This is how much it's taken out of your regular job and decreased your ability to work. All those factors go into it. But the first step you have to take to be able to get to that point is to take this out of the budget and do it the right way. That's the motion that's on the floor. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do. First speaker is Gordon Sokolov.
Hi, good afternoon. It's a sticky topic indeed. I would first like to address City Manager for some short answers to my short questions. One, who puts the budget together? Who assembles it? Who types it? Who collates it?
Doctor, if I may, I apologize for interrupting you. Our city attorney would like to say something.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, this is opportunity for public comment. It's not necessarily it's not for questions to any member of the commission or the manager.
Okay. All right. I assume that it's the city staff that puts it together. It's not the city commission. Accordingly, the process itself, which is my understanding, is that the staff members meet with each of the commissioners and the mayor and the vice mayor independently and individually. None of the commissioners approached you and said, we want a raise and we want this amount of money. They may have inquired about a raise. You know why? Because the one hasn't been given since originally, I think, in the 1980s. And then it's my understanding that there was a small raise given at the turn of the century, right around 2023 years ago. So at the last commission meeting, I was approached by the mayor outside the chambers, and he kind of approached me and he asked me very pointedly, Doc, do you think I'm corrupt? And I said no.
Can you tell them why?
Well,
because after what was sent out by the CGNA attacked me personally and made some outlandish comments.
Yeah, I'd like to finish.
That gets sent out to tens of thousands of people. And when you say that about somebody, it is just distasteful.
Well, I would like to finish because that's out of context. You asked me that, and then you and I had a string of conversations of emails, which are public record.
Yeah.
So I wanted to read a little segment of that because during the conversation that we had with our emails, you said, and I quote, you cannot turn a blind eye that the individuals you supported on the commission just raised their salary by 67%.
Yeah.
That is true corruption. The raise was proposed by Commissioners Menendez, Fernandez, and Castro. Remember, the city manager works at the will of the commission. In this case, the three mentioned commissioners approved this raise and required the manager to place the item within the budget. Hiding it in the budget, which is a massive document, is a blatant attempt to mislead the community. I submit to you, they didn't hide it in the budget. The staff did. They put the budget together. It wasn't hidden. It was discussed. This is the second reading. And it was discussed at the last commission meeting. It's my understanding that when the staff approached these microphones to discuss it, Vice Mayor, you actually hurried the agenda along, and they didn't have the opportunity at that time to speak to or about the raises. They were supposed to be, but they were skipped over at the last meeting. First, let me say that anyone at all asking for a raise is not corruption. It isn't. The auto workers, the actors, a dental assistant in my dental office, anyone asking for a raise is entitled to that. My understanding was that you guys were getting about $38,000 in your salary. So some of these people who are writing on these blogs who said how greedy you are, you wouldn't have accepted these jobs or gone after them for 38 grand. Oh man, the money that you're going to make. That's nonsense. The staff, from what I understand, you provided the numbers. The staff did a market analysis, and they came out with numbers that approached, what was it, administrative assistant. That was the kind of salary that you were after to submitting for these commissioners, the vice mayor, and the mayor. So it was not some sort of conniving ripoff by any of the commissioners. Like many of the things in this city, things get left behind. My best example is the old police station. That went into ruin, it was ignored, and that you abandoned that building and you had to build a whole new one. Also, I was, as you know, I've served on boards for over 10 years. I approached this commissioner, many of you, I think you're all aware of it, as a board member, suggesting that the board members we get golf, we get tennis, we get Venetian pool. Well, I'm an old guy, I have bad shoulders, bad knees, I don't play golf, I don't play tennis, and I have my own swimming pool. So I said, how about a parking pass as an alternative? Now, that's not corruption. Either is asking for a raise. In fact, it's not corruption, it's about time. It's about time that you guys are provided a raise for the work that you do. 67%, you have to remember, 67%, which is the number that you gave me, Mayor, at that time. Now it's somehow up to 101%. But 67%, you have to consider the base. 67% of what? 38,000? That's 25,000. So then your pay goes up to what? 63,460. That's what an administrative assistant makes, more or less. That's still nothing exorbitant. The city has grown enormously since 1980. You have a whole new building next to you. You have about double the amount of employees, at least since 1980. There's so much more construction, so many more moving parts that requires a commission, maybe a larger commission. You're only 5 people. You're not 12, 15. You're only 5. Our city can afford these modicum raises. The salary helps incentivize prospective citizens to consider running for office. I'd much rather have people that are coming and making money and looking forward to coming to work each day and serving the residents because they're making a manageable salary. In fact, I was looking up online, a living wage is the hourly rate that an individual in a household must earn to support his or herself and the family. Do you know that the living wage in Miami-Dade County, if you have 1 child, is $37 an hour? If you have 2 children, the living wage is $47.03. So you guys, if you break down an increase in the salary to what you're asking for, you're not making a living wage. You're still making about $30 an hour. The jobs are hardly part-time. They're absolutely full-time jobs. I know this because I've been in and out of this building over my lifetime. Mayor, let me just mention 1 or 2 more things. If the city had raised salaries according to the cost of living or inflation since the 1980s, based on your salaries of $36,500, based on inflation of 3.5%, your salaries would be $136,830. Mayor, you asked me last time if I thought you were corrupt, and I said no. Yet, because the staff fulfilled a request of one commissioner simply inquiring about a raise, something that is long overdue for these people, you have accused them of corruption. And that's patently wrong. In fact, the CGNA might even call that dirty. That's not the right thing to do. That's not collegial. Here's what I wrote in my email, and then I'll end with this. This was my last public comment. It's in the email I wrote to you. I said, I don't know if you or anyone else on the dais is corrupt, but it is the appearance of corruption that matters. To this end, this should be of concern to you and, frankly, anyone who serves in public office. Suffice it to say that I'm disappointed with the lack of collegiality on the City Commission, and I truly wish that the relationships in the dais were less combative and more collaborative. I long for the day when all members of the City Commission behave truly pro-resident, which is part of the mission statement of the CGNA, and display consideration and complete transparency towards we, the residents, the true stakeholders of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm gonna ask the Finance Director, but I appreciate your comments to step up, please, if she can. Just also a little bit of clarity in regards to administrative assistants. I'm not aware of, maybe I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, do administrative assistants get car allowances and other expense accounts?
No, I don't. No,
They
I don't.
don't. So, Doctor, administrative assistants here don't get car allowances and $800 a month expense accounts here in the city. So you can't compare it to an administrative assistant because it's not really apples and apples. And also in regards to 67%, 70%, the reason why it jumped up to 100% is because you added the car allowance and you added the expense account, which wasn't being added before.
I have a quick question. I'm sorry, Mayor. I have a quick question for the Finance Director.
And I also
But I haven't finished, so if I
follow-up.
may.
Okay.
If I may, just that's why I was calling the Finance Director. Quick question. You've worked at municipalities before, correct?
I have worked at another, yes, I have.
I remember. City of Miami.
In Miami.
correct?
Mhm.
Were raises usually handled like this, or were they handled where they were discussed in conversation and I don't have an answer for that, I don't know. Were they handled on the commission floor to have a conversation transparently?
So honestly, I can't remember how they did it. Budget was
and I
not,
accept
budget
that
was not
answer.
under my purview. I was only the finance director. They had a separate budget department. I didn't work on those things. So I can't remember, to be honest.
My point is very simple, and I don't want to belabor the point anymore. This could have been handled completely differently, and it wasn't. It was in a massive document, like I mentioned to the doctor, where you have over 51,000 residents who are not going to read our budget. They're not going to. They have full faith and confidence in the city to do the job. When you tell me that you want a salary increase after you've been on the job for 5 months, you knew what the salary was. You knew coming into the city what this job paid. So it shouldn't be any surprise, especially members on this commission who know the extent of the efforts that being an elected official is. Commissioner Fernandez, for 10 years, had a front row in my house understanding how the difficulty of dealing with being an elected official and how much time it took and how much you had to devote to this. This is not about a salary. This is about a privilege to serve. And that's the bottom line. You know, you can say anything you want about the salary in itself. I think it's exorbitant and it's egregious. It should have been on the commission floor as a line item to discuss as a discussion item, as a resolution. We could have had a transparent conversation over it. My colleagues talk about residents first, transparency and all kinds of things. And I agree. Residents first, transparency. That's why we do Open Door Fridays. We've been doing it for 10 years. We've been doing everything we can to be upfront with residents and listen to them. But we all know, no matter how you try to spin it, that this was clearly not as transparent as it could have been, because you have a lot more people that read this agenda than actually read a budget. We know that. We all know that, Commissioner. So
I have a quick question, too. The proposed salary, that's within the range of a senior administrative assistant. It's in that pay range, right?
The salary number, yes, is,
Who in the city gets car allowances? Director, city manager, city attorney, assistant directors, I don't know.
city manager, city attorney, city clerk, directors, assistant directors, and a couple of other, I'm not sure exactly, but whoever, the executive class get car allowances.
And those, obviously, the allowances, because if you have to go on site, do you have to go to an event? Do you
Yes.
have something, you're using your car?
Yes. At the same
And,
time.
okay, no, I won't ask a subjective question, but that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to ask a subjective question of you either. Section 9 of the ordinance passing the budget, does it contain the specific salaries in there? The ordinance itself?
Yes.
Yes. It mentions it in blank, but does it break down, mayor?
Yes, it does, Vice Mayor,
On the resolution.
on the ordinance.
On the ordinance, it
Sorry,
just
the
says
ordinance.
section 9, it just has a total amount.
It shows, if I may, so it shows, $69,000 for the mayor, $67,000 for vice mayor, $65,000 for each of the 3 commissioners. The monthly local expense allowance shall be adjusted to $800 monthly, and a monthly car allowance shall be provided for each member of the commission, the amount of $703.84.
The draft ordinance that was presented last time in Section 9, which did not have that breakdown.
It did.
It didn't.
I mean, I have a copy of it, and
No,
I can pull it for you, Vice Mayor.
All right. So this was not in the draft budget.
it was not in the draft budget of July. The July 1 budget estimate did not have it, but there was no ordinance with that. That was the budget estimate. During the summer, there are changes that happened to that budget estimate, but the ordinance at September 13th, I have it in front of me, it did have it.
Okay. The ordinance that I saw didn't have a breakdown. That's why I had to draw it out of you and ask you what those. So, the budget itself, when you're talking about changes that were done in the budget, substantial increases such as this, are normally done with discussion, are they not?
I'm sorry?
Substantial increases like this are normally done with discussion.
So there are significant changes to the budget from the budget estimate to the first hearing. This year, the net difference of expenditures was $2.4 million of changes to the budget in the tune of $2.4 million of expenditures items that changed from July 1 to the first hearing on September 13th. That breakout was also included as a supporting schedule to the ordinance. There are, as I mentioned earlier, there's about 15 pages of supporting schedules that were attached to the ordinance on first reading that had a lot of the detail of what the changes were and how it affected the July 1 budget.
Is there any reason why you're aware of that you weren't provided this to be put into the draft budget?
Because the only thing that I can, at the time, the July 1 budget estimate is prepared in the month of June, or being finalized, and it just, I guess it was not, it was not finalized, or I don't recall it being finalized by that point for us to include it in the July 1 budget estimate. So there was not, I don't know that we had the direction at that point in time. I can't answer if I don't recall having that direction. Had we had that direction, it probably would have been in the July 1 budget, or budget estimate, but I don't believe that we had the direction yet.
Okay, so you had no direction in July to do this?
To put it into the budget estimate.
So it was put in for the final draft of the budget?
It was put in for the first hearing budget, which was on September 13th, yes.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor.
Second. I still have more members of the public requesting to speak on this.
Go right ahead.
Next speaker, the rest of the speakers are going to be on Zoom, and the next speaker is Maria Cruz.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, I find it very interesting. Let me start by the most interesting comments I've heard. The mayor was upset because employees were being asked questions called interrogation. This morning, I was very surprised when the mayor chose to ask questions from the police officer that was getting an award. I saw him moving around. He wasn't happy. He was being asked, how do you feel about working here, et cetera, et cetera. That was not the moment to do that. But that was okay because the mayor did. No problem. Okay? The mayor is very fast as talking about Mr. Fernandez was at his house. So was I. So were other people. And guess what, Mr. Mayor? We heard you say how tight the money was and how you only work outside the city limits. That has changed, hasn't it? Now we're not tight. Now we have a lot of money, but of course, that's why we don't need to ask for a raise. Hello? Very clear. Now, you know what, Mr. Mayor? You haven't mentioned your pension. How come your pension is so much higher than anybody else's? Oh, maybe because you're the mayor. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is an attempt to, once again, politicize the issue. That's why we got the dirty emails, the texts. That's why people were called to attend the meeting. You know what? I didn't get a call from any of the people that I've supported. They didn't contact any of the people that I know about. You better show up because I need your support. Other people were calling people. Other people were asking people to send emails. Come on. You know what? We're talking about being transparent. No, this is being a bully. This is trying to bully the three commissioners to change their minds. Guess what? They should change their minds. They deserve to get a living wage, whether you like it or not. You may not need it. You know what? You may not need it because you are doing so very well in your business. Remember, you have to work. You have to earn money. I've heard you say that. You know what? They're choosing to spend most of their time working for the residents, not for the developers, not for people that can help them later. Okay? This is the issue. We need to make him feel bad because you know what? You didn't do it. Well, hopefully they didn't. They are not doing many things that you're doing and other people are doing. Okay? So, having said that, you know what? If the two of you do not want the extra money, you can always not accept it. Because you know what? I remember John F. Kennedy took $1 a year for his salary. Nobody's forced to take what they don't want. You can say, no, I don't want the salary. Maybe you don't want the insurance either. Maybe you don't want the pension. Okay? I don't hear anybody saying those things. You know what? Let me take what I want and chastise the others for asking. Guess what? I know people that are making a lot of money working for you. And don't act surprised that there are assistants that don't make that kind of money because I never knew that we had a chief of staff in the city of Coral Gables. Now we do. And the salary goes with the title. So, you know, and there are a lot of people that were whose salaries were raised. Guess what? Not openly, not at budget time, in between budgets. Okay? Because most of us didn't know anything about executive benefits. That was not done during the budget. That was done in between. And I did not hear most of you complain about it. It was okay because you agreed with it. The bottom line is, if you want elected officials to be true to themselves and to their residents, they need to get a salary that does not force them to go and get money from other people. That's the bottom line. And that's what's so shameful about this city nowadays, that all we do is criticize. Oh, I don't want to criticize, but let me tell you, I wouldn't have done it. You know what? There are many things that we wouldn't do either. All right? Have a wonderful day.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is the register.
Before we have the next speaker, Raquel, would you do me the favor? Would you explain a little bit about my pension, please?
Sure, Mayor. So your pension is similar to the other members of the commission. All of you are members of the Florida retirement system. So the benefits are based on your salaries. So as mayor, you have a slightly higher salary than the rest.
How much slightly higher?
I think there's a difference of $8,000 or $9,000 difference. But when you were commissioner, you had a less salary. So your benefits are based on your salary.
So
but all the benefits are
So
equal.
would you say that my pension is pretty much on par with my colleagues?
You have the same pension. It's just different salaries.
So my point is that, again, thank you very much. Another example of the continued attacks and the continued comments that are false, that end up getting legs, being pushed out there, like they do with the blogs, like they do with all these things that are happening. It's the same thing. Again, we don't always have to agree. We can disagree on issues. But again, you're attacking people, you're attacking people's character, you're attacking people and where they stand. So it's the same thing over and over again. Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Deborah Register.
Ms. Register.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Deborah Register. I reside at 1240 Placentas Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida. I also am a member of the Budget and Audit Committee. One is we had a meeting and we went over basically in an hour, which I felt should have been a lot longer, some of the changes. I was upset when we had the last commission meeting, and if the commissioners and the vice mayor and the mayor were notified that if the mayor and the vice mayor didn't like the raises, why, when the city manager met with them, that they didn't take the time to say, I think we need a sunshine meeting before the first reading. They did a grandstanding at the first meeting of the budget. Was very upset with that. I do agree that I want representation of people of all means. I don't want an elite commissioners who don't have to take the money. And I want everybody to have the opportunity to be elected to the commission and represent me. So I don't think that what they're asking, if they've not had any of these increases since the 1980, very small in between as far as raises, not just the adjustment that everybody else gets, that they should be entitled to it. If the directors, if the city manager, if the city attorney have auto allowances, the commissioner should have them. And Mayor, I've heard you talk about going to Tallahassee and courting some of the senators and all, and that the cost should be bared by the individual commissioners. I disagree. I think the city and those amounts that they give each month should be used for some of that. But I don't think it should come out of a commissioner's pocket. I also believe that, each commissioner has an expense account to send out various different mailings and so forth and so on. So I just think this was handled poorly by the mayor and the vice mayor, because if you didn't like it, you should have asked for a sunshine meeting before the last reading. So one, I am in favor of all adjustments. Thank you very much. Bye.
If I may just answer, Ms. Register, and I'd like the manager, obviously, to advise me if I'm far off from what I'm saying. When the manager and I had the conversation about this raise, I asked, how was this going to be handled? It's in the budget. The 3 votes would like to have it in the budget. So at the end of the day, the manager has to do what 3 out of the 5, hopefully he tries to get 5 out of 5 as much as he possibly can. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But at the end of the day, we moved forward as a commission, putting it in the budget, and that was what was requested. Now we're having the discussion here, and the vice mayor has placed the item on the agenda in the commission, and we're talking about it. So,
And I think I have to repeat the motion because it seems to have gotten off the railroad tracks. The first motion is just to take it out of the budget and do it, what I consider to be the right way in the sunshine. Have it as a discussion item, a sunshine meeting. If do an ordinance for first and second reading, or if it's the will of, the folks that receive notice out here, if they want it to be on the ballot, then we can put it on the ballot. But without listening to them on this, we've had a few people that were on the budget review committee and apparently didn't understand that the expense account is separate and apart from the salary increase here. I'm not here to debate the amount of the salary right now. It's the process that was used. For it to show up in the last budget in Section 9 and then have to break it out and then understand, the types of increases. Just like you've received emails in favor, I've received emails against. So, if you're only going to listen to one silo of folks, you're not going to get the complete picture. I think it has to be transparent. I think it has to be above board. It has to be, the image that we want residents to see this commission on as a cohesive commission that does things in the daylight for the residents to see and not slip it into the last budget.
And I think if it's the will of the commission, if I may, that this could be handled at the next commission meeting. We could have a sunshine meeting, we can talk about it. It doesn't have to be handled at the fiscal year, correct, Mr. Manager?
That is correct, Mayor.
And again, you brought up a very good point. I wouldn't have an issue putting it as a referendum, letting the residents vote. I think that would be a wonderful thing. You'd get a great amount of residents that would come out and voice their opinion in regards to whether this raise, whatever raise it may be, is the appropriate amount. Maybe it should be more. Maybe it should be more for the commission. So I think it will give us time. We can discuss it. We can put it in the referendum. There's several elections coming next year, and I think that's a very transparent and open process that we could take advantage of. Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Sarah Lynn Conde.
Ms. Conde, nice to hear from you again.
Yes, hi. I'm glad we're having this open discussion. I just wanted to note that I agree with Commissioner Menendez. I think that the salary should be reasonable so that the average person can take the position. Wouldn't be limited to people who can afford it, people who are wealthy and are not representative of everybody in the community. Another thing I wanted to mention is that I think, you always want to pay your police officers and your city officials a reasonable amount of money because you don't want them to be susceptible to corruption, to money under the table, to payments by developers, say. So I support increasing the salary, and the amounts don't seem outrageous. On a household basis, it seems it wouldn't be that much. And I think there's a sense of assurance, not assurance, but a little better feeling that our public officials are not, would not be tempted to take bribes. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Always great to hear from you.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sue Kowalewski.
Hi, Sue. Welcome back. Good to hear from you.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. And I'm glad we're having this discussion. I think it should have happened probably a couple of months ago. But some things that were said today are a little disturbing to me. One of the phrases that keeps coming up is this was hid in the budget. It was hidden. Somebody hid it in the budget. And I have to tell you, if I was a city manager at that dais right now, I would really be taking offense because there's only one person and one staff that puts a budget together. It's not the commissioners who type it up and put it in a collated fashion like Dr. Sokoloff referred to. It's the city staff that puts together the physical budget. So if you're accusing the city staff, Mr. Manager, I would be very offended by these comments that are being made by the mayor. I really would, because it is the staff that puts it together. It's the staff that highlights. It's the staff that lets the commissioners know exactly what's in it as they're being debriefed. And apparently you did a bad job by hiding things. That's all I can say, according to the mayor. But let me talk more on the subject of leadership. Another thing I was very disturbed about hearing the mayor say, Mayor Lago, I'm very shocked when you said, when you were debriefed about the salary increases, that you kind of waved it off, that you weren't interested. I have to tell you, my leader, a leader in my city saying, well, I'm not interested in that. That's for another day. Instead of taking a leadership position and saying, wait a minute, this could be a flashpoint in this city. This could be a really bad thing for our city, and it could be a very divisive thing for our city if we do not have a sunshine meeting, if we don't bring the public into this and fully inform them. And Vice Mayor, leadership, where were you with all those breakdowns? Where were you 3 weeks ago? Where were you a month ago?
I was not
get debriefed. Excuse me. Were you not debriefed? Okay. How come you didn't come out as a leader, the vice mayor? We have two leaders here. the mayor and the vice mayor, neither of you raised the issue of a sunshine meeting, a referendum, opening this up to the public, let alone putting it on the agenda, on a commission agenda. Mr. Mayor, you're in charge of the agenda. Why didn't you put this on the agenda as a discussion item? You know what this looks like? Maybe not corruption, but it sure looks like hanky-panky, okay? It looks like a plot to get the three that are not with you. And I have to tell you, the three that are not with you are for the residents. They're the ones that are for the residents. With that said, we are absolutely for increasing their salaries. You don't have to take them, mayor and vice mayor, but we're all for increasing the salaries to not only $63,000. That is even a living wage in this city. I expect those commissioners not to take bribes. And therefore, I would, if you don't want them, I would give the raises to those three people who are working on behalf of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And let me just clarify.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
We'll close the public comment. So let me just clarify, if I may. Mr. Manager, did I blow off the raises? Please. What I said was, very clearly, you already have support to put this in the budget, correct? This has already been addressed. I think we should do it a different way, but obviously there's support to put this in the budget. I will not be accepting this raise. I don't think it's appropriate the way it's handled. I don't believe it should be in the budget. And your response is very simple. I have to do the will of the commission. That's the way it was handled. You can try to spin it any way you want, Sue. I just want you to know that I respect you and I appreciate you. But at the end of the day, that's not what happened. It's not, and the manager can attest to it. It was not something that I discarded. I was very clear that I would not associate myself with a raise to the commission that was handled in this fashion. I don't think it's appropriate, and I think it sends the wrong message. And plus, I think like I said before, the raise is egregious. It's more than a double-digit raise. It could have been handled in a very different way. And I think we've gone out of line here in regards to a discussion. My children have been brought up, where they go to school, my business, a litany of different things have been brought up over the last few meetings. And again, don't look confused. Mr. Cancio was here. He routed me for 12 minutes. I gave him more than enough time to insult me and basically degrade me, stating that I should have my kids in public school, that I shouldn't send them to private school, mentioning where they go to school, mentioning that I make money. Listen, guys, we gotta get away from saying that being successful in any way is bad. We all work hard.
Mayor, let's not take us off.
We all work hard, but what I'm saying is we need to focus on the issue. And the issue is, and not spin it in a way. We're having a conversation here, which should have happened before, and that is on the commission floor, and there's still time to do this properly. Put this in a commission agenda or a sunshine meeting and have a conversation about the compensation, the appropriate compensation, not say things like, executives have car allowances when they don't have car allowances, or say things that on the record that are not correct, and we have to clarify them, like your pension is exorbitant. No, it's not. And then have to bring staff up here and correct that, because all that misinformation gets into blogs, it gets into the Twitter sphere, and then people use it to attack and attack and attack and to weave a narrative that is destructive, not only for elected officials, but also for families of the elected officials. So I think we can do much better than that. I'm willing to have that conversation. If we don't have the support, we move on. We still have a long agenda, and we have a budget hearing that was supposed to start 5 minutes ago. So I think we're done with public comment, unless my colleagues have anything else they'd like to say about this issue.
Again.
Oh, Madam Vice Mayor, I apologize, please.
Again,
It's your item.
Let's not forget, this resolution is not about whether you deserve it, whether you've earned it. It's the process.
Yeah.
So, which is why I brought it out, because it wasn't in the draft budget, because there wasn't a discussion item or a sunshine meeting or anything done ahead of time, as we've done with a litany of other things from waste management, recycling, and all the other things that we put on for the public to be able to see on a regular agenda. That's why I brought it out, because I didn't want to be part of hiding something in a budget when it should have really been more of a sunshine discussion. I had no idea what number you guys were going to support until it was thrown into the budget. I'm not clairvoyant. So I did the charts, I did the analysis after the fact, which is not a 5-minute job. You have to do all the calculations, you have to put the formulas into the Excel sheet to be able to understand what those numbers mean. That's transparency on it. So the motion is merely to take it out of the budget, and then on the second part, you guys can decide what you want to do.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Nope.
Commissioner Menendez,
No.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Motion fails. Madam Vice Mayor, moving on. Okay. F14.
F14 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to work with Commissioner Fernandez to formulate an economic stimulus plan with the purpose of providing financial relief to residents.
All right. This is part of the presentation I made last budget hearing. Staff recommended that anything that we do as far as the economic stimulus and the capital improvements that I had presented, we should remove from the budget. So what I am presenting here is the opportunity to work on an economic stimulus plan that I have already been working on with staff, working on putting some finishing touches on it over the next 2 weeks. But before I expended staff time over the next 2 weeks and resources to put it together, I just wanted to make sure that we had the support in the commission to create an economic stimulus plan to benefit residents. There's actually a second item which is part of it, which is item F16, which we would be able to pass today, which is the resolution establishing a senior relief grant fund. That part we are ready to approve. It would mirror Miami-Dade County's requirements for seniors who are the most in need in our community. And staff has told me would be sending a check to about 250 households in our city during a time that they most need it. So those two items technically do go hand in hand.
So the check is for $100, right?
Correct.
So it's $25,000 a year. Are you planning on doing this repeatedly? Is this the plan, or is it just a one-time? How are you?
What I would like to do is to work, and I've already told staff I want to start working on next year's budget already to find areas where we can tweak the budget and make sure that we have a budget next year that's leaner and where we can maybe take advantage of some of the funding for capital projects. And yes, this is something I would like to do next year. This approval is just a one-time approval at this time. I would like to bring it back next year once we work out the budget details.
And so these funds are coming from the reserves, or they're coming from another line item?
So Mayor, can I read the item
of course, I
into the
apologize.
record since we're
I'm sorry
going to
about
discuss
that.
them both
Excuse me.
together? So F16 is a resolution of the City Commission establishing a senior relief grant fund and directing city staff to identify a source of funding.
Madam
And so-
Director?
So as the commissioner said, it mirrors the county program, except that I know the county this year increased the amount of the grant, but it would be $100 to each household that receives that senior exemption. One change to the resolution that was published, it says that it would be those who have the exemption identified as of a certain date of a preliminary roll that finance received, but we would do it based on the first certified roll from the property appraiser that is provided to the tax collector. If approved, of course.
The question from the mayor was, where is the funding coming from?
So we would find it in the current year budget. We would just look to see where there's maybe some available funds to find the $25,000.
I would like to see like an actual line item, that if we're going to do this repeatedly, I would like to see it funded in one form or another, so that we don't have to take it, for example, from reserves. I would like to see.
And I don't believe, we're not planning on taking it from reserves.
I come from reserves.
And as I understand it, this is for one time, this year
Correct.
only. Where at year end, we can find some money in the budget somewhere to fund this.
And by the way, the people would qualify this based on an affidavit, right? So
No,
they would have to provide actual, like, financials or tax returns. How does this work? I know how the county does it.
Sure. Well, we're going to take it from the county's database. The county provides the city the municipal roll, and they tell us how many seniors that qualify for this senior exemption are in the city, and they give us that information. And so the information would come from the county based on the roll, the first certified tax roll that the property appraiser sends to the tax collector, which I believe is going to be issued this week. And so that listing will tell us who qualifies for the senior exemption. And so that is what would be used.
Right, so one of staff's concerns was regarding having to receive personal information from individuals to see if they qualified. This simplified the process because the county already has a mechanism in place, which we would be using, and it would also limit the need of staff time to go through an application process and an approval process.
So, a couple of questions. My mother always told me there's no such thing as a dumb question, so I'm going to ask it. Do the folks that qualify under the program for the county, did they receive a check from the county too?
They do receive a check from the county, and I believe the county changed it recently.
It's traditionally been $100 for each household. It's my understanding, just from news reports, that the county and their budget increased the amount of the grant this for the coming fiscal year.
In the paperwork I received from the county as well, it did show an increase.
And I believe it, if I heard correctly, it was about $500 from the county.
The county has changed it to about, I want to say 522 is what I remember seeing in the paperwork, but somewhere around $500 is what the county changed it to.
Okay, all right. And so essentially, we wouldn't have any paperwork to do. We would just rely on what the county has.
That's the way that I understand that the way the resolution is written. If you qualify per the county's exemption standards for the senior exemption in our city, then that's the database that we would use based on that role that is going to be provided later this week per the property appraiser's office.
Okay, and would the checks go out automatically, or would someone have to ask for them?
No, we would just get that database, and my understanding, we'd get that database and mail those checks to the mailing address on file. Again, all the information is coming from the county's municipal roll information, and it would go based on the information on that roll.
Okay, so I'm fine with F16. F14, I'm not clear on what we're doing.
F14 is basically, I'm trying to get a sense of the commission's will to work on an economic stimulus package for residents, similar to the numbers that we had last time, which were about $3.5 million, and continuing to work on that to present at the next commission meeting for consideration.
So let me ask you a question. Okay. I'm a believer that the millage rate continues to pay dividends if you cut the millage rate. That's long gone. We crossed that. There is no free lunch. So this money you're going to be taking is from reserves. Let's say we do it next year. We cut these people a $210 check. The following year, it's another $3.5 million. We got to find it. Do we not do capital projects, or do we take it again from reserves? That's because I'm talking about the whole issue here is reoccurring revenue versus one time. So I'm a believer that a $210 check today becomes a $210 check every year versus a standard millage rate cut is a millage rate cut in your taxes, and it's across the board. I don't want to vote. I will vote in favor of the 250 checks for the elderly any day of the week. But because it's based on a formula, it's based on a very small, minute about individuals, and it's a small amount of money, especially affecting those who are probably in most need because they're the elderly and they're the ones that are retired. But I don't see how we can continue to fund $3.5 million a year unless we're taking it from reserves. If you tell me that you have a way of doing it,
Well, that's what this is a one-time thing, and again,
I've already had the conversation with staff. I do want to have a reduced budget next year to make sure that we can tackle some of the additional capital improvement projects that we have. And we will see where the economy is next year regarding the millage as well.
But how are you going to do that? What, if you're not going to lower the millage rate, what mechanism are you going to use to produce 3.5 million? It's going to be from reserves.
This will be from reserves, correct, which was the presentation that I made at the budget hearing.
I can't support that, because I think that when you do a one-time payment, it's not reoccurring. There's no mechanism behind it to be able to provide that one-time payment. To provide you a continued life of that program, it has to have something that has legs where you can continue to produce it. Case in point, we've written legislation to address issues with parks restoration and acquisition. We have an actual formula. We have a system that works where developers pay into it when they pay their permits. That is a mechanism in place to deliver something. This is a one-time payment, which, again, it's a great idea, but we need to, I'm of the belief that it has to be something where it's reoccurring and it's sustainable in the city.
It's a bit confusing. You're talking about economic stimulus, and it's money to go to residents, but it's actually, a millage rate discount is what it is. It is. You're giving money back, so therefore there's less money to work with. There's ways that we can help residents out, that helps those in the lower income bracket more than, just pulling money from reserves, because in essence, unless you weren't watching the presentation that was done on the actual cost that it's going to translate for all residents in the future, those interest costs, the millions of dollars that'll be lost if this is done, you're talking penny wise and pound foolish. But there are things that we can do. We have another budget planning process starting in February. That's where we need to really put our heads together and look for those things that can help residents out the most. I mean, one of the things I get a complaint about is, hey, I only put out a bag this big, and I get charged this much, just like the folks elsewhere in the city. We need to look for solutions and have conversations. I know we're talking garbage, and that's, for some folks, a touchy issue, but, perhaps that's one of those things where, when we have the priorities for residents, if we're looking for ways to help bring down their costs, that there might be an option there. I don't want it to be an explosive topic. I'm not making the decision. I just want to hear from residents. It's called seeking information. How do you think we can help bring down the cost of garbage collection? Because if we all put our heads together, I think we'll come with a better solution. Economic stimulus plans are usually injecting money into businesses, and it's therefore, the language is very difficult for me to wrap my head around when you're talking about a tax rebate. That's what this is. It's a tax rebate. A tax rebate, in essence, is a millage rate reduction.
But it's not. And again, this is going to be a plan that will be equitable so that everybody gets the same. The biggest issue with the millage rate cut is a lot of people are going to get big checks. The people who most need it are going to get $20 or $30. It's not going to be a major issue for them. So what the plan that I'm working on is to make sure that everybody across the board gets the same amount of money. And why is it an economic stimulus? Because we're putting money back into the economy. We're taking money out of a bank account and putting it back in the bank accounts of residents, who are the ones who should be utilizing that money. So that's my take. I understand the two of you disagree, and again, that's fine.
What I'm trying to understand is, how do you continue to provide this program year over year over year, also, without tapping into our reserves? That's my concern.
This is a one-year plan.
I think we're opening up Pandora's box, and it could be a major problem for us.
This is a one-year plan. This has not been discussed as a year-over-year plan. It's not an annual plan. It's a one-time plan.
I think we can do a one-time plan with the garbage fees, but we need to set a schedule to discuss the real costs. There's a lot of moving parts there, and I hope we can have a robust discussion about that. Not only the methodology in which we pick up You know, we've had a couple different plans on how we can reduce tipping fees by, you know, reusing material. I've had a discussion with one of our state reps that says, you know, one city, they used to take all that refuse and turn it into mulch, and then they stopped doing it. So paying tipping on something that's a useful byproduct of our green canopy, in passing those expenses on to the residents, I mean, if we really want to do a good thing for the residents, we're going to take that expense off of them.
Vice Mayor, to give you an idea, I'll take those $3.5 million that you're talking about, and I'll invest it in the program that I brought before the commission, which we were supposed to look at, Mr. Manager, in Tallahassee, and that also Miami-Dade County is running a pilot program, which is that program where it takes the green matter and basically recycles it so it doesn't go into the waste stream, which costs money, tipping. We're gonna look at that. Remember, we've been talking about it for over a year. So why not invest in something that we have a lot of foliage here, a lot of green matter, especially a lot of illegal dumping that's occurring throughout Miami-Dade County here in the city. We can invest in a program like that, use one of our sites on 72nd Avenue to have this machine take all that green matter out of the waste stream, basically recycling it, giving it away to industries like, for example, the concrete production industry that needs that for concrete, the byproduct. And then with the return on investment, we could lower the garbage fees, or I forget, I think we're $3.5 to $4 million in the red in regards to our garbage. So we can find ways to lower things and make a long-term investment that will pay dividends. I think that is a better investment that will pay investments year over year over year, and also do something that's sustainable and environmentally friendly that, again, it will just limit the amount of waste. And by the way, garbage fees are going up. Garbage fees are going up every single year, especially with the issue that they're having with Covanta. So they're gonna pass all those fees off to the residents. So I'm of the belief, let's try to find an answer, like Miami-Dade County is already pilot programming this project. Tallahassee's doing the same thing. And let's see if we can drop our garbage fees and you know, give that savings off to the residents year over year over year over year. That's a mechanism to deliver savings, and we can turn that over to the residents. I'm for that. I'm not just for a one-time payment that doesn't have any ROI. There's got to be a return on investment on your money.
I do think we can do it. I mean, if you look at the interest that we get on our reserves and utilize that into an investment, I don't know how much that machinery costs, but we have $543,000 per year, okay? And we could permanently impact garbage fees in this city substantially. I mean, look at the quantity of stuff that we tip and how much of it is green waste as opposed to other stuff. There's a lot of green waste in this city, you know, and it's all usable material. So there were two programs. One was grind it up, and the other, the biochar, which by its name I was a little concerned about, was a burn thing. When I looked into it further, and I've shown it to the county commissioners, they're all in support of it. I've shown it to our state reps, because that's another appropriation item we could get assistance for, because it makes sense. Why would we want to be trucking this stuff up to the middle of the state, which is what we're going to be forced to do at that time? And my God, the costs that we'll be passing on will be tremendous at that point. We can turn this into useful material. Every time they farm in South Dade, they remove a little bit of the soil. This will be putting some back. Yeah. Because that can become something for the landscape folks to use as potting soil. It can be something for the farms to amend the soils. And I'll send to the manager again these presentations and have them shared with you all. We could save people a tremendous amount of money if we reuse those materials. We're not recycling our yard waste. And, you know, you can talk bottles and cans and all you want, but the vast quantity of what we dump is yard waste. So I'm all for trying to save residents money, and it pains me to see when I, you know, talk to some residents that are just putting out the equivalent of a little Publix plastic garbage bag in their can to be paying the same rate that somebody that has a can this big and it's overflowing. We have to be equitable in this, and I'd like to find a solution. And, you know, I'd like to, you know, ask staff when we can set this for, either a discussion item or a sunshine meeting. Let's have an internal discussion and try to find the best route to give relief to the residents on something that is only escalating. Let me give you an idea of when I went to one of the presentations, and I know that our tipping rate is, around $48 per ton. There are some tipping rates on this recycle program that are less than that, so we'll have immediate savings. If memory serves me correctly, I think it was like $10 less per ton. The presentation will speak for itself. Then in the Northeast, where where we're going to be heading in the future with that type of collection method and having to haul it further away, they're paying $75 a ton. That's almost twice as much as we're paying. I don't want to pass that on to residents. We got to find a better way. That's where we can really help the folks that are hurting the most, because this is going to be a tremendous increase for them. I don't know how much more they can sell. If they have any furniture left, they can sell at that point. You and I have had that discussion about the
we
veteran.
have. And I agree. I think we need to,
conditioning.
correct, we need to do something to really tackle that issue.
So are you willing?
Well, let's start with item F16. I think we do have consensus.
Yes.
So I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item, Maria Cruz.
Okay.
Ms.
If
Cruz?
there's consensus, you don't need my voice.
Okay. I think she said if there's consensus, you don't need
Got
a
it.
voice, I think.
Mr. Clerk?
No, I'm not quite sure.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
All right, so then I guess we're back to F14.
I have a question, F14. So, Madam City Attorney, basically F14 says come back at a later date.
Correct, and just to clarify, it says come back October 10th, and as you all know, the agenda for October 10th, the drop
push
dead
it back.
deadline for publishing would be next Thursday, so it's not a lot of time, and so I don't know if staff would be ready. I don't know how much information staff has or needs from the commissioner to prepare this economic stimulus plan.
October 26th.
Sorry, I was just saying that the resolution for F14, which is the economic stimulus plan, provides that it would come back October 10th. And that means it would have to publish next Thursday.
Right, so on Diana Gomez, Finance Director, I do not believe that's enough time. I'm
Okay.
assuming,
October
the way I
26th?
read this item was that we would meet to start discussions regarding
I've had
this.
some conversations already with others in staff, so we do have some parameters that have already worked out, but let's do October 26th, amend that to October 26th in order to give enough time. Gives us a month to work out the details. And I would move that item as well. Madam Vice Mayor, I agree. I think we should set a date for a discussion on a permanent plan for garbage fees and finding a solution. I think the mayor's idea is not a bad idea. Creating a way where we can offset some of the costs and give the money back to residents. So I'd still like to get, a vote on this item just to see if there is consensus on even having the discussion with staff and continuing the work. And if not, we just move on.
So can I ask you a quick question? Can I respectfully task you to wait a commission meeting and research what I've presented through a memo, which I think it may be what you're looking for, which would give reoccurring revenue, and it would be economically and sustainable, probably one of the best things we could do for the city. And it would avoid taking more money from the reserves.
And the resolution as it is today does not mention the reserves. It is tasking me to work with staff to find a way to create an economic stimulus package. So definitely, I will be looking into that option and exploring other options where we may be able to find a way to do it.
I've got, I got the memo on the Leon County. I've got also this other option. And,
If you can send those to me through the staff.
Yeah, no, I'll send it. I don't think you really need our permission to work with staff. I mean, staff worked with me on this other presentation. You can just do it. I would like to flesh it out more. And perhaps we should discuss all the options, so we can make the best choice.
Well, I think the good thing is if we push it a month later, it gives Commissioner Fernandez enough time to get all the information I know that you all have, and he made a point that you all had very good arguments and very good ideas. So at the end of the day, there may be a hybrid solution, but I think that the fact that we're working on something, finding creative ways to give money back, and maybe like we do sometimes, option A, option B, option C. So I think at the fact that we're working towards some goal, I think it's productive.
No, I mean, I think F16 is together what we're doing on the grant program, septic sewer, and F16 will put some immediate relief in for those folks that are hurting the most. And then we can work on some long-term goals here that will carry on into the future that, this commission can make a significant difference for our residents, especially those that find it difficult to pay that garbage fee every year.
All right, so I'm going to motion with the amendment to October 26th.
And I'll second to give the opportunity to, look into all options, but I do ask Commissioner Fernandez to take into consideration, obviously, the concerns of the vice mayor and the mayor, so we can hopefully come up with a plan that everybody embraces.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item, Maria Cruz.
Okay.
What item is that?
F14.
Honey, it's been killed already. Go ahead.
Hasn't been killed.
Commissioner Menendez? Commissioner Menendez?
Talk to that.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yeah, bring it back October 26th. We'll have a robust discussion.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F15.
F15 is a resolution of the City Commission adopting the Commission's strategic priorities plan.
All right, so last commission meeting, we talked about working together, collegiality, and finding a path forward on the things that we agreed on. So I took the liberty to come up with a short commission strategic priorities plan for this, the next 2 years, focused on the things that we do agree on, things that we can work on together, we can tackle together, and start chipping at over the next few years. The issues were fiscal stability, make fiscal decisions which ensure resident goals are met while maintaining property taxes as low as possible and strong financial standing for the city. Historic preservation. As we move towards our city centennial, the city will seek to restore and maintain historic structures such as City Hall and the Alhambra Water Tower to ensure they are here for generations to come. We actually took those steps today. Sidewalk connectivity, advance our sidewalk repair and replacement project, and ensure that city sidewalks are in optimal state to improve the quality of life of residents, expanding walkability of neighborhoods where sidewalks are currently not found to ensure a fully connected and mobility-friendly city. Traffic calming, continue to advance traffic calming measures throughout the city to address the growing impact of cut-through traffic in our city. Parks and green spaces, find ways to continue park renovations and ensure all city parks or public places our residents can benefit from key amenities and be proud of. Tree canopy, grow our city's tree canopy by continuing to our tree succession efforts and seeking ways to expand our tree canopy to areas such as Biltmore Way, the Flagler section, and Valencia, as had been mentioned by the mayor. Customer service, promote measures that improve customer service to residents and make residents the priority. Smart city, expand our current initiatives to advance Coral Gables' standing as smart city with the goal of implementing new measures that improve residents' quality of life. Safety, ensure public safety by continuing to add police and firefighter positions and provide the top-notch service our residents deserve. And lastly, accessibility, continue offering open-door office hours, town hall meetings, sunshine meetings, and community workshops to ensure residents have access to the commission and the commission can take action on resident priorities. Not a lengthy document, but I think it's something that together we can take a stand and say, we're going to work together to address some of the priorities that we've each brought to the table and that residents have brought to our attention. So I wanted to open up for discussion.
My comments are very brief. Have you had a chance to review the city's strategic master plan?
I have.
It comes up in 2025. If you get a chance and review it, I reviewed it again last night, all these items are already in the strategic master plan, every single one. And in 2025, we're going to, obviously, through the manager and through the commission, we're going to be revamping that strategic master plan. Every single one, it's verbatim. Smart city, safety, accessibility, every single one of these. If you want to do this, what I recommend is that you use that as a basis. We hired a consultant who did an extensive amount of work, who interviewed a lot of people in this community, who went out to the public, went out to speak to the residents, went out to speak to the business community, went out to speak to all the employees, from the bottom up, sat with the commission, sat with the mayor at that point, which wasn't me, and really talked about our strategic master plan moving on all the way down to 2025. It encompasses a lot of the city commission. It encompasses everything of the city commission. I know it's a different commission, but everything you see here, fiscal stability, historic preservation, sidewalk, it's literally the same headings. I think it would be very beneficial if you're going to do something like this, kind of like what we did with the mayor's council, that you use that document as kind of like the backbone, which is what I did for the mayor's council. I think it was very beneficial for us to identify and have a starting off point where we jumped off from there, and then we decided, okay, what are we going to do? And what we did was a little bit different. We did a 2-year plan that was ratified by the commission, and then we picked one project, which was the app, and we got it $150,000 funded, and we delivered on that app in the first 2 years. And now we're embarking on devising another strategic plan, which is going to be brought before the commission. The commission is going to take away, add whatever they want. It's going to be ratified, and then the mayor's council is going to hold at least my office accountable to try to deliver as much as we can. That would be my advice. We have a strategic plan already for the city. I think it's amazing. We're going to try to meet as many of those goals as possible. I think staff did a wonderful job when they put that together, and it's literally verbatim, item by item by item, and it will be a great starting off point for what you want to do. You've read it multiple times.
I did, and for the public, Mr. Urquilla, could you please put it up on the screen so they at least know what we're talking about? There's a lot of wonderful things in there, and I think we need to look at the matrices on there and get some updates. You have how much our goal was LED lighting to 85% by 2025. See where we're at on that. Every single one of the goals that you had in your strategic plan, we all have our own little wish list or bucket list, whatever you want to call it, while we're in office, are things that, I've been working on as well. I would love to see us get some canopy in the downtown central business district. I mean, it was one of the calculations that I included in, why we need the parking garage. We'll cross that bridge at some future point. It's a bridge. It's not a bridge too far, like in the book, but it's there, but it's not here right now. But I would like to achieve that, getting some trees in there. But unfortunately, you put in trees, you're taking away parking, so you have that tension that exists in doing stuff. And we have some projects coming in that can help us achieve some of these goals. So we have to be mindful of that as the projects come in. So there's the plan, so that we have it up. It's very detailed. I think it's very well outlined, but it needs updated. And I think I need to spend some more time on it. I think all of us do, because just glancing at it here right now, I was just like, oh, where are we? How far did we reach our goals since the last time we did this? Because I don't know. Maybe we've already achieved some of this stuff, and we need to step it up some to increase our goals on some of these things. I know that, in some areas we don't have enough vehicle charging, so we refocus where the vehicle charging is needed more. It's things that we should look at. That's my thought. I think we can work well together. I think we have a lot of common goals, and that we can spell out in a lot more detail what it is that we all want to achieve, instead of having competing plans.
Well, I don't think it's a competing plan. I think it's just outlining.
No.
There was a lot of discussion last time on what we agree on. I wanted to put it on paper.
No, no.
And I think moving forward, I think we've had very collegial moments today, and it's been great. We've been able to get things accomplished. And I think I just want to set a short roadmap on getting there.
It's like the index to our
Correct.
strategic plan.
I guess it is. These are the things we agree on, and we're going to work together to accomplish over the next 2 years.
Okay, well, can I have a little more time to digest it?
Yes,
and see
absolutely.
if
I'd
I
be more
can
than
add-
happy to defer it till next meeting, so that we can work through it and bring your input.
So, I mean, because I would like to look at this as a commission plan,
Exactly. Well, that's what it is, and that's why I wanted input.
and, and I'd like to get city staff involved, because the more commitment that there is between our staff and us, the more we're going to accomplish. For instance, the Mediterranean Ordinance, the draft, it's going to the Board of Architects now first. They're going to test drive it. They're going to be able to put in comments. They're going to say, hey, we should tweak it here a little more. But the best part about that is they have complete buy-in, that they feel that they now have clear direction for the architects coming in front of them, that this is the document that you should be looking at, this is where you missed it. They have buy-in. We also need our staff's buy-in on everything here that we're trying to do, because I always learn something new when I have a conversation with some member of the staff. Like, I had one resident stop me in the middle of the street as to why the lines weren't painted yet on a newly paved street. When I found out it's got to sit and what's the word that I'm looking for? Dry or temper, cure. It has to cure. Otherwise, if you put the paint on, it's going to bleed right through. I learn something new every day. It's a wonderful thing. So
So let's
I think
defer to October 26th.
Let's defer to October 26th, and let's get
Right.
some buy-in from
May I say something,
staff.
Mayor?
Yes.
Also, we have also an action plan in the budget behind every department, and that action plan is based on the strategic plan. So to implement it, and this is something good to do, because this also can be looked at as funding measures, so that the commission can fund the measures that the commission is
Mr. Manager.
considering and is together on.
It's like what happens when you're in high school. If you don't want to read the book, which is the strategic plan, you buy the Cliff Notes. That's the plan. All right, moving on. F17.
So we're deferring.
We're deferring to October 26th.
So just to clarify, it's October 24th is our
Yeah.
next commission meeting. Not our next. The second October
Yes.
meeting is October 24th, not the 26th.
Sorry, October 24th.
F17 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to work with Commissioner Fernandez to formulate a special capital improvement plan to include, but not limited to, addressing Alhambra water tower restoration, City Hall window replacement, sidewalk repairs, Biltmore Way streetscape tree canopy, and the creation of a pickleball facility at Parking Garage 4.
I think we'd be rehashing everything if we have the discussion again, but I think it goes back to the presentation I made at the budget hearing last time, to find funding to prioritize some things. I guess we've technically prioritized some of them today. So I will bring this back at the October 24th meeting with a plan for the commission to approve.
Okay. Moving on.
I just have a quick question for the city manager. As far as the pickleball facility on Parking Garage number 4, it's a question / direction. Will we be able to find the money, in our budget to be able to complete that?
I think so, as long as we don't put the elevator in and look at night play, I think we can work that facility out.
Do you think you can come back to us by next meeting with it?
I will, I think so. I think we can. Actually, we have a consultant looking at the actual layout right now, so we can bring it next meeting. If we're not ready, we can certainly bring it by the 24th.
Okay.
So let's just note to put it on one of the 2 meetings so that we have some clarity as to when we can cut the ribbon on that one.
We will.
Mr. Manager, item H2. I'd like to see if we can maybe finish up 5 minutes to 6 so we can take a 10-minute break before we go to the budget. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Manager, H2.
Yes, we have a small presentation concerning the extreme heat issue.
Good afternoon.
These are the last two items, correct? City manager items? Did I miss anything?
Yes.
Yeah, and then we have, Mayor, that 427 meeting that we have to do. It's one item that we didn't get to do last time.
Okay, that's fine.
So,
Sorry. It'll be super quick.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners,
Sorry?
we have a presentation, multiple departments presentation. It's a 5 minutes
That's fine.
presentation.
Should I take my phone?
Good afternoon. If we could have the presentation come up, please.
How are you guys?
Good afternoon. Again, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. Can we have the presentation back? So this is a City of Coral Gables heat mitigation plan, and the first thing that I would like to talk about before I hand it over to Carolina is the fact that a lot of the things on the county plans we're already doing, and it's something that I think as a city we should be very proud of. You know, everybody knows one of the reasons that cities are warmer on the countryside is mostly related to green space, concrete, asphalt. Well, we're a three-city USA. We have a 40% canopy on the city. So how do we maintain this? Well, maintaining a tree succession plan, maintaining the tree trust fund. Today, this body passed an ordinance to ensure the tree canopy is protected and tree canopy loss is mitigated, prioritizing the planting of native shade trees over palm trees, and have it as a regular practice of every opportunity that we can through city projects or even in coordination with developers, reducing the amount of hard surfaces, reducement of pavement, concrete, more green space. And I think that's something that this city is already a champion on. So I'll pass it along to Carolina now.
So in alignment with the county's extreme heat action plan, we already fall and do a lot of the stuff that's identified in Goal 3, which focuses on cooling your neighborhoods. So within the city, we have a beautiful and lush tree canopy. We're Tree City USA. But something that we found after Hurricane Irma hit us is when we lost a lot of that tree canopy, the residents were coming out and asking for shade. And we had to make a decision on how we shade our playgrounds that still looks and acts in the style of a city beautiful. So what we looked at is through design, doing what's called incorporated shade structures of our structures. So instead of having a big shade sail over entire park, what we do is smaller shade sails built within the structures of the playground, and then tying it into the tree canopy. So for a lot of the trees that we lost during those storms, we planted new trees, and eventually as they grow, they'll align themselves with the structures that are there. We've also looking at venue spaces for outdoor events that align with the canopy. So we've held several events at for example, the Youth Center parking lot, which has a very lush tree canopy, and providing shaded areas for our residents and guests. A couple of amenities that we offer that provide shade and cooling areas in our parks. We have drinking fountains throughout our parks. We often feature pet fountains as well as now bottle filler fountains. We also have several different misters throughout the park, again, because our residents asked us for cooling stations and having cooler environment in our parks. And then in our events, most recently in the last 2-3 years, we've included cooling stations at several of our events. And then, of course, we have the beautiful Venetian pool. So we also look at having access to public pool facilities in our city. And we have, of course, 820,000 gallons of fresh water that is kept at 76 degrees year-round, with waterfalls and caves, and we also have a cool days for pets. So actually our dog swim is coming up this Sunday. We have our Paws in the Pool annual event at the Venetian Pool. And then we also provide on the city's website our complete inventory of all our different listings within our parks. And as of those listings, we also include our covered pavilions to provide areas of shade throughout our park system, drinking fountains, water access, and then water features, which include areas such as or amenities such as misters and fountains. And with that, we'll call up the fire department.
Thank you. How you doing, sir? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Division Chief Xavier Jones from the Fire Department. We're really excited about this. This gives us the opportunity, as we were reviewing this, we identified that we already have a lot of this stuff that is in place. We utilize a three-pronged process. I won't go through every single thing on this slide for the sake of time. We utilize prevention, safety, and making sure that our firefighters are properly prepared. Key thing with that is we're going to make sure that they are crystal clear on how to identify heat exhaustion, how to identify heat-related emergencies, work rest breaks, and all of that. We look at signs and symptoms of stress. As we've seen this summer, there were recent engagements of high levels of heat where we experienced a heat wave, one in which we were in the middle of a training academy, so we identified methods on how do we modify training in the midst of this type of heat. As you can tell, the amount of bunker gear that the firefighters are wearing during training, we make sure that there's proper cooling mechanisms that are in place and hydration stations that are available for all of the instructors. This slide continues to lay out exactly what heat-related symptoms occur. And this next slide talks about some of the initiatives that we are taking from a public and an internal practice preparedness standpoint. We notice with regional meetings that we've been attending that some of the doctors have noted that there are people that are calling 911, showing up in the ER, chest pain, shortness of breath, that is secondary to heat-related issues. So as a result, we are now on high heat days. We're encouraging paramedic crews to do temperature checks, and they're able to catch it early on. In addition, the state of Florida is identifying a dashboard so that they can identify where there's increased hot spots, transports as it relates to heat exhaustion and of the sort. In addition to that, we're partnering with emergency management and human resources to notify employees of any high heat days, heat waves, high heat index, so that our employees are actually trained on that. In addition to that, we run a social media campaign. With that social media campaign, we highlight hydration and things that the public should be looking for. And lastly, but most importantly, we do our annual inspections through fire inspections. We're working with nursing homes, identifying our vulnerable population, making sure that nursing homes have backup generators or generators in place in case of power failures. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Anything else from staff? Raquel, thank you. I appreciate it. Very well put together. Mr. Manager, anything else so we can move on to H3? Thank you to our fire department for all your hard work and staff for putting this together.
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2022-23 annual budget to reverse the $5 million revenue recognition from the sale of historic facility transfer of development rights, to reverse the appropriation of such funds, and to recognize as revenue a $4 million transfer from fund balance to be used to cover the cost of the historic facility renovations originally funded by the TDR sale.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So with the fiscal 23 budget, we had a budgeted for revenue that was expected to come in for sales of the TDR at that time. So during fiscal year 23, that sale did not occur, and the revenues were not recognized. So currently, we have an off balance in our budget because the revenues did not come in. So we had budgeted for $5 million of revenues to come in for the sales of the TDRs. $1 million of that was set aside was to be set aside in fund balance. $750,000 was going to go towards the gondola building, and $3.25 million was going to go to the Venetian pool. So since that revenue did not come in, at the time we had also specifically reserved fund balance and not appropriated it for other capital projects, just in case this money did not come in. Since it was receivable, we did not know it was going to come in. We thought it would, and then at that point, we would have released that fund balance for other capital projects. That revenue has not come in. We need to make sure that we balance fiscal 23's budget. Therefore, we're asking to bring in that, to reverse the revenue that was recorded as part of the budget and then bring in the $4 million for the projects that had gone, that were appropriated to move forward, and they did move forward through the year, so as to not leave a hole in the funding of those projects.
We have 130, excuse me, thank you, Diana. We have 132,000 potential TDRs coming from the Museum, Miracle Theater, the 286 Miracle Mile, which is the building next to Miracle Theater, and Think Studio. That is about approximately $5.3 million in TDRs. And some of the projects that we expected have not materialized yet. So the project that we discussed today can have anywhere from 1.6 to 2.4 million, depending on whether they take 40,000 or 60,000 TDRs. We have another project potentially coming in with another $1 million worth of TDRs. So as this money comes in, we will be readjusting the.
And that would be
$4
amended,
million.
yeah. The 2024 budget would be amended for that. This is taking care of the 23 budget where it did not come in during the fiscal 23 budget year.
I think you did a good job explaining it.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments? I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Mr. Clerk, are there any comment? Any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Castro? Commissioner Castro?
Circle back.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. If there's anything good, anything that needs to be addressed before I close the commission meeting and we move on to 427 Biltmore Way Condominium Association? Anything for the good of the order? All right, meeting adjourned. I'll be opening now 427 Biltmore Way Condominium Association, September 26, 2023, Tuesday at 5:56.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one item. I'll be very quick. A resolution of the 427 Biltmore Way Condominium Association authorizing Vince Lago as president, Rhonda Anderson as vice president to execute a certificate and plan of termination on behalf of the 427 Biltmore Way Condominium Association.
Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Sorry to see it go.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Sorry to see it go. Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Meeting adjourned, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. See you at 6:15. Thank you.
All right.
I'll be dead.
Mhm.